Here we are. Welcome to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 10 a.m. Wednesday, January 20th, 2021. First item on the agenda, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So it's 10 o'clock on the 20th of January, 1 hour ago, the peaceful transition of power, a new president. So exciting times for the United States of America. Any comments?
I'm glad it was peaceful.
Yeah. And we'll go from there. Okay, so we do have citizen input, and we're going to work through our technology today with some Zoom requests. I've got a few requests to speak specifically, and then there may be somebody else on here that we don't have specific requests. So Mr. James Stone, if he's available, this will be a 3-minute testimony for public input for items that are not on the agenda. So this is our very much our beginning of the meeting comment period. And following that, I do see Mr. Michael Sipe also has kind of asked the question, would it be 3 minutes? So it's 3 minutes for anybody that would like to speak. So Mr. Stone, if you're available. So it looks like you're in the meeting, so it's just getting it off of mute to join us. There we go.
Hear me okay?
Thank you. Yes.
Okay. Good morning. My name is Jim Stone, and I'm the owner of Ben Rock Gym. I'm also a licensed physician in Oregon with 41 years of practice in emergency medicine and urgent care. I've lived in Deschutes County for 32 years. I'm asking for your help to reopen my business. As a physician, I'm committed to the health and safety of our community. This is evident in the operation of our climbing gym. And professionally speaking, I'm confident our facilities and procedures exceed every COVID guideline provided by health authorities, and that our environment is as safe or safer than any of our community of open businesses. But still, we remain closed by mandate. So if we follow science, there is absolutely no reason Ben Rock Gym should be closed. Our gym consists of 3 buildings totaling more than 30,000 square feet, with ceilings ranging from 30 to 50 feet in height. We have high flow commercial ventilation with outside air exchange operating throughout the facility. COVID prevention guidelines are strictly enforced, including mask use, social distancing, and hand washing sanitization. Our occupancy is restricted to assure physical distancing of occupants. We also employ other precautions as well, such as separate entrances and exits, drinking fountains are closed, bathrooms restricted to single occupants, and foot traffic control. Now, all of our clients have their temperature checked and attest to being healthy before they enter the buildings. Since the onset of the pandemic, 0 cases of COVID transmission have been associated with our operations. Washington State recently reopened their climbing gyms, citing no evidence they posed an increased threat to the community. However, our governor's mandate indiscriminately closes an entire sector of commerce without regard to individual safety or the welfare of each business. No consideration has been given to the uniquely safe environment we are able to provide. I believe local and regional government is better positioned and able to evaluate which businesses can safely operate. Ben Rock Gym was founded in 2010, and until March of last year was a thriving business and active community member. Prior to COVID, we employed 25 full-time and 25 part-time workers. Since March, by mandate, we have been completely closed for 5 months and limited to 25% occupancy for 6 more. The financial impact has been devastating, and the threat of bankruptcy is imminent. Losses since March exceed $500,000. Without help, we can't sustain this position any longer. I am completely willing to cooperate with a reasonable plan to reopen our facility. Our request is that we be given a chance to do so. Opening in defiance to the government is not a desirable option, and doing so would be detrimental to our relationship with our employees and the community. However, receiving an exemption to open or significant dispensation would be potential lifesavers for Ben Rock Gym. Our community is suffering under a cloud of frustration, stress, fear, anxiety, and depression. I see this every day in the eyes of my family, friends, and patients. Facilities like ours are instrumental, even essential, to preserving the mental health of our community. Please
Mr. Stone, 3 minutes. Thank you so much. As I say, I've spoke to you on the phone. You might have spoke to the other commissioners. Understood. The message has been received.
And I've been there and I can definitely concur that it is 3 separate buildings, 50-foot ceilings in a couple of buildings. Anyway, yes, and you are doing everything you can do as your medical training. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for joining us. So I have these numbered in order for me. So Mr. Farfagilia, if he's available, that's another name that may be on here. If not, he's a restaurant owner, mentioning his long-term restaurant businesses. This is public input to us. So as I say, this is citizen input. If we don't see that name, we're going to step to item number 3, or the third item here, Mr. Michael Sipe, if he's available, SIPE. And there he is. There you go.
Am I coming through?
Yes, you are.
Fantastic. Well, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I come in general as a business owner, community leader, and one who loves Central Oregon and all who live here. I come to speak out against the lockdowns and restrictions on Central Oregon businesses in general. I come to implore you to help. And I have 3 points. The governor's mandates are unconstitutional, they're cruel, and bluntly, they're stupid. Number 1, the governor's actions are unconstitutional. I watched Governor Brown swear a sacred oath to uphold, defend, and protect the Constitution of the United States and the state of Oregon. We just watched a new president and vice president do the same. I did it as an Army officer, and you've done it. That oath encompasses the entire Constitution. The federal and state Constitution supersedes all laws, mandates, and orders, and she is in breach. Governor Brown's overreaching exercise of police power and her lockdown mandates and restrictions on business are illegal and unconstitutional. Her actions violate at least 23 provisions of the U.S. and Oregon Constitution, as I have previously written to you. Most notable for this particular topic today are Amendment 14 to the U.S. Constitution. No state shall make or enforce any law that shall abridge the privileges or immunities of citizens of the United States, nor shall any state deprive any person of life, liberty, or property without due process of law, nor deny any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of the laws. Section 20 of the Oregon Constitution says no law shall be passed granting to any citizen or class of citizens privileges or immunities, which upon the same terms shall not equally belong to all citizens. The governor's mandates that allow big box stores and other retailers, churches, and now schools to open, yet keep restaurants, coffee shops, gyms, and other businesses closed are clearly discriminatory and unconstitutional. Ironically, they also conflict with Oregon law. When I was a military officer, we were charged with obeying all legal orders. However, we will equally charged with not obeying illegal orders. In fact, the consequences of obeying illegal orders, such as war crimes, are greater than disobeying legal orders. I respectfully submit that the same principle holds here as well. My second point is the governor's actions are cruel. Governor Brown's actions are devastating the lives of thousands of business owners and those they employ, just like you heard from Mr. Stone. The typical coffee shop, gym, and restaurant owner, for example, invests $250,000 or often much more, which is frequently borrowed, to open even a small restaurant or gym. They sign 10 to 20-year leases. All of this they personally guarantee. When Governor Brown's edicts force them into business and personal bankruptcy, I submit this is simply cruel and it has to stop. Finally, the governor's actions are stupid. Note, I'm not claiming Governor Brown is stupid. I'm saying her actions are stupid because small business is the backbone of our county and our country. When we cripple small business, we cripple our community. Please help us out. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Another request to speak is from Mr. Chadwell, possibly, Pete Chadwell, if that's a name on our Zoom. So this is, oh, there we go, okay. Okay, so Mr. Chadwell.
Okay, I think you should be able to hear me now.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Pete Chadwell, and my wife April and I own the Terpsichorean Dance Studio, a dance school in Bend where children have been learning to dance since 1975. But because a dance studio is classified by the state as a gym, we cannot be open for in-person instruction. Our students have to attend dance classes virtually, and parents and students are becoming less and less willing to endure the frustrations of remote classes. As a consequence, studios are losing students every day, and those students are deprived of the immeasurable joy and satisfaction that dance gives them. If we continue on this route, dance studios will close permanently, and that joy and satisfaction will no longer be available to children who are driven to pursue it. As you know, schools are being allowed to open, but please notice, a dance studio is a school where children are taught how to dance. Dance students are generally school-aged, and most of our students spend less than 3 hours a week inside of our building. Dance classes are like any after-school activity, and they're very good for students' physical and mental health. You might expect that a dance class involves continuous, vigorous activity with constant heavy breathing. But in a typical dance class, you see students taking turns doing steps or movements across the floor, while a teacher offers correction and the other students watch and wait their turn. Dance classes take place in large rooms with no furniture, with only ballet bars to touch, and class sizes tend to be pretty small. There is no comparison here with a spinning class at a gym, for example. We think of our students like family. We care deeply about their health. This is why we had strict protocols in place when we were open for in-person instruction. For example, students' temperatures were taken, hand sanitizer was available and used. Masks were worn by everyone. Only students and teachers were allowed in the building, not parents. And all surfaces were disinfected between each class. Dance studios are an essential part of a community's educational toolkit. In them, children don't just learn to dance, but they also learn valuable lessons about teamwork, dedication, and discipline, and they develop lifelong friendships. We believe that dance studios should be in the same category as a private school. Our dance students and the students at other studios need to return to in-person classes now, and not just for the sake of the businesses, but also for the sake of the children. Our teachers see the despair and depression on our students' faces and in their participation or lack thereof. This closure is hurting them, and we feel it's time to let dance schools open along with other schools. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for the testimony. At this time, item number 5 is, okay, so this is apraxia. Did you have the word?
I believe it's pronounced apraxia.
Apraxia Awareness Day request. So this is a request for a proclamation of a day in May. So this is public input. I'd like to, let's make contact with the requester and see what a possible proclamation might look like so we can all learn.
Happy to do that, commissioners. We can also touch base with our public health department and get a little bit of background for you and provide that so you can make a little bit more informed decision on whether you'd like to proceed with a proclamation. That'd be great.
So just in case, is there Mr. Franson on available for testimony? Maybe he's joining us. Okay, so so we've acknowledged the request at this point. And it's for, I'm sorry? Okay, good. And then I do see another name here. So this is our 3-minute testimony, citizen input before our consent agenda in our board meeting. Please identify yourself on the Zoom call at this time. So we have somebody in as owner, it shows on our screen. Is there another request to speak under citizen input? Okay, without any response, we're going to go to consent agenda.
So move approval of the consent agenda.
Very good. So 4 items on the consent agenda. Any other discussion? Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang, and Chair votes yes. At this time, COVID-19 update. Our experts from our Public Health Department, our Health Division, Possible Nahad and Dr. George Conway. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. I hope you can hear me.
Yes.
And before I get started, I think I'm supposed to check with regards to streaming on Facebook.
Okay.
Confirmed.
So stand by. I'll be looking for a thumbs up in a moment here.
Thank you.
The opportunity to stream live for other people to see this on Facebook feeds. And for anybody following, this is a recorded meeting. It's on our website, Deschutes.org, under meetings. After the fact, the whole meeting, beginning to end, is available. What we've been doing is streaming this public health update as a segment by mirroring it to a Facebook Live feed, which can be watched live or after the fact also. I do hear some feedback from people being able to watch this, and they get good information each time we're able to do this. Okay, I've had a confirmation of a thumbs up, so we are streaming.
Great. Thank you, commissioners, for inviting us. Just to mention before I introduce myself, a few of the slides have been updated with some latest data and information which were sent our way. But for the most part, they should mirror the print that you might have in front of you. So for the record, my name is Nahad Sadrazudi. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. I'm joined, as always, by Dr. George Conway, who is our Health Services Director. Many thanks to Sarah Caliboda for the data analysis and to Morgan Emerson for some of the messaging. And of course, a huge thank you to our health services staff and community partners for their relentless efforts in responding to this pandemic, as well as delivering on other important non-COVID priorities.
Nahad, let me step in real quick. You and I spoke yesterday, and Dr. Conway also. Generally, the high-level concept, so this for other commissioners that we were able to talk about this, numbers and facts as we know them, and then stepping into a policy or new information section. So I kind of think of this as 2 parts now, and we'll see where it goes over the weeks. We're always getting good information. So yeah, as I say, all 3 commissioners can have kind of input or feedback offline during the week about what we're seeing and the information that we want to see also. So thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thanks for mentioning that, Commissioner DeBonne. Definitely, we relish this partnership, and your inputs were very helpful yesterday. This slide does have updated information. And so let me just introduce the slide first. This slide shows the number of new cases by week. Last week, we had 409 cases reported. Unfortunately and importantly, we are seeing a rising number of cases in the last 4 weeks, which is concerning on several fronts. We believe there might be correlations with a change of weather and people spending more time indoors. There might be correlation with the end of the year holidays and behaviors and the choices made during those holidays. There might also be some database challenges that we're facing at the state level. And one question, I think the elephant in the room, and one question that we're all asking ourselves is if and or to what extent the variant virus that we're hearing in the news might be circulating in Oregon and our communities in contributing to this increasing transmission. We don't have definitive answers at this point, but these are questions that we are exploring at this point. Overall, there are 5,040 cases reported since March 11th, and unfortunately 37 deaths. So far this week, since Sunday, we have had 87 cases reported. This next slide is about the age distribution of patients. And frankly, we're not seeing much of a change since the last weeks that we have been presenting these data. More than 50% of the cases, in fact, around 55%, are amongst young and mid-age adults, with the category of 20 to 29-year-olds who tend to be also proportionally higher proportion of them engaged in essential work. They tend to comprise most of the cases, around 22% of the total cases in Deschutes County. This next slide captures the testing capacity and demand in Deschutes County, which, as we have mentioned in previous weeks, the way the data around testing are being reported has changed since beginning of December, where now where OHA is reporting total number of tests rather than persons tested. We are seeing a bit of a dip, a bit of a downward trend in the last couple of weeks. And frankly, we're trying to get more information around this. What we know is that this trend is mirroring what's happening in Oregon and many of the counties in Oregon as well. We're trying to understand better if this is driven by demand, because as far as we know, supply is not a major constraint. It could be data reporting challenges that I alluded to earlier. So we're looking more into understanding this trend and the lower number of reported tests. During this past week, we had around 3,300 tests reported with around a 7% positivity rate. This next slide, we're looking at a regional metric based on St. Charles Health System admissions. As of this morning, there are 26 admissions, 15 of whom are Deschutes County residents. As of yesterday, Deschutes County ever hospitalized number stands at 178. And as we have mentioned in previous weeks, usually what we see is a general delay in terms of number of cases versus hospital admissions. So this is a rudimentary attempt at trying to show this delay, with the upper part of this slide showing the number of cases and the lower part is the hospital admissions. So this particular downward trend we're seeing here could be a reflection of downward trend in the number of cases a few weeks earlier, which insinuates that we're probably going to see an increase in the number of admissions based on increasing numbers in the last 4 weeks fairly soon. That's what we anticipate, but of course the data will tell us the truth as we proceed.
And this is a follow-on from our conversation yesterday, because it's mentioned each week that the trailing, rise in cases will follow the total number of cases. So this is just an attempt to kind of look at it visually from our conversation yesterday.
That's really interesting to look, see side by side.
And it's total cases in Deschutes County, but hospitalizations may not be all Deschutes County residents. We're just a large population of that.
Thank you for pointing that out. Yes, that's absolutely the case. As you mentioned, the admissions are regional indicators, and the cases are from Deschutes County, correct. This next slide shows Deschutes County patients by age and month. And frankly, what we are seeing is that the percent hospitalized is relatively stable at around 2, 3, 4% for the last 4 or 5 months. And that's just been the trend that we have been observing.
So another note here, commissioners, is to say, trying to be optimal with our time in the future, we might want to just reduce this to a bullet point where percent hospitalization proportions have stayed the same, because they've kind of stabilized here, because then it would be newsworthy if this changed. So just pointing out the fact that if our slides change in the future, this could be a bullet point on another slide. So just an opportunity for discussion also.
Thank you. Yes. And this last slide before I hand the floor to Dr. Conway is basically an aggregation of two metrics. So it's a composite basically indicator of two metrics around case rates and positivity rate, which the higher of the two puts us in a particular category. Deschutes County has remained in the extreme high risk category since the inception of this composite indicator. And we have plenty of company, of course, in this regard. And it's now playing a role. The metrics are playing an advisory role for the school districts in terms of their decision making for in-class or distance learning or a hybrid of the two school reopening. So with that, I will now give the floor to Dr. Conway and help with moving the slides.
Good morning, commissioners. Just a matter of record, George Conway, Health Services. So I'm going to talk a little bit about vaccines and progress and, if you will, challenges. This is our portal, vaccine.deschutes.org, where people can register, express their interest, provide some demography, what they do for a living, so that we can successfully triage when it's folks' turn. Next slide, please. So we're doing our best to wrap up the healthcare worker band 1A for vaccinations, and that's a very large group of people because it includes people providing health services, other people that are providing supportive services, for example, such as home care for a disabled family member, and a wide variety of other things. This also has included reaching out and ensuring vaccination for residents and staff of long-term care facilities and a wide variety of other things. If you look at so we're hoping to wrap that up, the great majority of it in the next 2 or 3 days in our area, and then move on to phase 1B, which historically was referred to as essential workers, but now there's a little more granular stratification. So you can see group 1 is childcare providers, early learning, et cetera. Hopefully the supply chain permitting, the latter part of the month, persons 80 years old and older at the end of the first week of February. Once again, this is all supply chain dependent. 75 and over in the next tranche, which we hope will shortly follow that, and then working our way down in age to 70 and older, and then to 60 and older. We anticipate the need to vaccinate a few thousand educators and early childcare providers, and we're hoping to start that, once again, dependent upon vaccine supply, very late this week or early next week. Next slide, please. This is our vaccination data. You can see that Deschutes remains ahead of the pack. We have been, as far as a rate, our group has been eclipsed by Wheeler County, which of course has 2 orders of magnitude less people, but we are continuing to vaccinate. We have vaccinated over 10,700 individuals, and second doses have been provided to roughly 1,300 of those. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned before, we're continuing to work on completing the healthcare and related tranche of eligible persons. And we must provide an attestation, and I'll talk about that in just a moment, to the Oregon Health Authority prior to proceeding beyond that. We are actively planning to begin vaccinating teachers, K through 12 educators, et cetera, as early as Saturday. And then shortly thereafter as the elders. And then once again, the caveat we have to keep repeating is that this is dependent upon vaccine availability and supply chain. Next slide. So the attestation, which I hope to be able to sign late today or tomorrow morning, and followed by hopefully being signed by Commission Chair DeBone. Includes 4 elements. There's a detailed checklist for all the different components of the 1A phase. And we have to ascertain and assert that we have made sufficient efforts to reach out to all those, that we're ready to move on. And then by the same order I just described, that we'll continue to make efforts to reach the remaining persons in 1A. For example, people that are providing home care to a disabled family member. We've been announcing that, and it's available for registration, but we'll continue to be doing outreach on that. And then we also will assert that the vaccine sites are culturally responsive. We do have bilingual capabilities, linguistically appropriate and accessible to people that are have physical, intellectual, or developmental disabilities. Next slide, please.
Well, let's take a moment and acknowledge.
Sure.
So there's going to be a request. This is the Oregon Health Authority asking for a signature on a piece of paper, acknowledging we've done due diligence in offering phase 1A to take the next step. So this might happen outside of, the point in time might happen outside of a board meeting schedule. So we might want to acknowledge that, and maybe Dave can help us. Would we pre-approve that or just acknowledge it or bring it back to a meeting after the fact? So as I say, this was new information to me yesterday afternoon, but we are the board, the local public health authority, hiring the expert, the health administrator and the public health staff. I'd like to acknowledge now that, I'll offer to sign sign the piece of paper when our health department acknowledges that we're there. Can maybe Dave help with that? Should we put a minutes motion in now or after the fact? And this is, as I say, the new information as of yesterday.
Yeah, Commissioner, this is Dave. I hope you guys can hear me. Legal has not seen that document yet, so we'll certainly want to put some eyes on it. But assuming the board is comfortable, yes, you could give the board chair approval at this point to sign the document as soon as it's been appropriately vetted with both health and legal.
And acknowledging that it could happen on a Thursday or a Friday. We don't want to wait till a Monday or Wednesday to sign a piece of paper that allows us, the Oregon Health Authority, distribution of the next phase or whatever. So.
Yeah, certainly a minutes motion giving the chair that authority would get you there.
So,
Don't we have a meeting on Monday? Okay. Isn't that soon enough?
it could happen tomorrow or the next day. That's the process, the tight spot we could be in.
Okay, well, I've been hearing that the vaccination clinics in Salem have been not properly, people aren't showing up. They're asking for anybody to come in and get the vaccination. So I really want to see numbers before I would sign it, and I would think Monday would work. Have we heard yet the quantity of vaccinations we're getting this week through the state? Has that never been determined?
If I may add, Commissioner, thanks. That's a good question. So our allocation for next week will be dependent upon whether this document is signed. There will be a withhold of the tranche for educators and to follow if it isn't signed by local public health departments. We've been asked to make this attestation no later than Friday morning. We're hoping to do it tomorrow so that we can start on educators on Friday or Saturday.
As I say, I found out about this yesterday afternoon and asked for it to be part of the slides for our discussion also.
If this is going to impact the supply of vaccines coming to Deschutes County, I want us to get this attestation done as soon as possible.
What about Friday morning? Couldn't we have a 5-minute meeting just to actually see what's happening? I mean, when you hear what's happening all across the country, Los Angeles had a vaccination clinic and with the firemen, and only 60% of them showed up. I would like to see the numbers. I know people have signed up to get the shots and then they were told, no, they couldn't get them. So there's a lot of, now St. Charles is moving all their vaccinations to the fairgrounds. And I'm wondering, where are they going to be vaccinating people that have a high degree of allergies?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm happy to answer.
My husband has a high degree of allergies, and I honestly want him vaccinated somewhere not particularly, somewhere where it's in a medical office. And I'm just wondering, are there any medical offices that are going to be giving vaccinations in February? Or is it all going to be taken care of at the fairgrounds in Deschutes County? Has that been determined?
Yes, Commissioner, I'm prepared to answer each of your questions in order. We've had a very low no-show rate. We have contingent people listed to be vaccinated if there are no-shows in the clinic. Mass vaccination at the fairgrounds is to be staffed by physicians, including myself and a number of physicians from St. Charles. The modal vaccinator is a nurse practitioner, PA, or physician. We will have EMS standing by. We have a standing protocol, the same as we have in our clinic at Courtney and that St. Charles has been using for screening of individuals that have had prior anaphylactic reactions or allergic reactions and how to triage those. Our vaccination process has been going very well. We've been administering very far over 95% of the appointments made. We are only concerned at this point about vaccine supply chain, and volume of administration. The fairgrounds is the one place that provides that. There's also vaccine going out to vaccinating partners, including any of the approved, registered clinical providers in the county on request, and other recipients already have vaccines, such as the FQHCs, both ones in the county. Mosaic Medical and Little Pine Community Health Center have tranches of vaccine as well. In the long run, this will be managed by a hybrid model where we will continue to provide mass vaccinations as long as necessary at the fairground. We're doing one of our dry runs today. We'll stand up the vaccine lines, I believe, in the morning. I think we need to proceed with all caution, but due haste.
We do have I think it's 10 o'clock legislative priorities joint meeting, or, a meeting of Board of Commissioners with our department heads, I would assume, and, really legislative. So we do have a meeting scheduled at 10 o'clock on Friday morning for us. So this could be an agenda item at that time. Dr. Conway what does it look like if we schedule for kind of a hard time at 10 a.m.?
Do it at 10.
Well, we can do that if you want to do the signing in such a way. I will provide the signed attestation before close of business tomorrow, unless there's some unknown concern that arises.
Okay. Well, that's good. For the first one, that's a more comfortable spot, I'm thinking too. So
I would feel more comfortable. Honestly, when you see it and you hear it in Salem, in Philadelphia, and in Los Angeles, what's going on, we've got to make sure that this is being done correctly.
Yeah.
Okay. If I may, it is being done correctly. We're overseen by the OHA. St. Charles has done a highly professional job in their setting. We're very well organized here. Our health officer, Dr. Fossa, and I will be meeting with some of the senior nursing staff this afternoon to go over additional guidelines for safety to ensure that we can scale those up adequately. And we have very substantial depth of staffing planned for the mass vaccination clinic. I understand there have been problems other places and hiccups. We're paying attention to those. We're doing our best to learn and adapt.
So, and I assume we're going to be doing this between each phase. Is that correct? Do we expect that?
Excuse me?
Between each phase 1A, 1B?
Yes, well, as I mentioned before, the intent is that, so the local public health departments are the provider of vaccinations of last resort, as we've been historically. So we're doing our best to have throughput to providers as much as they can handle, and the mass vaccination
confirmation. Oregon Health Authority is going to ask us to attest between each phase. Is that correct?
I don't know about between each phase, but before we move on beyond 1A, we do have to make that attestation.
We don't know if it's going to be a future effort. Well, as I say,
they are providing more granular guidelines on the phasing than they had been in the past.
Dr. Conway, may I mention one sentence that might address what I think I'm hearing from Commissioner Adair? Commissioner Adair, just in terms of your legitimate concerns, what this attestation does is allow us to go into phase 1B. At the same time, we will still continue to vaccinate phase 1A eligible people, even as we move to the next phase. So no one's going to be left behind in either of those phases.
So how many vaccinations did we actually get in Deschutes County this week? What is that number?
There you go, Sue.
I'm sorry, you're
Yeah.
asking about the vaccine quantity that's been received?
Oh, yeah, the quantity for this week for Deschutes?
Yes, the amount that we're allocating for this week is 3,000 in Moderna and 1,950 in the Pfizer. And we hope to have those entirely administered with the tail end of it being educators by the end of the weekend. Or we plan for that.
Well, I'd like to move forward. So Commissioner Chang,
Yeah, no, we can have another discussion about this tomorrow, but I just wanted to say that I've talked to people who've been to the vaccination events and you look at our numbers and I don't think we have any reason to think that Deschutes County is not a leader and a model in administering vaccines in the state right now. And I definitely do not want to do anything to hold us back from being able to get into the doses to do phase 1B or the operations themselves.
I'd be probably at pains to point out that I believe that the chances of our having a reduced allocation for next week will go down if we wait until Friday morning. So if we're absolutely stuck with that, we'll comply with that. But my recommendation is that I sign the attestation as soon as I can, hopefully tomorrow morning, midday, and it be signed promptly after that so that we don't run any risk. Because the problem is right now, there's not adequate vaccine around the state. Frankly, the allocation to us was basically a competitive process, and we did demonstrate. We sent a very thorough plan last weekend to OHA and General Prendergast. We're hopeful about having National Guard deployments to assist in this early next week as well. And I think all of that would be best supported by proceeding very promptly with the attestation as soon as I've signed it.
well, with that discussion, I'm supportive of proceeding today. So you were about ready to make a motion, Commissioner Dare. We've had a good discussion here, so I'll support a motion for signature as soon as it's available.
I move that we authorize Commissioner DeVone to sign the attestation as soon as it's available.
And I will second it. Any other discussion? So I do support an update at our 10 o'clock meeting
How
on Friday
many
morning.
vaccinations have we given to date in Deschutes County?
I'm sorry, did you say today or to date?
To date.
It's right there, 10,735 as of.
Yeah, we didn't have that.
We don't have that page in our handout, but
Oh, no wonder I'm not looking at it.
This is
Okay,
one of
so
the
that's
slides.
okay. We have done 10,000 and you're saying that we have another 4,900, almost 5,000 to give?
Yes,
Okay.
So then there's a point in time where, we're going to want to transition to the next phase and attest that anybody in phase 1A has been offered, and there may not be an active person showing up at the moment, but they could show up in the phase 1B. They'll just show up following.
Yeah, just because we have the opportunity to start vaccinating people in 1B and we have additional supplies of vaccines, it doesn't mean that the people in 1A are done.
Yeah,
they can still come in the door and get vaccinated alongside 1B people.
Yeah.
sure. And actually, as soon as we schedule them, then we have a concomitant allocation that's marked as committed.
As I say, last statement for a comment here is let's just have an update at 10 o'clock Friday morning. We'll have a Board of Commissioners legislative meeting. We've already scheduled. So, it could be a written statement, or if somebody could join us from.
Yeah, we'll be
I think I'm
happy
Friday.
to do that. We'll be
Talking
happy.
Friday morning. the meeting's
Friday.
tonight.
Friday.
No, I just think we have to be very careful. And I think it's excellent that we're hearing these great news. I personally have people that have gone on the website and have had a time to get their shot and then they were kicked off. And these are people that are over the age limits. And then, of course, then we had people that run the food bank and sisters. Fortunately, they were able to get in. The pharmacists finally got in because they'll be giving that vaccination. So, you know, but it's going to take them 6 weeks in order to get the complete immunity. So it's really too bad that they didn't get it a little bit sooner in the whole scheme of life. So anyway,
So confirming 10 o'clock Friday mornings.
right.
Is our
We'll see
legislative.
the numbers Friday morning. The real,
Calling for the vote, Commissioner Chang,
I vote yes.
Commissioner Dare,
yes.
and Chair votes yes. So there's authorization to sign as soon as it's available. Thank you very much for that discussion.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners, for your support. Next slide, please, Nahad. So this is just a reminder, I have talked about this before, that the more virus we have afoot, the more opportunity it has to mutate and thus, unfortunately, become more infectious, as we've seen with the B117 strain that's now very widely spread in the UK and Northern Europe, and that's now afoot in Oregon. We are aware of confirmation in the Portland area. So we are continuing to do screening for that. Next slide. This is basically just a refinement of that, which I talked about at the prior meeting. Next slide. So we do have to bear in mind that it's going to take a substantial amount of time. Our model, if we can receive 12,000 vaccines per week, our intention is to have vaccinated at least 70% of the adult eligible population by Memorial Day. So that's still over 4 months from now. And the vaccine supply chain has not been very reliable to date. So it could easily be beyond that. And we ask everyone to bear in mind that we're at this inflection where we're starting to provide protection to more people. But until we're at that goal of 70% coverage of adults, and hopefully in the interim, there'll be a child at least young teen, 12 to 16 vaccine approved, and perhaps even younger, that we can also start providing. Until then, we want to be sure that people realize that we really, and especially with the current surge, we have to maintain social distance and masking, and the best way to interact is outdoors, except for people that are within one's own household. Next slide, please. And then you can get updates, that's very frequently updated now on our vaccine distribution and allocation and administration at deschutes.org/COVID-19 vaccine. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Sure. Dr. Conway, I think the progress we've made to date on vaccination is very exciting. And the fact that you just received 5,000 doses to administer this week is also very exciting. And I hope that we will see that, you know, steadily increasing over time as production increases for the two manufacturers that are currently producing vaccines, as additional producers come online, you know, the Johnson & Johnson or the AstraZeneca. So my question is, how do we ensure that we have the capacity to get all of those vaccines into people's arms as supply hopefully accelerates? And as we get into these groups, you know, 1A, if you're dealing with healthcare workers, they're, you know, concentrated in certain workplaces. But as you know, if we're dealing with people who are dispersed across, you know, workplaces or you know, many different populations of people, it seems like we would need, like I'm concerned about us having the capacity, both, you know, the capacity to get vaccines and, you know, like people who can inject vaccines, but also people who can organize logistics, keep the records, manage those lists, you know, the rapidly populating list of people who've signed up. And so could you describe a little bit of what kind of capacity you have and what where we might be thin as we move forward?
Sure, it's a very good question, Commissioner. So we're building out the capacity to do 12,000 a week. We will believe that we will be at that capacity next week, sometime next week. We hope that we continue to get vaccine to permit that. As I mentioned, the vaccine administration, the providing vaccines to vaccinees is going to be a hybrid of a distributive and a centralized model. So the state health department maintains the platform called Alert, which the health department has to maintain and update and coordinate inputs from any of the other partners, including St. Charles, et cetera. Some of the medical record systems can drop records directly for enrolled patients in their system, drop directly into Alert, but we maintain that. And Jill Johnson, who's our vaccine coordinator, is looking at least weekly and often more daily at the jurisdictional report, which is an overview of that. As the vaccine supply becomes more reliable, and as more of the Moderna, which is a little less fastidious in the handling because it can be out of the deep freeze for up to 30 days, we will continue to distribute more and more vaccine to individual providers that have registered and been approved as such. So large doctors' offices, et cetera. So in the long run, we're hoping that through either your medical care provider or through a larger clinic that they're affiliated with, or the hospital or our services, that a vaccine will be provided. And then also pharmacies are coming online to provide vaccines where people can just register and go in and get the vaccination. And we'll continue to be the primary actor in the logistics, following up inventory, working very closely with the hospital and the mass vaccination efforts, and continue to maintain any gap filling necessary. And right now the gap is very large to handle that volume. So that's hence the mass vaccinations. If we find that the distributed model is taking up a large part of the slack, then we would move those to either being smaller or less frequent.
And do we have enough people to make the mass events happen as they're needed?
We're actually, at this point, we have enough to staff them in the short term. However, we don't want to exhaust the people that have very kindly offered to flex what they're doing with their work. We've suspended some of our non-essential services, so we have more people to be able to work on this. The same with the hospital, detailing a lot of people. We're very actively enrolling through the Public Health Reserve Corps, enrolling retired or semi-retired or not fully employed physicians and nurses, people that have a prior medical or nursing license into that corps. We're also working to coordinate with Volunteers in Medicine, and then we have other pathways to enroll people with those medical qualifications that could serve as vaccinators and be supervised to provide the vaccine itself. And we're also building out opportunities for other types of skilled volunteers in the community to be able to help staff this. And then we have discussed an ask that I haven't shared yet. We discussed with the county administrator yesterday that we may ask other county government departments, and perhaps we'll ask the cities as well, whether they have individuals that might be interested in being deployed to help staff these. So we're hoping that this will be a collective community effort and that many people with germane skills will lean forward to assist in this as well.
So Dr. Conway, how many volunteers do we have then? Because we were receiving emails from people that wanted to step up and help. Do you have a count on that?
I don't have a current count. We've been forwarding all those. I know there's multiple parallel enrollment processes. We can get a count of that and provide it at the 10 a.m. meeting on Friday if you want.
I think it'd be nice for us to recognize them for stepping up. I think it's critical. I remember that some of our healthcare, your department worked so hard that really and truly, we don't want that to happen again, where they don't have a life. They've got to have a life. And I think it's really important. I also, no one mentioned how many people showed up at the testing last week at the fairgrounds, the one on Wednesday that OHA did with us.
It was approaching 400. It was high 300s.
Okay, do we get a number on that on the test results?
We're awaiting the test results. We would have reported them today if we had had them at least in a sort of general manner. Those were not included. We've been pestering that, but we're waiting on those results. We had hoped to have them actually on Monday or yesterday, but we do not have them yet.
You don't have them yet? Okay, all right. And I noticed on the reports from OHA on a daily basis that a couple of days last week, they didn't give the detail of the deaths. And I was wondering, Deschutes County had quite a few deaths that were all together on a couple of days. And I was just wondering, some of those deaths were from December. Is that normal that things take that long to work through the system and actually get on the OHA report?
As Nahad mentioned, there have been some anomalies in the throughput for reporting of testing cases and deaths. OHA has been struggling to keep up with the inputs and they've been doing some catch up as they discover difficulties. So there have been some reports from arrears that have been entered, and then that requires additional sorting out. And that's one of the things that makes it very difficult for Dr. Faith and her colleagues to give us a very timely data, just as we're preparing on Tuesdays to present on Wednesdays. But I think that OHA is being diligent about this. They're trying to keep up.
So Nahad, do we have a number then of deaths through 12/31 of COVID deaths in Deschutes County? Is it possible to pull that number out?
Commissioner, as of when you mentioned?
At the end of the year, yes, of course we can do that. We're happy to provide that on Friday.
Number out. I noticed, yes, some of them that were on the report were actually from December. So, it's.
So commissioners, I'm very sorry to be if this is seen as rude, but our weekly vaccine allocation meeting with OHA is starting right now, and I'm afraid I'll have to get off to join that. Make sure that we get what we need.
Well, Commissioner Dare, yeah, please, if you want to send an email to them, ask for specific numbers, and they can share it back with all of us.
Okay, great.
Great, thank you.
I just thought there wasn't much clarity.
So it looks, I think last thought.
Yeah, thank you for the report on our capacity. I'm really glad we're mobilizing volunteers, partners, our own staff. I know that our own staff is still in overdrive right now. I don't think that's ended. And I would just say that I'm very interested in creative ideas like that one you mentioned about, potentially tapping other departments or city staff to help with some of the logistics or other aspects of this. Great.
Thanks very much for your support. We'll provide as much of that information as we can on Friday morning. And then I do want to point out, Commissioner DeBone, you did mention the letter to the state of Oregon. So Eric Boney and I have talked, and I believe that he's on and he's prepared to provide any answers to any of your questions.
Wonderful. That's the next item. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Take care.
Thank you.
So at this time, item number 6, consideration of letter of state of Oregon pertaining COVID restrictions. So there's a proposed letter. It's in draft form. It's been shared with us. There's a couple items in here that are very, kind of the tangible statements. Whitney, do you want to?
Sure. At the board's meeting last Wednesday, I believe you asked staff to put a draft together for the board, talking about potential ways that the state might modify restrictions for specific businesses and counties that fall into the extreme risk category of the state's public health framework. And so the draft you have in front of you is something that admin staff worked on and then consulted with public health and closely with Eric, who's also on the call to kind of help shape this for the board's consideration. So we'd welcome any feedback you have on this draft. Happy to make any changes.
So first sentence, so the main source of transmission continues to be informal settings when family and friends gather. May want to, I mean, that's a pretty bold statement and it may be true, but I mean, I don't know that as a Board of Commissioners, we have the analysis to say that that's the main source of transmission. So maybe just saying that a main source of transmission, or, instead of the, just something like that. It just kind of seems like it's such a hard statement. But as I say, it's possibly a true statement too.
I really appreciate staff trying to take the number of comments that the board were putting out last week and trying to kind of capture that into a letter. I am still one of the things I was saying last week was that we have the risks of COVID spread, are across society, across businesses, across populations, and I believe we're asking for this sort of higher degree of local control so that we can release a little bit of pressure on certain sectors. So I would like to see that balanced by COVID spread containment measures in other areas, not just in the area of the businesses that we are dealing with, but there's a reason why we're in the extreme category. We have extremely high case numbers. We have and this is also, we have extremely high case numbers even with a dramatically reduced amount of testing this last couple of weeks. And so there's a lot of COVID in our community. And this is sort of like giving giving your teenage kids the keys to the car kind of request. I mean, if we're saying to the governor, give us more control, flexibility, we need to demonstrate the responsibility that we are going to be able to contain COVID in our community in other ways. So I would like to see in this letter not just mitigation measures or risk management measures for if we open up these certain kinds of businesses, here's the ways that we're going to make sure that these businesses are operating safely, which are really good. I would like to also see us offer up ways that our community is going to help contain COVID in unrelated areas, so that the net amount of COVID and COVID spread in our community will go down. And we know the things that help contain COVID, at the international level, at the national level, at the state level. We know that we need to do contact tracing. We're doing contact tracing. We know that testing can help us find COVID and contain it. And I'm concerned that our levels of testing have come down in the last couple of weeks. And the testing we were doing before was reactive testing. It was like oh, somebody's identified through contact tracing. Let's go find them after they've already possibly been infected and spread COVID to a bunch of people already. Like, we could be doing proactive testing in our community to help find COVID early before people are infecting other people. We know that distancing and masks and connecting with people outside really helps to reduce the spread of COVID. And that is largely a voluntary activity that needs to happen in very informal settings. we can try and clamp down on that in restaurants, but if a lot of the spread is happening, out in the community and, backyard, and, like inviting your neighbor over or your friends or some family members, there are, there are non kind of command and control ways to get at that, to encourage people, to voluntarily take more responsibility. And I don't think we've been doing enough of that. So those are the kinds of things I would like to see. Those are the kinds of measures I would like to see in a letter like this before we ask for the keys to the car. I want us to demonstrate that we are taking COVID seriously, that we have concrete ideas for how we can further promote the containment of the virus in our community before we ask for control so that we can relax constraints in some places. And I very much agree that it's that we are clamping down only in certain areas, and that's not fair, and that we really need to help these businesses. But we need to.
I think we've heard from the businesses this morning. I went to the Rock Gym. I saw what that man has done, the spacing, the room, the ventilation systems. It is incredible. I know what my gym in Sisters has done. He spent hundreds of thousands of dollars upgrading his gym in order to make it safe. And actually, the fact that COVID attacks people that are obese, we've seen that. We know that now. We know that it's almost been a year. We've been closed down for 2 months since the governor closed us down. Us and 25, 23 other counties. When you look at the average numbers for the state, we are right up there with the average numbers for the state, which isn't great. But I just feel like we've picked winners and we've picked losers. Definitely the people that I've talked to that are hoping we can get a little more flexibility with our breweries and things, with the rules, with the Colorado rules, and not the one sentence from OHA, that all that goes together. If you've ever shopped at, Home Depot or Lowe's, and you've been there with 1 million people, or you see the parking lot at Walmart, there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people in the big boxes. And then here are businesses that, even my Safeway that I go to, it used to be one door in, they'd count, and one door out. They haven't been doing that. They haven't done that the last 2 months. And yet everybody can go in there. And yet you see these small businesses that have put their life savings into it, that want to follow all the rules, that want to be safe, that that actually enforce the rules. I feel so badly for them. And I think that they get it. They want to keep us safe, but yet so many people would love to be able to go back to their gym. They really, truly would love to go back to their gym. So.
And I feel for these businesses, and I appreciate that there are a lot of businesses who are, model citizens in terms of COVID safety. I am asking, what are we going to say in this letter to actually get the governor to take it seriously? Because if you're basically saying, well, let us open some stuff up, and here we are in an extreme risk category with massive COVID spread in our community, and we're not going to do anything else about it except open these businesses up. That is irresponsible. That is not, you don't deserve the keys to the car. You need to demonstrate that you're taking your responsibility as the local public health authority seriously and doing more. Because if we were doing more, we wouldn't be in the extreme risk category. So I just don't think that the governor is going to take the letter seriously if you just say hey, relax these things for us. But we're just going to keep doing what we're doing. And I don't mean to say that we're not doing anything, but because we have been, we have for the most part met, our contact tracing load for all these months. We are doing a great job of mobilizing to vaccinate people. But But even, even in those two areas where our capacity, we have serious capacity constraints, and we're using people up here. When you said like these, some of these people don't have a life, or they didn't have a life, they still don't. They are still working their butts off. And so we need to demonstrate that we're willing to take.
We have added people because of that situation, Commissioner Chang. We did recognize what had happened, and fortunately, people have been added. People have, in the health department, and I do recognize that those people, they need to have a life. They cannot just be at the vaccination center every day. They've got to really be careful and not make people vulnerable. Like, you're working 8 days in a row. You can't do that in this situation. I think people really do need to step back. So I can agree with you there on that point. I don't know. I was just looking at the state risk levels, and it's fascinating. Okay, I'm from Little Hepner, Morrow County. Their positivity this week was clear up to 21.3%, which is pretty darn bad. But if you look at Marion County, theirs has been 11.6, 12.1, and 10.7. Definitely, we don't want to go there. And, I'm not happy that we were at 6.2, 7.1, and now 6.9 with our positivity. And if we would have had the other 400 tests that were just done last week, normally those results get back in like 2 to 3 days in the private industry testing. So that would have been 3,700 tests last week. So I see that it went down from 9,000, but it still would have been almost 4,000. And I believe isn't that within the range that's acceptable?
So we're talking about an advocacy letter from the Board of Commissioners to the governor, just getting this, maybe we can land this. We'll see where we're going to go. And this is definitely, a very engaging discussion. I'm going to be in support of the letter. I like the idea of adding some words about giving citizens a voluntary opportunity to take the responsibility. There's very tangible statement in here about 25% maximum occupancy rate authority, or 50-person maximum for restaurants and the air exchanges. So to say that's where I was going. There's very specific things in here that I do support.
And that 50,
I'm supportive of a letter today. We'll see if how we get.
I was just going to say the 50, that includes all the staff that's there working. So if you have the cook and all your help in the kitchen, and then you have your servers, it brings that number down to the people that actually can be in the restaurant to quite a bit lower. The people that I've met with, the breweries, they all want to follow all the guidelines. They have worked on air exchange, all the different things that they can do in order to really, they want to keep it safe. It's so contagious. I get it. It's extremely contagious. And, it's here. We've got to get our herd immunity up. We've got to get the vaccinations done so that we actually have our herd immunity. And, I would hope that Deschutes County could do an outstanding job and that we could get our people vaccinated. I believe our survey came back that, people are willing to get their vaccination. So let's get our herd immunity. But how to help the people so that they actually can have something left at the end of the herd immunity. Thank you for supporting the letter.
We're months away from reaching vaccination levels where we have herd immunity. So you've heard me say many times, I want to make sure that as many of these businesses as possible survive the pandemic. I don't think the governor would take a letter seriously that basically says, we know we have massive amounts of COVID in our community. We want you to give us local control, but we're not proposing anything additional to help contain COVID.
So there's a 3-person public board here. This is a great discussion. This is us practicing, working together, different opinions, bringing the thoughts to the table here. As I say, I'm going to support a letter. I could go down a path here of, this is personal responsibility. This is asking our community to understand the effects of spread. talking about the risk categories. This has been given to us, the definition of what a risk category is by the Oregon Health Authority and the governor's office. This is a letter asking for a partnership. It's a personal responsibility at the local level. Yeah.
And I mean, I want to, if I don't vote for this letter, I don't want to say that I don't believe in the the intentions that are expressed here, but I do feel like it is not responsible to request to relax controls without explaining what we're going to do to better contain COVID in our community broadly.
Great. Commissioner Dare, do you have any wordsmithing thoughts? And would you want to make a motion?
No, I was actually really happy with the line that they say they've been abandoned by the state, while larger chains and big box stores have crowded aisles and checkout counters. And the one thing I would say, when I the other day read what Foxtail Bakery had to close. Oh my gosh, what a fabulous bakery restaurant in, over in the Old Mill District. I was really it was really sad to read that, and hopefully hopefully those kind of people will be able to come back at some point in time. But yeah, I think we've lost a lot of things, and I don't have any problems with the words. I'm happy to sign the letter. I move that we submit this letter to the governor. I know that Governor Inslee is dropping some restrictions in Washington State, which I think is good. And I don't know. I'm hearing that Northern California is going to look at it differently. I know, reading what's happening in Los Angeles, they've got a lockdown, but people are done with the lockdown. So,
What about changing the word "the main source" to "a main"?
well, a main source would probably be more appropriate.
Well, with that, one proposed. Well, so the only other thought are the words in here, and I need to go back and reread it. Voluntarily take responsibility was Commissioner Chang. You mentioned those words, and I like that idea. I mean, because this also is representing the citizens of Deschutes County, the people of Deschutes County, and I would ask. We want to voluntarily take responsibility. So if we could add those words somehow. As I say, I haven't really wordsmithed it.
And so to kind of home down from the the big picture to we can ensure that businesses are operating responsibly. There are businesses who are currently open in and not following the governor's guidelines. And I'm curious what my colleague's vision is of how a local government that has been delegated control of these issues deals with a business that is not requiring people to wear masks inside and is not following guidelines, and what kind of message we are sending if we allow those businesses to just continue to operate the way they are.
Well, I think environmental health and our restaurant folks are responding and notifying Oregon Health Authority. So, I mean, we do have a procedure in place at this time. I don't know if you're asking for more of a statement at the.
I mean, if we're basically asking to be the authority on this issue, then do we take enforcement of safety guidelines upon ourselves, or do we ask for decision-making power but not take the responsibility for enforcement?
Well, I'd say we would always be taking responsibility. I mean, I mean, this is an appropriate level of government providing common services for everybody, trying to keep the food supply safe. Public health is part of it. We are the local public health authority. So I wouldn't be asking for, special cases in there. I mean, it's got to be a pretty deterministic system.
Well, are we, do you feel strongly enough about that to put that into this letter? You know, we are aware of, you know, certain businesses within Deschutes County that are not following COVID safety protocols. This is what we're going to do about it.
No. That's not what this letter is at this time.
I
But
don't,
that's a different discussion.
I do have
I
a
actually think it's very pertinent to this discussion because we are asking to take responsibility for these businesses to ensure that they are not spreading COVID. And we've just talked about a number of businesses that are doing, you know, they're taking huge efforts to be good actors. So if we're not addressing in this letter what we're going to do about bad actors, I think that it's incomplete.
on another issue, Whitney, I have a question. When it's 6 indoor air exchanges per hour, is that recommended by the CDC, that number 6?
That is a good question for environmental health,
Yep,
who
there we
is
go.
available.
Oh, Eric,
Thank you for
is
doing
that,
this.
is that what we want, Eric? Because I thought when I was meeting with the breweries, they were talking about even something more than that.
Okay, 6 air exchanges per hour is recommended by CDC for indoor dining at restaurants. And it's not easy to achieve. There'd have to be, for example, garage doors opened up on either end, doors opened up to get some good cross ventilation. And so we would work closely with all the restaurants in Deschutes County to help them, whether it's a heating, ventilation, air conditioning company or a mechanical engineer, to try to determine if they're achieving that. But the whole idea is to reduce aerosol transmission. And let me just say that with the Oregon schools being allowed to open, we have been getting signals from the governor's office, their reopening team and Oregon Health Authority, that certain businesses like restaurants, gyms, other indoor recreation facilities, that those requirements may be loosened to more align with the high risk category as opposed to the extreme risk category. So I'm not saying the letter would be moot, but this week we may find out if the extreme risk category guidance may be tweaked a little bit to safely try to have indoor dining allowed with certain restrictions to, again, try to minimize any COVID transmission.
That's what I've been hearing too, that I do believe, hopefully there is going to be some tweaking. They have, Eric, thank you so much for your December 18th contact with the state and your recommendations. I've talked to Leah Horner several times and they keep promising me that they are looking at what we've presented, and you know, safety is the concern. Met with a lot of people and they want to keep things safe, and honestly it is so contagious. But I think what happens in some cases is it gets in a household and then everybody in the household gets it, and you know, we've got to make people really extreme personal responsibility. I know I had 3 people for my Thanksgiving dinner, and I had 6 for Christmas dinner. So, you know, I followed the guidelines. I wear my mask, you know, and I think it's really important to remember to social distance and wash your hands. You know, that's what keeps people. Why are we not seeing the flu? You know, something is working for the flu. So anyway.
Okay, well, great discussion. Thank you for the passion on the subject. This is exactly where we're at as a community and as a society. There has been a motion and a second, and I'm going to call for the vote at this time. So Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
Commissioner Chang,
I vote no.
and I'll vote yes. So there's slight edits here. Yeah, thank you for the discussion. Thank you for the draft as provided to us as the starting point for this also.
And thank you, Eric. Thank you. I know your job has never been more unusual, and I thank you every day for your work and your department's work. I know it's not easy, but it is truly appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Item number 7, CARES Act funding update. This may be a simple one again. I don't know that it's big changes, but they'll be coming. You know, there's a lot of discussion at the federal level, state level about distribution of funds and support. Greg Munn. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. Greg Munn, Deschutes County Finance. I just have a brief update for you today, and a couple of points I want to make from last week. But essentially, the spreadsheet I normally share with you, there's been no update to that since last week or since the last couple of weeks. We are expecting to have our next reimbursement filed this week with the state. And so what that means is we'll have an updated sheet for you next week to review, but none this week. I do want to let you know that we are leaning in and monitoring the funding options that seem to be presented before us. And that includes FEMA, the $400 million that was allocated at the state level to the E-Board, the $900 billion federal package that was authorized at the end of last calendar year, and then also the bill for the $1.9 trillion package under the new administration. There appears that there is funding set aside under that proposal for state and local government. So more to that, but we are following that. I would say that we are continuing to collect our costs as we move forward, even though we don't have specific funding identified yet. And I'll just give you a couple of items that are coming up that we don't have funding for yet, that we'll be using some of our internal resources as a placeholder until those funds are identified. One of those is standing up the vaccine center out at the fairgrounds. I think you're all aware of what's going on out there. We're working closely with the emergency response group and making sure we get the tents ordered up and the heaters and all the things that is required to set up that vaccine center. We also have the business assistant loan program from last month, where we contracted with COIC to facilitate that for us, the distribution of that $2.3 million. There was a $25,000 contract with them that we are tracking those costs as well for them to do the administrative work, and we'll be collecting that as well. Other than that, that's just sort of a real short update. I'm hoping to have more information for you next week. Do you have any questions?
No question. Sounds like costs associated with vaccine at the fairgrounds, it will add up, but I think there's already been news, statewide news about funds available or going to be available for that also. Yep.
And I actually want to thank the River House for offering their convention center. The manager did that last Friday, and I thought that was an incredibly generous offer, and so appreciate them thinking about us at this time, and they were quite willing to participate. So if something does happen and we have a windstorm and we need to move it, we've got a great location. So thank you very much, River House.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Thank you.
So one item we might, I'm proposing that we move item 11 to the end of the day today, just to get to a lunch break. So that's the bond refunding options discussion with you, Greg. Yeah, that'll be closer to the end of the day.
Okay, great. Copy that.
At this time, item number 8. This is a public hearing, consideration of board signature on an annexation to Cloverdale Rural Fire Protection District.
Commissioners, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. This is the time set for a public hearing for the board to consider a petition to annex real property into the Cloverdale Rural Fire Protection District. The Rural Fire Protection District Board has approved the annexation. The county clerk and the assessor have certified the petition. Community Development has reviewed it for consistency with the comp plan. So at this point in time, and for the benefit of Commissioner Chang, the board gets these types of annexation hearings a couple times a year. They're sort of a vestige of old ORS provisions that has the Board of County Commissioners basically sit as the overseer of these types of requests. What you have here is a piece of real property that's adjacent to the current district, and I would suspect on account of financing and whatnot, there's a requirement that they be in a fire protection district. They've made application. Cloverdale's happy to have them, and upon the board approving this, they'll start getting taxed appropriately for that fire protection. There's a process internally where the clerk and the assessor have to certify, which they've done that, and community development has to confirm that it's consistent with the county's comp plan, and that's all occurred. So at this time would be the time to open the public hearing. In the event there's any testimony, I see the property owner is on the Zoom. I'm not sure if they intend to speak or not, and anybody else that might, obviously. And then ideally the board would close the hearing, and if they're in favor, would move to authorize board signature on order 2021-002, which I believe is in your packet.
Thank you very much for that introduction. At this time, the public hearing is open on this matter. Is there anyone interested in speaking on the topic? So I do see a Mr. Story who's joined us, if that's how you say that. So you are in the meeting, and if you unmute, you can just say, I have no testimony, or you do have testimony.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you wish me to speak at all?
If you'd like to.
I would appreciate the board's approval of this petition. It would benefit me through the my homeowner's insurance. I have been paying the assessment to the Cloverdale Fire District for many, many years that comes out. And by having it included in the fire district officially would help with my homeowner's insurance.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for the testimony. It's good to hear your voice on the topic. So understanding that you have been a paying member, but this is the paperwork behind it. So, is there anyone else?
Yes, thank you.
On the subject? Yes, thank you so much. And there's a raise hand function, could be on somebody that's not joined into this meeting. I forget the terminology, the participants and the attendants. So at this time, we're confirming that there's no one else to speak on this. There are or are not. So at this time, we will assume there is no one else to speak on this subject. So this has been the open public hearing on the matter. And at this time, I'll close the public hearing. Pretty straightforward. Do you have any closing thoughts?
Board, this would be the time for the commissioners to move approval of order 2021-002 if it's in favor of that.
I just want to say something because I'm in the Cloverdale Fire District, and I am really happy to know that they are expanding their borders, and I have a whole road right down the street from me on Mackenzie Canyon that is not in a fire district, and I'm hoping that perhaps Cloverdale will be in a position to bring them in too. I noticed you're off of Rebecca Lane, right off of Plainview, where I was driving around last, I think, Tuesday morning at 8 o'clock or something. So anyway, I think this is great, and do appreciate Cloverdale. And if you have the energy, that's one place where I know they need more volunteers. Their volunteers are getting older. So for the community, if you're listening, if you can help your local fire district, it would be greatly appreciated.
Okay, well, so at this time, is there a motion?
I move we do a board signature of order number 2021-002, the annexation to the Cloverdale Rural Fire District.
I second.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Congratulations, Mr. Story. Process complete.
Did you have to close the public?
I did.
You did all that.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So
Thank you.
Enjoy the insurance
Somebody's gotta be
benefits.
happy.
At this time, item number 9, review of proposed statewide transportation improvement fund projects with our partnership with COIC. We have some folks joining us in person today. So, and this was a discussion before, you know, how many people, how are we going to lay out? So we do just happen to have a few seats in the room for people to join us. So thank you very much. Got a few different versions of this in our packet in a nice binder also.
The binder's a lot thinner this year if you have.
Aha. Oh yeah, I mean there was a, and yeah, we printed it out many times. Yep, there you go.
I know. I was impressed.
Last time, yeah.
This is project lumping versus project splitting. Is that
Right.
Oh, there you go.
I think it's a difference of 7 projects versus
Yeah.
43 that we had the last time.
So Whitney, you want to kick us off, please?
We have learned.
Thank you, Commissioner DeBone. We are here today to talk about proposed projects for the 21-23 statewide transportation improvement fund. But before we get started and kind of the nitty gritty of what's before you today, I know Commissioner DeBone, you had invited Executive Director Bainey to come before you and kind of provide some opening remarks and introduce the staff from COIC that's joining us today. So I'll go ahead and turn things over for introductions and then we can kind of get into the weeds.
Yeah, so a couple thoughts. So Commissioner Dare, you're on the COIC board for us as a board of commissioners, correct?
Yes, and I'm the chair of COAC.
Okay.
That part.
But yeah, so you're participating in the active meetings. And then speaking with Tammy Bainey, it was also the concept, just the simple org chart, you know, because I was on the COIC board for a few years and I know the people, but I was just wondering kind of the org chart. So that was exactly the start. So let's do some introductions. And then following that, who is joining us online too?
You bet. Good morning. I hope we're still morning. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Tammy Bainey. I'm the Executive Director of COIC and great to see you all. I can see your smiling eyes, which is a good thing. So COIC has been in existence since 1972, and one of the big departments that we have and services that we provide is transportation. And I appreciate the opportunity to come before you and note Andrea Burrow, who was our interim transportation director. We've removed the word interim. She is our transportation director. And working to keep all things functional is also Derek Hoffbauer. And so those are the two individuals that you will see mostly before this board. Derek is our outreach and engagement administrator. And so he handles most of the committees, community work and engagement. And then we also have Marty Hopper, who works out of the Antler building in Redmond, and he oversees maintenance. He oversees the operations, call center, dispatch, drivers. The actual inner workings of the department. You will not see him as much. If you do, something's probably gone wrong. And so he's an incredible wealth of information and asset to the organization. So we provide a number of services in the region alongside you as our major partner. And so I just wanted to introduce these two in their official capacities and say thank you for the partnership and to Commissioner Adair for her investment in time in our board and all the things that we have happening. I would hope that we could come back in a future meeting and provide an update of COIC in general. As you know, we operate work source services, we operate an education program, community and economic development, and grants, of course, alongside all of you. So with that, I'll turn it over to Derek. Okay.
I think Whitney
or Whitney. Okay.
Yeah,
it
so
feels like
thank you very much for the introduction.
Yeah,
so,
excellent.
So Andrea, transportation director, so operations and then the projects and planning. So is kind of how you break it out from underneath you, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah. So as I say, that was the only conversation. It's like, well, who's leading and who's following? That was kind of the discussion. So thank you very much.
Perfect.
And who's joining us?
And online today, and I'll speak to this in a moment, but we have representatives from Pacific Crest Bus Lines who also applied for funding for the 21-23 biennium. So you'll see Chase Reinhardt and Tammy Black from Pacific Crest are available on Zoom, and we have some time set aside towards the end of our discussion today for both CET and Pacific Crest to provide you updates and synopsis of what they're proposing to do with funds if those projects are funded.
Great. Well, welcome and thanks for joining us, Chase Reinhardt and Tammy Black from Pacific Crest Bus Lines. So at this time, it sounds like Derek.
Yeah, hi. So welcome. Thanks, everyone. I just wanted to frame up the process, and then I think, Whitney, if you wanted to fill in terms of what's remaining from the last STIF cycle and what's new in this STIF cycle. But we were here a couple of years ago for the first kind of inaugural round of STIF funding. Had a lot of great discussions, had a lot of great projects. A lot of those are actually currently underway. There is a balance of funds that would carry over. Those need to be reprogrammed into the new STIF plan. And so in the memo that Whitney laid out, you have some totals that reflect, the projects in this current plan and then what's left over in the remaining account. There are a lot of bus purchases and some of those big items that haven't been invoiced yet. And so that's why all those buses are now starting to come in that were ordered. We did get all the snow removal equipment from last year, and I heard it's going to snow in maybe another week or so. So we're getting
Oh, it's
ready
still coming sooner or later. It's
for
coming.
that event. So that's money that we think will be well spent. And so, I really wanted to talk about the advisory committee's role with all these projects. So there was a project solicitation cycle that Whitney and her team pushed out for a notice for STIF applications. 2 applications came in, one from Cascades East Transit and one from Pacific Crest Bus Lines. And so those applications are in your packet and they're summarized as well. And so out of those applications, Andrea in a little bit will go through and kind of give an overview of what those projects entail. And I believe Tammy online can give a quick overview of her project. But the advisory committee's role, and we've been to you multiple times to appoint new members, do a little recruitment. Their role is to really, at this critical time frame, to review the projects ahead of time and prioritize the projects. So they're laid out in a prioritized list for you. And they almost fell just in line with the project numbers. They're a little off, but you can see in the memo, the advisory committee's ranking, and then the applicant, the STIF project description, and then the STIF plan project number, and then the project cost in the right column. So that was how the advisory committee ranks them. Again, this year, we actually requested, we sent the applications and the summaries 2 weeks in advance. And they did their due diligence over the holidays to get us a ranked spreadsheet back to us. We calculated the tallies and got the rankings. And then we met twice, once in December and then again in January. And in the January meeting, they voted to approve the slate of projects here. So that is what the advisory committee is recommending. They've been a fantastic group to work with. They've been super engaged. Got a lot of good comments and feedback on projects. We've been working with them also on catching them up with the last biennium's projects and how CET is currently implementing those and what our plans are for rolling those funds over and continuing to move forward with those projects like the Route 31, Sun River to Lapine, and the routes 8 and 9 in Bend, and then the service that'll be going into Redmond this summer for their deviated flex route that was funded in the last biennium. So you see those funds carrying over to still continue to implement those projects. So I'll pause here to see if Whitney, you have anything to add, or if the commissioners would like to ask any questions before we get Andrea talking about the specifics of the projects.
Go ahead.
I did have a question, Derek. I left a message this morning. I know that last year when we had those, 40 some plans, at the bottom of it was Crooked River. And I know it wasn't something, I didn't think it quite made it, but I'm just wondering what happened to that? Has it been, because it seems like we have funding. Has that moved up into any of these projects?
Yeah.
It's 10% Deschutes County and then it's the rest Jefferson, but those people I know definitely would love to be able to come into Redmond and then connect with other buses.
Right. And so, yes, we are still working on that project. We did purchase a bus that was kind of a shared bus between Jefferson County and Deschutes County. That bus will be used for some of the increased frequency on Route 22. And then we're looking at, we're actually just finished a big community survey in Crooked River Ranch. We have a STIF committee member from Jefferson County who's a veteran who's from Crooked River Ranch as well. So they've been really helping us. We had 129 survey responses to an online survey that was open just in the month of December. So community members in Crooked River Ranch are really voicing their transit needs in the community. So we've got some really good data. I'll just talk about a few. 3/4, want to get to businesses, grocery stores, and medical and health facilities. So we kind of are better understanding what the destinations are. We think probably having a service go to Redmond is probably the most ideal, but some have also indicated that they also, may need to travel to Bend as well. And then Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are the most ideal days for a service. So we would probably pick 1 or 2 of those days a week to pilot a service. And then one of the last data points is, more than half of respondents need to travel during the morning time. So we've really pegged down kind of what the travel patterns and where they want to go. And so now we're working with our planning staff and Andrea to frame up the service to utilize that extra bus, to maybe do some extended service around Metolius and Culver, hit Crooked River Ranch, and then bring folks back to Redmond. So we're in the planning stages, looking at implementation probably in the summer. But it is still an active project, and I believe there is still some funding to maintain those services in the new STIF plan as well.
That's excellent to hear, honestly, because I do feel like that's a group that hasn't been in, I think they tried to run their own bus or something once, and they, we need the professionalism of your service. And so that's great to know that that community will be served. So wonderful. Great news.
Yep.
Thank you so much for that.
So a couple thoughts, acknowledging that this is COIC managing the statewide transportation investment improvement fund, and COIC as a Cascades East transit provider. So so then you want to thank the fact that there has been another application by the Pacific Crest Bus Line. So just so we understand, you're managing the funds to get to projects and proposing projects. So that's our choice as the Board of Commissioners to have COIC doing that. Also, the fact that this is the statewide transportation improvement fund, which is the payroll dollars. We need to remember that, as employers, we've just talked about in businesses, but employers and employees seeing that extra line item, this is where it's coming back into our community for this investment that's happening. It's not just going into a black hole somewhere. So this is that tangible time where we're seeing the numbers, and by biennium, the numbers are getting pretty big too. So pretty exciting. Yeah, any thoughts?
No, to follow that thought, I was really excited to learn that the payroll tax dollars that are generated in Deschutes County stay in Deschutes County. And so it is really exciting to see those dollars coming home to roost and going into these great projects. I know that, I'd just like to say, I know it's been very difficult operating a public transit system during this COVID year. I really appreciate how the system has tried to respond to the unique travel and accessibility needs of our community, during this year. And I'm very excited to see, ridership was on this kind of like surge every year up until this year. And I'm really excited I have full faith that will resume when COVID settles down. These projects are a great opportunity to set up and be ready for that. So thank you.
Yeah, and Commissioner Chang, it's worth noting, although the funds, that are coming into Deschutes County stay in Deschutes County, it is a regional system, and our system does cross county lines. And there's been a really collaborative and cooperative effort between the 3 different qualified entities, Crook, Jefferson, and Deschutes County, and the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs, to share costs within their projects to make the system whole and to make it run well. So it's been really a pleasure to work with all of those government entities and the tribes to have a system that works for everyone in our region, regardless of what county they're traveling to or from.
Well, it looks like we might be inviting Klamath County into that mix also. I don't know how much of a financial partnership, but bus will be going right through there.
Right.
So where does that go when it says Bend to Klamath Falls bus service? Does it go all the way to Klamath Falls?
Yeah, so we performed a feasibility study to help Tammy Black understand the needs of the southern portion of Central Oregon. And so that feasibility study identified some gaps in the statewide transit network. And so Basin Transit was able to provide information on how far north they would go, and then our relationship with Amtrak. And then there is that gap, between Amtrak station there in Chemult and the Bend Redmond area. There's a small shuttle there, but you'll hear from Tammy that we want to be able to build that connection up so that folks that do want to travel south don't spend a few days doing it. So that's what the study was identifying.
So I've got two others, the Route 31 La Pine to Sun River, and I've mentioned it before, and as it was coming online, to get that route to go up and down Day Road between Sun River and La Pine would be an opportunity, which would be stops. So I don't know. I think there was a reason why it wasn't going to be a good starting point, but man, that'd be the way to go. Just kind of, it just notches a couple steps in there, but there's people that would be able to walk to that, and that would truly be the opportunity. So I would just advocate for that. Please study it and see if there's an opportunity for stops along that line. And then also, I'm trying to figure out which one of these projects, but the marketing, communications and outreach, put branding in there. We almost did that a couple of years ago when I was on the COIC board. We started down the branding path. Right now we have the big white buses. Some of them have a few decals and not. But if there could just be a full-on Central Oregon something, and we've been joking around what terminology might be used or what color scheme or whatever it would be. So that may be out there, but the board, the COIC board may be the great place for the sounding board.
It's been worked on, yes.
Yeah, so yeah, and maybe there's something coming. I don't know, but I just was on the board. And I remember that was the thing. If we could get that brand going where it is just hip to grab your coffee and your briefcase and go jump on the bus, which has got X brand, so I don't even want to mention any of my ideas at this point. So just showing enthusiasm for it.
Yes, and Mr. Chairman, if I may, it's on the strategic plan for the COIC board. We were split right down the center of changing the name or refreshing or leaving it as, and so, but we'll have some new board members, and I think it's a great time for us now that we've had a pause with COVID to really reflect and look at our service array. Interestingly, I had been at the coast, and Tillamook, all of their buses look like cows, including the little.
There's a brand in there
yes.
somewhere for
so
us.
I don't know that we would be, animals, but it certainly Tillamook, cows, dairy, that sort of thing. It was. I guess that's better than a brick of cheese, but
well, and the theme works in the winter when they're white buses and we're looking for snow, but I don't know that that's the solution.
Yes, yes, it's on the agenda. Thank you for that.
Well, so then, as I say, project number 6, is there a way to fund that a little more right now by putting X amount in there? I don't, if that's come up or not, I don't know. Or is it funded appropriately already? I don't even know.
Well, we have a bus sponsorship and advertising program. So a lot of the sponsors that are currently on the bus, they provide some in-kind services in return. For example, Bend Radio Group, they have the radio stations on the back. We have in-kind services through that we use to do some promotions like the Sister Shopper Shuttle, the Veterans Program that we just launched, and then some kind of general COIC awareness. So we're able to leverage those relationships and those agreements with some, support for radio to promote our transit projects and other COIC initiatives. And so, the idea moving forward is that perhaps we can find one of the marketing firms to help us develop, maybe we can put some of their things on the bus and they can create an ad campaign for us, and we can put our own graphics on.
I'm thinking bigger. I mean, right now it's either the bus is clean or it's dirty from my point of view. As a member of the community, you notice when they're, just been driving all day and they're just covered in dirt. I want it to be a color scheme and a theme. I'm just sharing my excitement on it. And it would be just the grand effort of giving it the look and feel, whatever it is. So as I say, I'd still support putting X amount into that if it's needed.
Yeah, and I think there's
you have a volunteer for your branding.
I would, yeah. Oh, and I got ideas too. Whitney knows we were talking.
Gosh, I'm impressed.
I will say there's 15 minutes designated at the next COIC board meeting in early February. That's going to go over the branding of our new Ben dial-a-ride vehicles. There's a whole color swatch, and we're going to have the board participate in this for the first time. So we're getting there.
Yeah,
good.
and we have a new service in Redmond, that's the deviated flex route, and then 2 new routes in Ben, routes 8 and 9. And so we're working on some kind of branding and color schemes for that. They'll hopefully kind of flow into the rest of the system. And we can think more broadly when we do those efforts to have it be more encompassing of all of CET's vehicles and not just those routes. So this is a good opportunity to introduce that, and thank you for your feedback, and we'll take that into consideration. And
Sharing my enthusiasm.
Love it.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, actually, what I love is the fact that we have a big enough room to be here socially distanced, because I've been on those Zoom calls, and it's really nice to get to see the whole team. So thanks for coming.
You're welcome. Thanks for
Nice
having
to
us.
see you as well.
Commissioner DeBonne, if I could just frame up a few more points before we get into project overviews. I think, thank you, Derek, for that summary. That was great. As was outlined in the board's packet, the county STIF plan is what we're working on and what we're here today discussing, and that's due to ODOT February 1st. And so the intent of today is to have the board hear from project applicants, and if the board is ready at this time to approve the county STIF plan so that staff can submit it prior to that February 1st deadline. You'll note that there are funds available in excess of what's being requested, and that the STIF committee did recommend that the board fund all of the projects that are before you today. I think the only other thing that I just wanted to highlight for the board, which is outlined in your memo, is that there was a slight shift in how STIF funds can be used in this biennium. And so you'll hear probably a little bit from Andrea in terms of what that means in terms of the projects that are before you. But in the initial biennium, funds were to be used for improving or expanding service, and now they can be used to maintain or continue service. And I think a large driver behind that was COVID and the impact that it's had on transportation providers. So our plan for today was to let you hear project by project from proposed applicants and ask any questions. And then we can check back in and see if the board feels comfortable providing approval of the plan during today's meeting. Does that seem like a good path forward?
So yeah, and I prepared, so I don't know that we need in depth. We can definitely ask questions as we go along. So yeah, Andrea, if you want to, are you going to present kind of the projects as they go, and then good.
Andrea, I'll turn things over to you.
Sure. So just to highlight, the last biennium cycle, we were very project specific. We learned from some of the kinks of what that meant in terms of reporting and compliance. And so this biennium cycle, we went bigger in the aggregate in terms of the categories of STIF projects and how that aligns with ODOT's rules and legislature. So project 1 is going to speak directly to operations. That is your wheels on the ground. That is your driver wage. And we've outlined kind of some highlights of what that means. We're going to be able to maintain all of our existing STIF expansion projects from the 1921 cycle. So that's additional runs on a lot of our community connector system here throughout Deschutes County, connecting Lapine to Bend, Bend to Sisters, Bend to Redmond, et cetera. And so we want to make sure that there's additional frequency to make an attractive choice to take transit. So that's where that funding was going to go. In addition to that, we wanted to be able to connect Prineville to Bend more seamlessly than we have in the past. So we're calling it a 1-seat ride, which allows people to coming in from Prineville not have to wait and transfer. The other things that we're going to be doing is some big changes here to the city of Bend's fixed route system. We're adding increased capacity along our major corridors. That's 3rd Street, Greenwood, and Newport. This is in conjunction with the Bend's TSP goals of increasing frequency along what's called our high capacity corridors. And then we want to introduce 2 new routes where there's a lack of transit coverage in the northeast section of Bend, your Juniper Ridge area, Empire, et cetera, coming into Bend, and then the southeast. And as that area develops, we will be expanding our routes. That's Route 8 in the northeast and Route 9 in the southeast. So essentially some 4 major changes here for the Bend fixed route system. Then we're also going to be making sure we can continue to pilot our Lapine to Sun River. And if we can expand that service to the High Desert Museum in Bend, that's kind of our next future goal with that service, Route 31. And then also we just launched what's called our Sisters Shopper Shuttle. And that is getting folks from Sisters to major shopping destinations here in Bend, like Costco, Walmart, and the mall. And so basically Project One is going to encompass that, as well as what Derek mentioned, our introduction of deviated service in the city of Redmond. So that's underway as well. And so that's kind of your overview for ops. Before I moved on to the next project, any questions? All right.
And so that project actually had #1 ranking then by the committee.
Mhm. Yep. Project 2 speaks to administration. So this is to make sure we can continue doing this as an organization. So a couple things that we highlight in terms of what this covers. We have our dispatchers and our call center reps. As we expand into weekend service, we actually need to have people now coming on site onto our weekends, as well as our supervisors and operators. We're also increasing our vehicle washers, going back to those dirty buses, the maintenance team, the mechanics. Basically, as you add more fleet, there's more people that need to support it. And then as well as all of the efforts on our part to continue this program running. So that's what Project 2 encompasses. And I will say the majority of it goes to non-administrative. It goes to the operating team that supports Cascades East Transit, primarily from our Redmond office. Project 3 is what you're hearing a lot about, and something that I've definitely taken on quite quickly in this new role is the concept of mobility hubs. Again, this is part of Bend's TSP, as well as to soon to be Deschutes County Transportation System Plan, which is underway. And we understand that there's constraints and capacity issues at Hawthorne Station. And so this funding is going to allow us to look at property, test the site, and eventually secure property to create a secondary hub here in Bend. And there's also some other multiple funding sources outside of STIF that we're hoping to leverage so that we could really go ahead and do this in a timely manner, because that station is at capacity and we understand the need to build quickly.
Andrea, that's where my question is. Sure. Because our COAC, when we had our projects that we were analyzing, I think a week and a half ago or something, that project actually had an ask, the cost of 2.2 million. And so you're asking for 2 million here. Okay, you're trying to buy land, et cetera. I can understand the issue. What is your total cost to that project? I mean, are you going to need 4.2 million? Are you looking for 8 million, or what is the total? Do you have an idea?
Yeah, so what we're doing is, so there's some Bend MPO funds, STIF discretionary, STIF formula, all going up towards mobility hubs concept. Obviously, we're still waiting on STIF discretionary. We don't know if we were awarded yet. But our goal is to have enough funding that this becomes an actual viable project to purchase property and then start the construction of it. So we understand land cost here in Bend, and then securing the funds to actually construct the foundation of a transit hub. And so that's your electric, your restrooms, your ingress and egress, your sawtooth design. And so we're kind of monitoring what Lapine is doing with their station and seeing if we can mimic some of the infrastructure that they're doing. So that's kind of our goal. And that'll probably be hopefully in, I'd say, 2 to 5 years time is what we want to make to happen.
So what's the dollar though? Okay, so if you're going to have some Bend funds with this, I know this was going to the state, and we really weren't sure if if it was going to fund the 2.2 million because it was a little bit higher. But when you consider our population and our growth, we definitely need it. But are you talking about you need to raise 8 million or 6 million?
I would say kind of off the cuff, we want to secure about 1.5 to 2 for all land acquisition, soil testing, property analysis, et cetera, and then secure another 1.5 to 2 for the actual construction of the site itself.
And then Andrew, if I may, we intend to develop a number of them throughout the community. So this is just the beginning. And so part of that will also be leveraging part of the bond funds from the city of Bend and being able to build out an expansion that continues to put those resources within communities. So we are not continuing with the hub and spoke model. So we can lessen that impact on the Hawthorne area and appropriately distribute that to the right areas throughout the community. It also will add better access to the transit services as well.
Great.
The fourth one is local match. So this is something that I'll be very honest, CET has struggled with in the past. Most of our grants either require a 10%, a 20%, or a 50% match. And so securing funds that allow us to leverage all of our other grants, whether it's our operating grants, capital grants, et cetera, this will be able to make us feel a little bit more comfortable going forward. Local match has decreased over the years. We cannot use fair revenue for local match. So we depend on group pass programs, contract revenue, et cetera. And unfortunately, during COVID and even prior to COVID, that this is a funding source that has decreased and where we need the most help.
And so you're able to sort of stockpile match even if you don't have a specific place that you're proposing it to.
Yes.
Okay.
And then, okay.
I was going to just note that one nuance about our service in general is that we are the largest transit provider in the state that does not have a tax base. So just remembering that we don't have a general fund that we can set aside funds. We are grant and contract funded. And so the STIF funds really allow us to start building those reserves to be able to take advantage of those opportunities that come along. And then we have the match set aside and can move forward.
And then project 5, I think we spoke about it earlier, the communication marketing, the branding. This allows Derek's team to do a lot of social media posts, radio ads, all the things that make our agency known to the public.
At least I got you to use the word branding. Oh, that's good.
Yes.
Love it.
And then project 6 is, we put that in there because we are approaching a year without collecting any fares on our entire system. We are still in the midst of this pandemic, and we anticipate that we will not collect fares in 2021 either. And so there goes a general fund source that we once had that we do not have any longer. We want to continue keeping our drivers safe, not interacting with passengers, passing money back and forth, so that we can continue that effort throughout this year during this time. So that's kind of a giant overview. I will add one sentence that I'm very excited about. A project that was secured last biennium cycle is the new, what we call a CAD AVL system. That is the brains, the technology behind our fleet. The RFP went out last week. We hope to get a new technological system in all of our fleet by this summer. This will allow, obviously, a plethora of...
You got to explain what CAD AVL stands for. You can't just slide that one on us.
It stands for Computer Aided Dispatch Automatic Vehicle Locator.
There we go.
There we go. And so, in essence, when it comes to the customer side and to the public side, this is where we can have that app on your phone where you can reserve a ride. We have a very old school system of calling in a phone tree, reserving a trip. So we're hoping that this new technology system will really bring our agency into the 21st century. Tammy knows I'm a huge nerd when it comes to this. This is the most exciting project that I get to work on. And you get to see the buses moving in real time. You get to see that real time information displayed on LED signs. So that is underway, and that was a STIF 1921 project.
Kind of like Find Your Friends.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it.
So then project number 7, yeah.
Yep, project number 7. So we'll turn things over to Tammy, who's joined us on Zoom, and let you talk about your proposed project to connect Bend and the Klamath Falls bus, or Klamath Falls bus service.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Yes, thank you for having us. And actually, I have Chase along here, and he was going to provide the synopsis, and I'm happy to answer any extra questions if need be. So I'll let him go ahead.
Hi, how's it going, everyone?
Hello.
So with the Bend to Klamath connector proposal, we were thinking that it would be more seamless and easier to get from and to Bend, when also providing better interlining services that would get transportation to Amtrak, Greyhound, Pacific Crest bus lines, Eugene to Bend, as well as the Eastern Point and the Southwest Point. The benefits of having this connection down the 97 corridor would be more consistency and reliability getting to and from Bend, as well as streamlining the connections for daytime travel. This would close a gap in the state transit network, making timely connections east, west, and south. It would increase mobility for Oregonians, especially the small communities down 97 corridor, including Lapine, Crescent, Beaver Marsh, and Chilliwack. It would also allow those smaller communities to get up to Bend for medical visits, shopping, services, and travel. And the goals met by this proposal would be supporting key initiatives from the Oregon Public Transportation Plan, focusing mainly on regional and intercity services, frequency and reliability of service between communities, servicing communities inside and outside of service areas, ADA compliant vehicles with collaboration between CET, ODOT, and Klamath Basin Transit.
Well, and thanks for having the transit study done. Maybe that was done as partnership for this whole thing. So that's a good document really showing all the parts and pieces in the analysis of this route and acknowledging that it is a statewide connection that could be optimized. Yeah, no question.
Oh, I did have a question though. Okay, so it's a daily bus service for Klamath. On our COAC, the bottom two that we looked at were, one was Grant County up Bend Run, and that was 110,000, and that was going to be 3 days a week. And then Harney County, I guess it must have just been what, one run a week or something, Derek? So those were other things helping rural Oregonians get here, do their shopping, see their healthcare. And it's just something that I felt badly that we put them at the bottom of our list, but you know, it's something maybe your group can think about in the future if they're not funded elsewhere from either Harney or Grant County in their regions. Yeah, you know, what is it? John Day is like 3 hours from here, and Burns is what, 2? So, and what are we talking? Klamath is 2 hours. So it's gonna run all the way from Klamath, the city, then, and it will run daily that route, or is it not going to go that far?
Yes, it would go all the way from Bend to Klamath Falls, stopping at multiple locations along several stops in Klamath Falls and Bend.
Okay, and that's a 7-day-a-week service too?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the board clarification, there's 2 different buckets of STIF. There's STIF formula, which is what the board's discussing today, and there's STIF discretionary, which is some of the projects that Commissioner Adair has referenced. So just to provide some clarification in that process, and happy to answer any questions if you have any.
And this is kind of the 1-point choice for the next biennium. I mean, this is kind of the big choice for the next couple of years.
It is, yes, you're correct.
And then Commissioner Chang, you mentioned, yeah, this is the big roll up. So it's a lot easier when there's 7 instead of, what was the total number in the 2 binders in the past?
Oh,
Yeah.
think we
I
had
thought it was up to
43.
40 something.
Yeah, but I mean, that was a good point in time.
They went from 43 to 38. So we
Yeah, yeah.
consolidated some, but still, that's quite a few.
It was
That was
huge.
that was a point in time. You kind of needed to break it down at that level and really analyze it and think about it and see if there's the right mix of projects.
Could I just ask Pacific Crest one more question, just kind of for my general education, not, it seems like a very worthy project in my opinion, but I'm curious what other transit operations you currently have in place, or what kind of lines you're currently operating.
We have a operates daily between Eugene and Bend, as well as an operates. Can you turn the volume up, please? Sorry about that. And then we have a route that operates daily from Eugene to Florence called Link Lane. We contract with Lane Council of Governments. We contract with Lane Transit District and operate the Diamond Express between Eugene and Oak Ridge 5 days a week. As well, we have the contract with the Southwest Point from Klamath Falls to Medford and Cave Junction to Brookings. And we also operate a couple of Greyhound agencies in Medford and Eugene. I think that's all of them.
Quite a coverage area.
Thank you. Well, so yeah, anything else presentation wise or? So, and you kind of left it open, either approved today or in the near future.
Correct. The plan is due, as I mentioned, on February 1st. So if the board were to provide its approval of the STIF plan today, staff would move forward in submitting the plan to ODOT. But if the board would like us to come back next week, we're also happy to do that.
Yeah. So I'm comfortable. I don't know if there are any thoughts.
I just have a couple more questions. Andrea, I was on a select the bus committee, I think it was last month. So
Thank you.
I know it was an experience.
Yes.
Yes, I know. I learned a lot. Thank goodness I drive a pickup, so I knew what they were talking about. The carryover, that 3.9 million. Have you guys subtracted then all the buses that are ordered, already approved out of that number?
Yes, and so I worked with our fiscal team as well as Whitney to kind of forecast where we're going to be by June 30th, and estimated that the rest of the remainder will go into our operating side, Project One.
Okay, and then you feel comfortable leaving just $1 million for the carryover then for the next biennium?
Yep.
Okay, that's per your accounting and Michelle and everyone.
Okay, well, with that, is there a move for approval of this package?
Let me see if I get the language right on this. I move that we approve this proposed statewide transportation improvement fund list of projects for submittal. Is that
Sure, for the 21 to 23 biennium, maybe.
for the 21 to 23 biennium?
How's that sound?
Great.
Is that correct?
That's perfect. Yes, you're approving the STIF plan for 21-23.
In the order. So I'll second that.
Okay, any other discussion? Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And I'll vote yes. There we go. Good to see everyone. Good discussion.
Thank you.
Sure changed around, but we're all communicating real well, it sounds like. Congratulations to our partners here from the Pacific Crest Bus Lines for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thank you, Tammy.
Yes, wonderful to see you all.
Thank you, Chase.
So we're going to sneak one more item in. I mean, not sneak it in. This is our original agenda. We're going to do one more item and then move item 11 to the end of the day. So item number 10, Pinecrest Lane closure restriction to 97 discussion. Chris Doty, probably been standing by for a while. Thank you very much for joining us. If Chris Doty's out there, maybe somebody from ODOT. Yep, there we go. Gary Farnsworth.
Commissioners, good afternoon.
Yep, it is afternoon. Good afternoon.
Thanks for sneaking us in.
Well,
Problem with that
following
one.
the agenda.
We'll take it. So commissioners, again, Chris Doty, Road Department Director. Also on the call, video call here is Gary Farnsworth, Region Manager here in ODOT. I think all of you know Gary pretty well. We're here this afternoon to discuss a request from ODOT to assist in the closure/restriction of access to US 97 from Pinecrest Lane north of La Pine. Pinecrest Lane is a local access road that's not maintained by Deschutes County. However, we are the jurisdictional authority for the right-of-way as it is a public road. Pinecrest provides access to a 91 lot. It's actually 2 subdivisions of 91 lots total. However, access via 97 was made redundant when the county improved Huntington Road and Deer Lane in 2017, when we made those improvements and paved those roads. So residents now have the ability to access via improved roads on the west side of the subdivision rather than relying on Highway 97 for access for the most part. And more importantly, they have access to Highway 97 via Prairie Drive to the north and Burgess Road to the south. And when they access Highway 97 at those locations, it's at locations with turn lanes and other safety improvements for safe ingress and egress and access to their homes. That requires a little bit of out of directional travel, but not a significant amount in having them do that. So the proposal is to gate Pinecrest Lane at the north end of the subdivision. You have a map in your packet that shows both the vicinity of the subdivision and the proposed gate location. It would remain as an emergency access that would be utilized in the event of an evacuation due to wildfire or other issue. Now the subdivision traffic would be prohibited from using Pinecrest access on a day-to-day basis. However, there is a ranch located north of Pinecrest that would continue to use Pinecrest basically as a driveway to the ranch, and in doing so, it would not you wouldn't have ranch traffic using the local roads in the subdivision, cattle trucks and whatnot. They would have direct access out to the highway still. So to that end, board, the mechanism to implement this restriction would be via a board-approved gate permit. Now, normally when we bring you gate permits for your approval, they're very non-controversial, impacting 1 or 2 properties, and everyone's on board already. But obviously that's not the case necessarily with this proposal. We're impacting 91 lots that have kind of grown accustomed to utilizing Pinecrest for access. That said, many have preferred and used the other alternative access that's been provided as on a day-to-day basis rather than taking chances, so to speak, on Highway 97. So this restriction clearly, board will have impact. It will necessitate a form of outreach and maybe some dialogue that normally we don't see with our gate approval or gate permit applications. And so that's why Gary's here today, is to talk about what ODOT can do to make the board comfortable with the amount of outreach and feedback from the folks impacted by this restriction. And Gary's going to talk a little bit about some ideas as far as outreach, so that when the gate permit does come to you, your understanding of who's been involved in the discussion, who's been made aware, and so on. Before I turn it over to Gary, do you have any questions on the mechanism or any of the particulars of what we're discussing?
No questions.
Okay, so with that, Gary, take it away.
Thank you, Chris. Again, Gary Farnsworth. I'm the ODOT Region 4 manager here in Bend. Also, it looks like we have Bob Townsend on the call as well. I think all 3 of you know Bob or will soon if you don't already. And I'd asked our district manager, Mike Davis, to join. I'm not sure if he was able to make it today. He covers our maintenance and operations for the La Pine area all the way up to Sun River. So appreciate your time this morning. I did listen in on the previous topic you had in whole, and of course I'm keenly interested in that topic, and the mobility hubs element is also very of high importance and interest to me as well. So onto this topic. With your support, we would move into engaging a range of stakeholders. The focus will be on folks that use that road connection to US 97. The immediate neighborhood, as Chris suggested, and anyone else that may use it in that vicinity on the west side of 97 in the county. And then any other folks that might be indirectly affected as well. So our reach would be fairly broad to make sure we're touching all the right bases, not just county residents, but of course you all as a board and other key staff members. The city of La Pine, I think, would be a good connection as well, as we talk about folks connecting there at Burgess in the Wickiup area. Also, emergency services, and I know, Chris, you've done a little bit of outreach already on that, but we would continue that engagement with emergency services folks. Also, folks that make deliveries, whether it be freight or bringing services to the area that would be used to using 97 would be important. We'll also want to engage with Burlington Northern, even though we technically won't be making any changes to the crossing itself. We'll be changing the traffic dynamics, and we'll want to just make sure they understand what we're doing and what the effects might be of that change. And then, of course, broadly, we'll want to open this up to make sure we're being transparent with anyone from the public, travelers and others that might be interested in that. The things we would probably want to do and look for some help in finding out what a distribution would look like is mailing out postcards to a range of folks, residents from the area, of course, and then some, just make sure we've had a way to touch bases with folks, and then in a postcard, not only give them the information on the proposal, but also to give them avenues and offer up some expectations on follow-up that would happen with and for them, so they can engage and give input and describe their concerns, questions, and so forth. Also, we would put together a website so that we have some redundancy there between what we would get out to folks and having something online that they could also use for interaction. We could use for interaction. In fact, if we do some meetings and that sort of thing, we may want to use the website to help with that. And then depending on how the response is going, we'll most likely want to find ways to engage in either with individuals or with small groups, even consider whether or not we want to have more of an open style online meeting along those lines. Of course, we'll be very interested in making sure agricultural uses are being addressed. They're, of course, very important to all of us from a mobility and economics perspective. Already mentioned we would reach out directly to the emergency services folks in conversation, opportunity for input. And then any other folks that come along, I'll be looking at to Chris and others from the county to help us identify other stakeholders more specifically in doing that outreach. And then, of course, we'll keep things up to date, provide you all with either updates or bringing back some findings. And then however you might want to engage with us in this type of a forum we're doing today or other opportunities, we would certainly be happy to entertain how to do that. So this is, I'll just close with, this is something I've been looking at for many years. And I think it's a great opportunity to make a safety improvement significantly between the rail crossing and the access to 97. And as Chris already articulated, perhaps to some better points of access with what I consider to be relatively minimal impact in terms of folks having to go out of direction and those sorts of things, especially when you put it in the context of amount of time it takes for folks to get from one point to the other. So I'll stop there, just check and see if Bob has anything to add on how we might approach the engagement with the public or any other thoughts, and then I'll put it back to Chris and the board.
No, I think you captured it. I think the dynamic to remember is this is a dynamic conversation around outreach, right? And it's dependent on the initial feedback we get, and do we need to expand our approach, or is it pretty straightforward? So we'll meet the needs of the community or the requests of the board, of course.
Yeah, thanks, Bob. So we've already started outlining an actual plan for that engagement, and he's absolutely right. It'll be dynamic, and we'll adjust as we need to make sure we're covering all of the interests and input to a good decision.
Yeah. So with that, board, we have not set a date for a gate permit application to you. We're here today to really kind of make sure that you're comfortable with maybe some of the level of outreach that Gary and Bob have described, such that when we do feel we've arrived at that appropriate level of outreach and we can bring you that gate permit application, you can look at it, with the perspective of knowing that the community's been consulted on this, and there'll be no surprises. So if you have any concerns over anything you've heard, it'd be great to hear.
So just the logistics. So the Board of Commissioners can deny this, or, I mean, who's the applicant and who's the authority making the decision?
Great question. So it's pretty unique in that, the access remains open because it needs to serve that ranch to the north. And so ODOT actually isn't an applicant in this scenario. The applicant would be basically the county road department. We would be having you approve a gate located in that right of way that we would be the applicant for, such though it would just restrict that access. So that's just the way that what needs to happen here for both that access to remain viable for ODOT and the rancher to the north, and also restrict the movements to the south. So this is us kind of teaming up on this, so to speak.
Okay. Well, and I've had conversations, I think, with all of you, noting that there was a message or mailbox changes. Postal Service had kind of talked about that this is coming. Community members know it's coming. So, I kind of have a hunch that there may be somebody out there that is opposed to this, but most people are resigned to the fact that it's coming. So I'm just letting you know that's my experience, my knowledge on the ground from living pretty close to that also.
I have a question about the Hatcher property. I'm assuming that's the ranch. Is this the only way in and out to that ranch then? Is the local access road that we're going to be gating?
Correct. They're pinned in by BLM property to the west, and really lack of accessibility to the north for the most part. They should be able to have access for their residential use, perhaps from the Pinecrest neighborhood, but yes, Commissioner, this is the only access they have.
Thank you.
So I know we're not in a quasi judicial anything, but I know Mr. Hatcher pretty well. We've done farming together. We've shared equipment. I've been in and out of every one of those roads, and there is another back road to the property, but it isn't improved, as in, it just goes to his field. So this is truly the driveway to the barn and residential and garage.
I certainly don't want to get in too far into the weeds, but the understanding is that that driveway access will be on the north side of the gate, and they will not be prohibited by it. Chris, is that correct?
Correct. They'll have ranch access on the north side of the gate, so they won't have to open a gate.
Just like they have today, basically the same as they have today.
Correct.
Yeah, in the diagram, it looks like their drive might come out behind the gate, but that's really helpful to know. And the one other question I wanted to ask about the gate was who else or who will have the key?
Yeah, great question. So certainly all stakeholders that would have permission to open the gate would have access. So the Lapine Fire District would, although they never let locks get in their way of opening a gate when they need to. ODOT would, and the county would.
So there wouldn't be none of the residents that live that real at that far end of West Drive would have a key.
Correct.
So yeah, my thought process is, I support a postcard, maybe even set. So I don't know. The date is kind of the next thing that's up in the air. I don't know what the protocol would be, but either we set a date and work our way backwards from it, or we propose that we're gonna set a date. So I'm not sure what we're thinking there yet.
Yeah.
Want me to go, Chris?
Okay. Oh, yeah, I'm thinking that Gary threw out a lot of input or outreach items today. We'll put together a more that calendar approach to it, and set a date and work back from it, I'm guessing, so that when we do communicate to folks, they'll have an understanding of of when the board would be receiving the application. So we haven't quite worked out the particulars of that yet. It's probably going to be 1 or 2 months, would be my guess.
And then we could also basically say this is an effort of Deschutes County in partnership with ODOT for public safety.
Yeah, I mean, this is truly our request to you. The county has jurisdiction, and we're requesting this because we think it's the right thing to do. It makes sense, and I think the impacts are there, but it's worth the effort to see if we can get this accomplished. So we're very interested in recognizing that a lot of this is affected by 97 and the rail crossing, and we own that part of it, but we're relying on the county to help us get to the goal. So very much a partnership. And Chris is correct. I mentioned we're starting into a draft plan. That plan will include some timelines and so forth. And then probably the best way to do that is see what that plan looks like, and then back to a date to come back to you for a decision.
So basically acknowledging and willingness to proceed. So it looks like we're nodding yes. Yep. So let's proceed.
Yeah, very interesting project, but lots of potential safety benefits. Thanks for bringing it to us.
You're welcome. And thank you, Chris, for getting it to this point, and you and your staff for getting us this lined up. This is a great opportunity for us to make some safety improvements.
Bet.
I do know people that have been in accidents there too. So yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Thank you, board.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
At this time, we'll take a lunch recess to be back at 1:30, so just about an hour. And we are moving item number 11 to the end of the day. And there will be executive session, so we may be here pretty far into the afternoon. So
Is that item 11 executive session? Or?
no,
No.
but there'll be following item after that even. We'll see.
So,
Okay,
so you're going to start
Recess.
at 1:30 with the item, which
1:30.
I am not going to be here for.
oh, yes, correct.
Okay. So we put
Hey, it's 1:30. Welcome back to the Board of Commissioners meeting for January 20th, 2021. We're going to step to our next agenda item, item number 12, which is a public hearing on appeal of a hearing officer decision, a proposal to construct a new hydroelectric facility in conjunction with the irrigation system owned and operated by Three Sisters Irrigation District, and a lot of record verification for the subject property. Tarek Rawlings, thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good afternoon. For the record, Tarek Rawlings. I'm an associate planner with the Community Development Department. And I'm just going to share my screen really quick here to start a PowerPoint presentation. And yeah, so today is January 20th. We have the scheduled public hearing, exactly as you said, for a hydroelectric facility proposal, including a lot of record verification. The file numbers are at the top of the screen here. They're 247-20-000, 187-LR, 191CU, 192CU, 193SP, 461MA, and as well as the two appeal files, which are 635-A and 637-A. A little bit of background on the proposal here is that the full proposal is a site plan and conditional use review for the new Three Sisters Irrigation District hydroelectric facility, including the lot of record verification and a modification of application for some of the features added after the initial application period. The features of the proposal include an actual facility structure to house the hydroelectric facility turbine, a parking area, some underground electrical distribution lines, and a driveway access. There's also a component of the facility that we'll hear about later on called the tail race, which is essentially a part of these facilities that diffuses water back into a reservoir or body, or diffuses it outward from the facility. We'll hear more about that in a little bit. The subject property itself is 97.6 acres and contains 3 different base zoning districts: the exclusive farm use zone, the multiple use agricultural 10 zone, as well as the floodplain zone, which is associated with the reservoir that's on site. So here's kind of a pretty zoomed out view of the actual subject property. It's about 5 miles northeast of the city of Sisters. And I'll show you kind of on this next slide, the locations of the 3 different zoning districts. So there's the northern portion in the light blue is the exclusive farm use zone portion of the property. I also have a physical map in the room with you. It should be kind of up to your left, up against the wall is where I'd put it if you do want to look at a physical copy of the map. The floodplain zone, as we talked about, the boundary more or less follows the outline of the McKenzie Reservoir there. And then in yellow, the portion of that property is the multiple use agricultural 10 portion. The majority of the actual structure and the impacts are focused on the floodplain and the MUA 10 zones, but there are review pertaining to some aspects of the exclusive farm use zone as well in the hearings officer's decision. Which brings us to the decision itself. Overall, it's a denial of the proposal. The grounds for denial were one component had to deal with Oregon Administrative Rule 660-033-0130, whether the application complied with that, and really just applicability in general for that administrative rule. It was also denied because of the dimensional standards of the multiple use agricultural 10 zone, more or less because there weren't 10 acres minimum of that MUA 10 portion. It was denied for that reason. And then there are some corresponding site plan review criteria that couldn't be met because they require that all other zoning district criteria be met. So overall, it was a denial of the actual hydroelectric facility itself in terms of the site plan and conditional use permit. However, the lot of record verification under file number 247-20-000187-LR was approved. That was the one component of these applications that was approved, verifying that the subject property is a legal lot of record. Of note, and we'll get into this in more detail, is that there's quite a bit of discussion in the hearings officer's decision focused around the hydroelectric facility specific conditional use criteria contained in our county code section 18.128.0 20.260, and we'll go over that in considerable detail. I'm going to summarize the appeal issues in a fairly brief way, in acknowledging that both the applicant and the appellant who both filed appeals will go into much more detail in terms of their exact positions on their issues on appeal here. So there were 2 appeals filed that I had alluded to there. One is by the applicant themselves, so Three Sisters Irrigation District, as well as Central Oregon Land Watch, which was, they were kind of the main appellant throughout the hearings officer process. So those 2 were the 2 main notices of appeal that were timely filed after the hearings officer's decision was issued on September 4th of 2020. So I'll go over TSID's appeal issues first. There were 2 main appeal issues. You've also received a 1-page printout summary that I believe goes into a bit more detail, but largely just highlights these 2 issues. The first being the Oregon Administrative Rule. The applicant TSID wants the board to revisit the findings that the hearings officer produced concerning the Oregon Administrative Rule, and they'll go into more detail in terms of their position on applicability and how to review that administrative rule. The second point of appeal deals with the dimensional standards that I had mentioned earlier of the multiple use agricultural 10 zone. In each zone, usually that interfaces with a property line adjustment or a land division, there's a minimum acreage that standard that needs to be met. So if you're going to divide property or reconfigure it, there needs to be at least in this case 10 acres minimum for an MUA 10 zoned property. There was a denial in the hearings officer's decision because there is 9.6 or so acres of MUA 10 zoned property on the subject property. One thing I do want to really highlight here is that the hearings officer decision does not account for our own county code exceptions chapter in 18.120.020, specifically in subsection C, which I've highlighted on your screen here. It's a little small to read perhaps, but it's saying that any lot or parcel that is smaller than that minimum area, so anything in this case below 10 acres, can still be occupied by an allowed use if the following 4 criteria are met, if applicable. And one big kind of highlight of those 4 criteria is the first one, saying that if the lot or parcel is a lot of record, then it can be occupied by an allowed use. And as I pointed out earlier, the only approved portion of the hearings officer's decision was the lot of record verification. So in record at this time, this subject property has been verified as a lot of record. And I just want to highlight that for the board in that through reading our own county code here, as staff, we do recommend that you overturn the denial on these grounds, just in that we have our own exceptions chapter. But obviously we will hear more about both positions on whether it interfaces directly with this code or with any other information provided by either the applicant or the appellant.
Arik and
Pretty clear
Chair,
position stepping into the public hearing, so that's good. Go ahead.
Chair DeVone and Commissioner Chang, for the record, this is Peter Gutowski, Deschutes County Planning Manager. We need to have an opening statement before you open the hearing. I apologize for that. We accidentally omitted it. I think at this point, if this is a reasonable pause, would you be acceptable if I shared my screen and just read the opening statement in collaboration with you, Mr. Chairman?
And that's fine. And I did make a note that you have kind of a formal opening of a procedure, but he was on a roll, so I was going to let him go. But that's fine. We can do that right now.
Or we could, just before the hearing is formally open, maybe, again, it may flow better have Tariq finish his remarks as you prepare for the opening of the hearing. So,
yeah, I mean, as I say, either way, as I say, I was on a roll, just following it, making sure I had my mind space around the introductory slides here. But I also did make a note, kind of the official opening of the public hearing. So let's do it after.
Perfect. That sounds great.
Yeah, let's acknowledge it's going to happen.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Commissioner.
And yeah, thank you, Mr. Gutowski. I appreciate the clarification there. I'm just going to jump back to the slideshow really quick here. We're on this slide. And everyone can see that slideshow again.
Yes.
Yeah, so we were just talking about the exceptions chapter. Thanks for clarifying the formal opening remarks there. And I'm just going to move to the next series of appeal issues highlighted by Central Oregon Land Watch. Helpful to this discussion here is that there's a pretty sizable preliminary finding offered by the hearings officer in their decision, where there's discussion around defining terms and how the hearings officer is going to proceed to approach the hydroelectric facility specific conditional use criteria that are in section 18.128.260. A lot of that discussion revolves around the term where applicable. So determining which of those criteria do apply based on the term where applicable. The hearings officer goes on to try to define exactly what that term and where applicability can be found through that criteria. Hearings officer also mentions the definition of affected stretch of river as it's mentioned multiple times throughout those criteria. These are very germane in terms of how the hearings officer framed applicability and whether certain criteria were met or didn't apply to this proposal based on these preliminary findings, a lot of which dealt with defining these terms that aren't otherwise defined in our county code. So the first specific point of appeal that was brought up in the notice of appeal by Central Oregon Land Watch was that they challenge and disagree with the hearings officer's interpretation of the first series of criteria in subsection A of the hydroelectric specific conditional use criteria. And generally, the appeal issue for the subsection A challenges the hearings officer's reliance on the existing water rights that are owned by TSID, as well as the use of the kind of newly defined term of affected stretch of river to determine applicability of the criteria in that subsection A 1 through 12. So that was the first point of appeal issued by Central Oregon Land Watch. The second has to do with just the following section of the hydroelectric facility specific conditional use criteria, subsection B. This section describes more or less a series of detailed plans or technical documents that need to be submitted for certain aspects or certain types of hydroelectric facilities. One component essentially of this appeal issue is that these plans had not been submitted and that there should be further grounds for denial. Obviously, I'll let Central Oregon Land Watch elaborate more on that, but essentially there's a position taken that these detailed plans outlined in this subsection B were not provided. I don't want to steal Central Oregon Land Watch's thunder again, but I think that it'll come up that there has been some construction initiated on site. The tail race portion, the kind of the concrete enclosure that diffuses water back into the reservoir has been constructed at this time. And that may relate to the specific position that Central Oregon Land Watch takes for this subsection B issue on appeal specifically. So I just wanted you to be aware that it is confirmed that there is a component, the tail race component, that has been constructed at this time. That leads to the third and final point of appeal that was illustrated by Central Oregon Land Watch dealing with the floodplain zone, specifically the dimensional standards. This is similar to what I had discussed earlier in terms of the multiple use agricultural 10 zones requirement for a 10-acre minimum. In the floodplain, if you don't have, if it's a non-exception area, if just under this subject property's current status, it would need to have at least 80 acres minimum for a land division or a type of reconfiguration of the property. This is the same reasoning behind our exceptions chapter that I went over a few slides ago, where within our own code, there are allowances that you can occupy a property with an allowed use that doesn't necessarily meet that minimum dimensional requirement. The hearings officer did not deny the original decision for this measure, and Central Oregon Land Watch is asking that further denial be assigned to this particular criterion. Just a couple of notes here. Since the work session that was held on last Wednesday, January 13th, 2021, we have received a few documents. One of them, which is not listed here, is the document in front of you at this time, the one pager from TSID outlining a summary of their argument points, essentially. But the
this time. It's a one page. So I'm not sure.
I didn't grab it.
Yeah, so it was in our box. I grabbed mine, but Commissioner Chang did not grab his, the one that was in his box.
Sure, and it's understandable. It was I'd only received it an hour or two ago, and so that was a best effort to try to get some print in front of you. But if you need to discuss it further, or if you need, obviously this will be put into record digitally after the proceedings today. But that was my best effort to get a printed summary sheet in front of you. But obviously no expectation since it was a pretty last minute submittal at that point. But what
now, so at least he sees what we're talking about.
Excellent. Yeah, so just a little more specifically, there were 3 written comments submitted two last Friday, one just today. So today's was issued by Central Oregon Irrigation District. And the 2 on Friday, one was from the Farmers Conservation Alliance, that was in support. So was COID's was in support. And then there is another written comment from what's called the Desert Sands neighborhood, which are the neighboring residential property owners right around the hydroelectric facilities subject property. It's not necessarily in opposition or in support. It's a reminder of kind of their interface with the previous hearings officer proceedings and the result of sort of their private discussions with the applicant. So those are the 3 materials that had not been provided to you just because we didn't have enough time beforehand. And then just as kind of an overarching reminder, we do have a final action requirement date of March 1st. So the county does have to take final action by March 1st, 2021, obviously not accounting for any kind of open record period, which we'll discuss in more detail with the applicant. And so next steps here are obviously we're going to hear from the applicant, testimony from both the applicant, the appellant. I do believe there's multiple members of the public and agencies that intend to testify today as well. After that point, we'll establish an open record period in kind of direct correlation with the applicant here. We've talked verbally about some length of them, but obviously we can flesh that out more specifically after the testimony. And then we can set a future date for deliberations, deliberate within this hearing, or however you would prefer to proceed with the deliberative aspects of the public hearing. And then just as a reminder, kind of because of the remote nature of a lot of the hearing and sort of the proceedings up to this point, you're welcome to email, anyone really is welcome to email these any kind of written testimony or submittals to me. This is my email address on the screen here. Just please keep in mind if there's anything submitted, any kind of written testimony submitted that's in excess of 20 pages or has color figures or is oversized paper, then you'll have to also submit a physical copy of that written testimony as well. So that was kind of my whole presentation, just a summary for you. I do have a site plan here on the last page. If you do want me to ever pull that image back up, I'd be happy to do so. And just as a reminder, there's a larger paper map in the room with you. So I'm just going to stop sharing my screen, and I'm available for any questions you might have.
Very good. Thank you so much. Any questions?
No. Thank you, Tarek.
Okay, so yeah, let's formalize opening up a public hearing on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Chang, again, for the record, Peter Gutowski, Deschutes County Planning Manager. We're slightly off balance, but we're going to write this process right now. So I'm going to share my screen and walk through the opening statement just so we can procedurally open up the hearing. There's 4 highlighted sections. We would script this if we were on top of it. But for Mr. Chairman, Commissioner DeBone, you'll see those highlights are kind of your script, and then I'll continue recognizing that this hearing is being conducted predominantly remotely because of the pandemic. So let me share my screen and share this document. Want to make sure you can see it. Do you see the hearing opening process on the screen there, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I'm sorry, this section here, this first, I missed a highlight. So I'm going to highlight it right now. So there's actually 5 highlights for you. If you would start with number 1 and number 2, and then I'll proceed.
Okay, so this is the official opening of a public hearing, and the time and place set for hearing on file numbers 24720000187-LR, 191-CU, 192-CU, 193-SP, 461-MA, 635A, 636A. Staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Great, thank you. So again, Peter Gutowski, Deschutes County Planning Manager. The hearings body this afternoon is the Board of County Commissioners, who will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning a request to construct a new hydroelectric facility in conjunction with the irrigation system owned and operated by Three Sisters Irrigation District. The address of the property is 18150 Simmons Road, and the applicant in this case, which is Three Sisters Irrigation District, is requesting approval of a conditional use permit and site plan review to construct a new hydroelectric facility. All testimony shall be directed to the board, which is the hearings body. At the conclusion of the hearing, the hearings body has the potential to deliberate towards a decision, or they can continue to the hearing or deliberations to a date and time certain. And Tarek Rollins will, at the conclusion of the hearing, will provide the board with those options in greater detail. So we, of course, are logistically dealing with COVID-19, and the hearing is being conducted using Zoom. And I'll just summarize how Zoom works. So for those that have logged on, right now you are an attendee. You can be either a panelist or an attendee. The panelists are on the video, which is what you're witnessing now with staff and the board, and attendees can view as panelists. So at this point, the panelists are the commission and county staff only. The attendees will be the applicant and then the general public, and certainly if the media has any questions, they could engage. The commission and county staff will be unmuted, and the chair and county staff, which we're now doing, are reading the opening statement. Tarek Rawlings has already provided the staff report, and to the extent that there remains questions and answers, that can occur after this opening statement. So there's, in terms of the testimony, the general testimony, there's no sign-in sheet. In this case, for those that are participating remotely, please, as you're elevated from an attendee to a panelist, please, state your name and your mailing address so we can keep that on record. And at the opening, let us know, staff and the Board of County Commissioners, whether there's any procedural objections to the way today's hearing is being conducted. Of course, we're relying on Zoom, but we believe this is adequate for a public hearing. But if there's any objections, we would like to know about it. So as soon as this process is finished, the opening statement, the applicant will be elevated from an attendee to a panelist, and they'll have the opportunity to make their presentation, answer any questions from the commission. And then when that process is completed, then they'll be returned to an attendee and muted. And then we'll go through the public testimony. We know that there's an appellant, or I guess there's an Central Oregon Land Watch certainly also appealed the decision by hearings officers. So interested parties will be elevated from an attendee to participate as a panelist. So there'll be an order as directed by the chair. If there's anybody in person, they'll get an opportunity to participate. Then we'll use the computer, and that's via Zoom on the video. And then lastly, there's an opportunity to participate by telephone. So we'll take this orderly in the manner that I've just described, in person or by computer, the video option or by computer. So for the computer attendees, you'll be elevated as a panelist, you'll be unmuted, you'll provide your testimony. If there's any questions from the board, they will offer them. And once that process concludes, they'll be placed back as an attendee, and then it will just continue in that order. The next attendee will be elevated to a panelist, and the same process will continue. For telephone attendees, they'll be called out based on the last 4 digits of the phone number, and you'll be given an opportunity to get elevated. And if you are interested in providing public testimony, you can say so. If you're not interested, you can say no or say nothing, and then we'll return you back to an attendee with your audio muted. So we'll just continue in the same fashion for telephone participants, and allow everyone an ample opportunity to participate. When the testimony concludes, there'll be an opportunity afforded to the applicant who will be elevated from attendee back to panelist to offer any rebuttal remarks as it pertains to the burden of proof. And then when that's concluded, staff respectfully asks to provide any closing comments. So as I continue to end this opening remark, there should be a full version of the hearing procedures available at the table if there's anybody attending in person. At this point, staff is respectfully asking the commissioners to disclose any ex parte contacts or prior hearing observations or biases or conflicts of interest. So, Mr. Chairman, number 6, I'll turn back over to you just to ask the question formally.
Very good. There's only 2 of us, but does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
Well, I would like to disclose that I know a number of people associated with each of the appellants today, each of the appellant organizations today. I have been to the site of the first hydro project, inline hydro project constructed by TSID. Not this site, but to the, I guess sort of like the phase 1 project. And in October, I did hear Mark Thallaker mention from TSID that this was an issue. There was no discussion about what the issue was, but the issue was listed in a conversation at an event. I don't think that any of those things prevent me from being fair and impartial in this hearing and in hearing the facts and applying those to the law.
Well, and it sounds like I have a little less connections to this even. So I do know a lot of the, individuals and the record, but yeah, I have no conflicts or ex parte contacts on this matter at all. So at this time, does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? So let's take a moment and think about this process. So this is our Zoom conference. If somebody's on Zoom and there's a raise hand feature that are in the attendee list, they could participate that way if there's a statement. And then also, I would like to ask, how many phone numbers do we have associated with the Zoom conference now? There's 1, okay. So if you can give me those 4 numbers, let's get that person to acknowledge if they want to testify during this also, just to see if we can get clarity. Yep. So 0018 telephone number. You may be off mute at any moment here. And the question is, are you participating in this public hearing? Would you like to speak? But also first, do you have any challenges to a commissioner on their biases, conflicts, or ex parte contacts? So please, yeah, if you're involved with this public hearing, please just let us know also. Phone number 0018. And is there a procedure to get off of mute? Maybe like a star. Okay, well, yep, just trying. Thank you very much, everyone. Technology demonstration. So, okay. So at this time, hearing no challenges, the public hearing is open. Tarek, thank you very much for the introduction. We have an applicant and
Mr. Chairman, can I
Sure.
just offer one point of clarification, and then I'll turn it over to you. It's just for further clarity. Since Central Oregon Land Watch was an opponent and appealed the hearings officer decision, I just want to make sure it's clear that they should be afforded the same amount of time as the applicant for their presentation. They, as a opponent that appealed the hearings officer decision, also are afforded a rebuttal period as well. I would respectfully request that the last rebuttal period be afforded to the applicant. So they should go last as the applicant, and then once that procedure or concludes, then staff can offer any final comments. But just want to make sure they're afforded the same opportunity to engage the board, similar to the applicant. And I think it's very clear. My last comment would be Commissioner Dare has recused herself from this proceeding. I'm not sure if that was underscored at the top of the hearing, but just want to note it that she's not on the dais and she's not participating as a decision maker in this process. So I apologize for the script coming in after the staff presentation. We will certainly improve that the next hearing we have. So thank you for tolerating that slight disruption, and I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Chairman, for the formal hearing.
So one bit of clarity, I'm thinking we're going to have applicant testimony, appellant testimony in the same amount of opportunity time, comments by people that want to participate, and then applicant rebuttal. Were you referring to a appellant rebuttal in there somewhere?
Go ahead, Tarek. I'll turn it over to you.
I think just what Peter had said just earlier is that the last kind of word is the applicant, so that rebuttal is specific to the applicant.
Okay. We can handle this. We're going to get through it. Adam, are you joining us, or you just turned the video on?
No, I'm joining. I would actually recommend that you give rebuttal to both Central Oregon Land Watch and the applicant, but just have the applicant go last.
Got it. Okay.
In this case, technically, both Central Oregon Land Watch and the applicant are appellants, as both paid for and submitted appeals of the hearing officer's decision. And so just ensuring parity between the two would be appropriate, with the caveat that the applicant is, of course, still the applicant, so they get the final word.
Yeah, so that helps to understand the intricacies of what we're seeing. Thank you so much. Understood. So with that discussion, I'm sure both parties have been listening to this. There's an applicant opportunity for a statement at this time, or applicants. But yeah, so I guess I don't have a feel for who's going to be speaking for the applicant. So we don't know who to bring up from attendee at this point.
Sure. In speaking with the applicant, there was Keenan Orden Battalion as the main legal counsel, and that he had, I think, 2 other folks he wanted as his full legal team elevated, but Keenan Orden Battalion is the main. I think we have Jamie Housley here as well.
Yes. I'll go ahead and begin. Chair DeBone and Commissioner Chang, for the record, my name is Jamie Housley. I'm with the law firm of Jordan Remus, attorney for the applicant. applicant.
Yep, one step. So let's talk about time here. Are we talking 15, 20 minutes or 30 minutes? So, and the idea is we're going to match that for the other party.
No, I think that's a fair question, Mr. Chair. I think we were thinking about a 15-minute time frame and reserving 5 minutes for rebuttal.
Yep, that's fine. Just to get some kind of scope on it. And there'll be 3 minutes of testimony for other parties, and here also the opportunity for other parties. So please proceed. Thank you so much.
Okay, no worries. I'll return again for the record, Jamie Housley with the law firm of Jordan Ramus, attorney for the applicant appellant. Our address is 360 Southwest Bond Street, Suite 510, Bend, Oregon, 97702. I want to thank staff for the professional presentation that was given. And with me today are my colleagues, Keenan Orden-Bacallion and Steve Shropshire. Both of them will be stepping in to provide a specific argument on specific points. But as a couple of preliminary matters before we begin our argument, first I wanted to correct who the letter had come in from. I believe that is from the Deschutes Basin Board of Control, of which the president is the manager of the COID. Secondly, we did provide Tarek, which I believe provided you with a demonstrative exhibit, which is an outline of our arguments that we'll be providing you today. And then thirdly, I didn't hear this mentioned, but we would like to discuss the schedule post hearing in terms of the open record period and period for final argument. And we can address that after rebuttal, I suppose. But going forward, we brought this appeal before you to consider 2 issues, despite the hearings examiner ruling in our favor on everything else. The first issue revolves around the appropriate application of the Oregon administrative rules. And second, the second issue revolves around Deschutes County Code and the dimensional standards, where the hearings examiner is a radical departure from past interpretations that, and allowed, if allowed to stand, could undermine property rights for other residents of Deschutes County. So my colleague, Mr. Orden-Bacallion, is going to address the Oregon administrative rules. I will briefly come back and touch upon the dimensional standards, and Mr. Shropshire will address briefly the issues related to the conditional use permit criteria as raised by Central Oregon Land Watch. And as I stated before, we would like to reserve 5 minutes for rebuttal. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bacallion to begin the OAR argument.
Thank you.
Chair DeBone, Commissioner Chang, again for the record, Keenan Orden-Bacallion, Jordan Ramus for the applicant. As Jamie noted, I'm going to touch primarily on the OAR and EFU provisions of this application. This is one of the 2 small discrete areas which the application was denied upon. We have a twofold argument here. First off, we do acknowledge, as our summary of arguments sets forth, that the OAR is stated as a criteria of approval for the EFU zone. We believed in our burden of proof and in our previous argument in front of the hearings officer that the OAR 660-033-0130 provision has been incorporated in full into the Deschutes County Code. We believe this argument is supported by the fact that in 2012, the county approved TSID's previous Watson Hydro facility. Within that decision, they found that what is later codified as DCC 1816-030K was did incorporate in full the OAR provision. We relied on this decision in drafting our burden of proof, and we asked that the board follow the established precedent set by its own staff in finding that DCC 1816-04 has codified the requirements and standards of OAR 660-033-0130. No, that's a lot of numbers. In our burden of proof, we believe we've adequately addressed all of the standards of this code provision, and we ask that the board overturn the hearing officer's decision on this point. In the alternative, the applicant's prepared to address the standards of the OAR in full. I believe there's a question that exists as to whether or as to what subsection of the OAR is applicable to this application. Both the hearings officer and Central Oregon Land Watch have asserted that this is subsection 16 of OAR 0130. Our analysis differs in that perspective. The code provision that exists right before OAR 0130 is 0120, and 0120 essentially sets forth the standards and what subsection is applicable. In 0120, it defines commercial utility facilities for the purpose of generating power for public use by sale. We believe that is what we exist as. If you look at 0120, that directs you not to subsection 16 of the subsequent code provision, but actually subsection 5, 17, and 22. So we believe that if the board finds we do need to address the OAR provision, we have evidence in the record that demonstrates our compliance with the OAR provisions. Specifically, these provisions are OAR 0130, sub 5, sub 17, and sub 22. If you mind, I'm going to share my screen really quickly here to put a quick map up.
Is he, yeah, going to be able to, nope, there you go. Okay.
There you go. I'm a millennial. I think I can do this.
Well, I was wondering if we gave you the authority on our side, but you're good.
Yeah. So can you see the map in front of you, Commissioner?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. So if you see the 31A section, that's a soil classification based off of Dial, Deschutes County's GIS. That's high value farmland. The rest of the EFU portion, if you recall, Tarek's zoning map to the west, the top left corner of this map, is non-high value farmland. The utility line, which is at issue in this application, is the only portion of the project which is going to traverse the EFU land, which triggers the standard in the first place. It traverses both the high value and the non-high value farmland. So we believe that consistent with the OARs, we have to address both the standards for developing on high value farmland and non-high value farmland if the OAR is applicable. Just briefly, and this will be elaborated on in our briefing, which will be submitted subsequent to this hearing. We believe that there's evidence in the record that shows that we are not going to be disturbing high value farmland. The trench itself is minimally invasive and will be backfilled to grade and integrate into the natural topography of the land. The surrounding properties are residential primarily in nature, so there will be little to no impact on surrounding farm practices. In addition, the subject property has already been previously disturbed, is not used for farming use. So we do not believe we'd be impacting any farming use on the property itself. That being said, because the trench is being backfilled to natural grade, should farming subsequent to occur on the subject property, it would not be affected in any way. So again, we can elaborate that in our brief submission, but we believe that the OAR standards have been met in this case to the extent they are applicable. This is, I would say, quite possibly the most tricky part of this entire process, finding out what standard does apply and what doesn't. To the extent the board also thinks that subsection 16 of the OAR applies, as Central Oregon Land Watch is alleged, we are certainly prepared to address that standard in our briefing. So with that, I'm going to turn things over to Jamie Housley. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Does the board have any questions on that issue before we proceed?
I followed it, pretty quick presentation, but yeah, in the alternative, I followed the fact that there's two ways that we could, that you're proposing to justify.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to familiarize myself with the code language and some of the situation prior to the hearing today, so I think I follow it as well.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Then we'll proceed over to the second issue on appeal on our end. We believe that the hearings officer erred in finding that criterion of Deschutes County Code 1832-040 applies individually to the MUA zone land at the subject property. Foremost, as Mr. Rawlings had indicated at his opening presentation, the property was found to be a legal lot of record, 97.6 acres in size. And you can find that at decision at page 10 of the hearings examiner's decision. The minimum lot size for the MUA 10 zone is 10 acres, and the Deschutes County Code 1832-040A applies to minimum lot size, not minimum zoning district size. So here, the lot in question more than exceeds that by ninefold. And it's the fact that there's multiple zoning districts were applied to the parcel by Deschutes County Code does not, as a legal matter, divide the lot or put that parcel into multiple lots for the purposes of meeting the zoning district. We raise this as mostly a public policy consideration that allowing the hearings officer's decision to stand would effectively rewrite the Deschutes County Code and provide for the establishment of lots of record and development of parcels. It's illogical to find that the 97.6 acre parcel does not satisfy the 10 acre minimum lot size because simply put, because only 9 acres of it are zoned that. There is only one 97.6 acre lot, and clearly we meet that. As Mr. Rawlings so astutely pointed out, in the alternative, the hearings officer's decision also contradicts the explicit language of Deschutes County Code 18-110-020, which allows for non-conforming lot standards when the lot or parcel is a lot of record as defined by 1804-030, which they did, and it's clear that we've met that burden. So with that, unless there's any questions on this specific issue, I'll turn it over to Mr. Shropshire to address the conditional use permit criteria and some of the issues raised by Central Oregon Land Watch.
No question.
No questions.
Okay, Mr. Shropshire.
Gentlemen, can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Steve Shropshire for the record, Jordan Ramus Law Firm, here on behalf of the Three Sisters Irrigation District this afternoon. Appreciate your time and effort. As you pointed out, you've already spent a lot of time on this somewhat complicated matter. And so we certainly appreciate your efforts there. And as always, or at least perhaps right now, it's good to see at least the upper half of your faces. I'm going to sort of prospectively address what are not our appellate issues. Central Oregon Land Watch that has appealed the issues. And so in the argument at chief right now, where I only have 4 minutes left, what I'm going to do is just address those issues later on in the rebuttal and in our post-hearing submissions for the most part. However, there are several key points that I think are important to be made to set the stage. First, this portion of the appeal is arising because Central Oregon Land Watch is asserting that the hearings officer misinterpreted the portions of the code pertaining to conditional use approval of hydropower projects that you find in DCC 18-128-260. We disagree with that, and we urge the board to render a decision that's consistent with the hearings officer's well-reasoned and detailed findings regarding the inapplicability of the majority of those provisions. It's clear from the language of 18-128-260 that those criteria were developed really with the old school run-of-the-river style dam in the middle of the river hydropower projects in mind, rather than the modern conduit projects that take advantage of existing water diversions and delivery facilities to generate clean, renewable energy. Such as the project that's before you today. Before the hearings officer, we argued that 128-260 is inapplicable to conduit hydro projects for that reason. He disagreed, found that 18-128-260 must be considered for all hydropower projects. But he noted very significantly that the code provision contains a caveat that an applicant must only meet those criteria, quote unquote, where applicable. This gets us to the same destination, just along a slightly different path. And the reason for that is because the hearings officer, within a lengthy decision again, concluded in large part that those provisions are not applicable to this given project. And that's because the project is a conduit hydropower project located more than 10 miles from Whitehouse Creek, at the point at which TSID diverts its water. And even then, he made some findings in the alternative that either where certain standards are applicable or just in the alternative where he determined they aren't, he found that the application met those requirements. So I'm going to briefly share my screen as well, I hope. Let's see if this works. This is very hard to see, I realize, but this just very briefly gives you a sense of this project and the scope of it. Over here in the lower left corner
Hey,
is...
Steve, we can't see your screen.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Would you like me to put it up?
Let me try one more time here, folks.
Sure.
And we can cancel the clock and acknowledge that we're winding down, so I don't want you to be too panicked on the clock. This is a public hearing of a matter of yours as an applicant, so please.
Commissioner DeBonne, I appreciate that. I will indulge that by taking a little bit more time then. So again, this is a map or an aerial photograph giving you a sense of the scale that we're talking about here in terms of geography. In the southwest corner of this diagram or aerial, you have a red circle, and what that shows you is the point of diversion for TSID's irrigation delivery system on Deschutes Creek. Just for point of reference, that is Sisters is right here in the northwest corner of this map. So it's upstream and to the south of Sisters. The TSID system then is this red line. The Roman numerals just incidentally show the various phases of piping projects that TSID has undertaken over the last 20-year period to convert its irrigation system from open canals to sealed pipelines. Partway down that pipeline is Watson Reservoir. It's where the line converts from red to blue here. I know you probably can't see that very well. That is the location of an existing 700 kilowatt hydropower project, hydro facility, and a regulating reservoir. That reservoir then has an outlet that feeds the McKinsey branch of the project or of the district. That pipeline then runs several miles farther to the north, downhill in this case, to the upper right-hand corner of this map. That is the location of the McKinsey re-regulating reservoir, and also you can see the arrow indicating the location of the proposed McKinsey hydro plant. So as you can see, there's quite a bit of land and distance in between the point of diversion on Deschutes Creek and the proposed project location. Likewise, the project location, even at its closest point, is a considerable distance away from Deschutes Creek, with a golf course, among other things, sitting in between where we are and the Deschutes Canyon as it heads to the north. So with that as a brief overview of at least the geography of what we're talking about, I'd like to address just a couple of the issues that I'm anticipating you're about to hear from on appeal by Landwatch. As we've detailed in our application, the staff report, and the hearings officer's decision, TSID is proposing to construct a conduit hydropower facility at the McKinsey location. What that is a facility that makes use of water on a reuse basis. In other words, water that's already been diverted for other purposes, placed into the irrigation district's delivery system, and then conveyed on to farmers. Essentially, what the hydropower conduit project does is it places a turbine in the middle of a pipeline and takes advantage of the kinetic energy that is developed by that water as it flows downhill through that pipeline. It is a clean, renewable source of energy, exactly the kind of thing that the state of Oregon had in mind when it adopted its renewable portfolio standard. This is a component of what we will do to help fulfill that standard. Importantly, as I mentioned, the McKinsey plant, which is a proposed 300 kilowatt plant, sits downpipe from the 700 kilowatt Watson plant. That means that this hydro plant would need or will use less than half of the water, less than half of the kinetic energy that is used in the Watson plant to generate electricity. In other words, because it sits downstream of that larger plant, it is impossible for the new plant to take more water or to create additional demand on the system. The water flows out of the Watson plant and into the Watson Reservoir, at which point it enters the pipeline that ultimately leads to the new proposed plant. For that reason, we've got not only legal reasons why Landwatch's objections make no sense, but factual as well, practical issues. Very briefly, I realize I've run through my time here, but I'd like to preview a couple of key findings with which it appears Landwatch is taking issue with the hearings officer's decision. As I've pointed out, the relevant provisions of the conditional use code relating to hydropower projects is 18-128-260. 260 sub A states, quote, "A conditional use permit may be granted for the construction of a hydroelectric facility only upon findings by the hearings body that the proposal meets each of the following criteria where applicable." I omitted a couple of non-relevant words at this point, but that's basically what it says. Where applicable is the key language, and it is exactly the language that the hearings officer seized on in making his decision. Essentially, the hearings officer made multiple detailed findings as to the overall scope and applicability of these hydro provisions to this project. At its highest level, he determined that the where applicable language means that the criteria must be relevant, material, and germane to this proposed project. He then went on to conclude on a criteria by criteria basis that the vast majority of those criterion are not applicable due to the fact that the conduit hydro project is located many miles away from White Shoes Creek, again, more than 10 miles from the point of diversion, and that it will not result in additional diversions from White Shoes Creek, given that it is secondary to those existing irrigation diversions. And finally, given the fact that it's half the size of the upstream Watson plant, therefore could not create additional demand on the system. He then went on to interpret the next relevant definitional component of this. And these are both discretionary decisions that this board will have to make in terms of interpretation. That pertains to the affected stretch of river language, which appears in a number of the individual criteria. So for example, criteria says you must do this if it will impact the affected, if it will have an impact on an effective stretch of river. The hearings officer decided significantly to interpret that language to mean that the proposed facility would produce an effect upon, comma, such as to produce a material influence upon White Shoes Creek. Again, he then went on to look at the various criteria where that language is used and found that it does not apply to this proposed project, given the project's location distant from White Shoes Creek and the fact that it's a reuse project where the water will already be diverted and in the system. Again, green renewable energy from existing water in an irrigation district's facilities and system. He then went on to look at subsection B, 18-128-260B, which is a requirement for a set of plans to be submitted in conjunction with certain hydropower projects. He decided, interpreted that provision to find that the criteria are applicable, but that he wondered whether that really made sense in the circumstance. And in doing so, turned back to his finding on 260 sub A sub 5, which pertains to a requirement that the facility will maintain or enhance existing fish and wildlife habitat and will have no adverse habitat effects on threatened or endangered fish, wildlife, or plant species. He found that that criteria is disjunctive, meaning he said maintain or enhance means that it's a choice of the applicant, and that in this case, the applicant has chosen to maintain. There's not a requirement to maintain and enhance, just maintain or enhance. He then said that because B, 260B, pertains only to enhancement, and that all those plans would need to be submitted in conjunction with enhancement, they simply do not apply. And specifically with respect to B sub 3 and B sub 5, B sub 3 requires submission of detailed plans for river enhancement. Again, he found that B3's reference to enhancement is tied back to the requirements in A5, and that as a result, the applicant is not required to enhance anything, therefore it's not applicable to the McKenzie Hydro project. With respect to B5, he found that which requires submission of detailed plans for water conservation and stream enhancement program to be funded by a portion of revenues generated by the operation of the proposed facility. He found there that no water conservation or stream enhancement is required for the project, and that the criteria related to that, specifically to enhancement programs, are therefore not applicable to the project. This is as much a common sense reading of the code as it is a legal reading of the code. In closing, gentlemen, it is worth mentioning that the arguments that are referenced in Landwatch's notice of appeal appear to implicate this board's discretion to interpret the hydropower provisions in the code. A decision on this point has ramifications not only for this project, but as you'll hear from other members of the public testifying in support of the project, This will have ramifications for irrigation district modernization projects throughout the Deschutes Basin. With that, I thank you for your indulgence in running overtime. And again, we welcome the opportunity to address you again during rebuttal, and I'm certainly happy to take any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Is there any more comments then? Okay, thank you very much for that testimony at this time. Central Oregon Land Watch being the appellant.
Commissioners, if I may.
Sure.
And Sharon and I are emailing back and forth behind the scenes, and we would recommend that you provide Central Oregon Land Watch 20 minutes, just so there's equal time for both appellants.
Yes, and I support that.
Thank
So,
you.
yeah,
Just wanted
I
to
saw the numbers
chime
going
in
up,
on
and I
that.
understood what they was generally trying to do there. Did you follow
just-
that? Yeah, so
We
we're
just
all on the
wanted to
same
run it
page.
by you. It's of course up to
Yep.
the chair's discretion, so we wanted to get
Yeah.
your consent.
Well, and that's the goal, so 15 was mentioned, we got up to 20 something a little bit, but let's start with this 20 number as an opportunity for the appellant.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Hi, Chair DeBone, Vice Chair Chang. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment on this application this afternoon. My name is Rory Isbell. I am a staff attorney with Central Oregon Land Watch. For the record, our address is 2843 Northwest Lolo Drive, Bend, Oregon 97702. About half an hour ago, I emailed some additional written testimony to you as well as staff and the other party, the applicant. I'd like to take this opportunity to sort of give you a high level of what I sent you there, and then hope you can dig into the writing to get to the details later on. As you've heard, the hearings officer on this application denied it mainly for two reasons relating to the Oregon administrative rule, relating to energy facilities on land PFU zoning, and also the county's code relating to dimensional standards in the multiple use agriculture zone. Landwatch agrees with the hearings officer's findings on those two issues that led to a denial. We're also appealing other portions of that hearings officer decision. Landwatch is not categorically opposed to this or any other hydroelectric facility in Deschutes County that I think we heard at the end of the applicant's comments just now. It sounded like there might be ramifications. We're not opposed to this type of use. We are concerned that that hydroelectric facilities comply with the Deschutes County Code. And that's really what brings us before you today as an appellant of this decision. So I want to jump straight to those hydroelectric facility conditional use criteria. Starting actually in inverse order as the applicant just gave you, I want to start with Deschutes County Code section 18.128260B. And as you just heard described, this county code section imposes two sets of conditional use criteria on new hydroelectric facilities. And here in subsection B, the code reads, the applicant for a conditional use permit for a hydroelectric facility, in addition to all other requirements, shall submit the following for approval. And then under this subsection, the code requires detailed construction plans, detailed plans for river enhancement, cash deposit in an amount of 100% equal to the estimated cost of river enhancement, and detailed plans for a water conservation and stream enhancement program. Now, these are mandatory approval criteria, just like any other approval criteria that this application is reviewed by. And that's evident by the county's code that, as I just read, says an applicant shall submit these in addition to all other requirements. So they're not tied to any other section of the code. They're independent and distinct approval criteria. But the hearings officer in his decision found that most of these criteria are not applicable. As these plans haven't been submitted and the code says in plain language that they are separate requirements, I don't see how they cannot be applicable. And I want to draw your attention to the final criterion of this subsection B code section. Says that to fulfill all the requirements of these criteria, an agreement must be made with the county saying that these plans will be submitted and fulfilled prior to beginning construction of the facility. About midway through the proceedings before the hearings officer on this application, other members of the public alerted county staff that it looked like ground disturbance had already commenced on the subject property here. And county code enforcement and staff went out on site and investigated the property. And county code enforcement submitted a memo into the record that says that site construction of a portion of this hydro facility has begun prior to land use approval. So we have a criteria in the code that says the applicant must fulfill the requirements of submitting these plans for river enhancement before construction begins. But the applicant has already commenced construction, which is documented in the record by county staff. So what that means is this criteria is now foreclosed from being met because construction has already begun before these plans have been submitted. Further in the applicant's application materials, they talked a lot about past work that's been done to pressurize the irrigation districts, formerly open canals, and conserve water in the process. That draws attention away from the fact that White's Creek, where the water comes from to power this proposed hydroelectric turbine, is still in really bad shape. There's evidence in the record showing that every summer, including summer just last year, White's Creek drops to about 10 to 15 cubic feet per second. This causes extremely high water temperatures in the creek and conditions that are lethal to threatened and endangered species, including summer steelhead trout and bull trout. Now, natural flows in the creek, in the absence of the applicant's diversions, would begin the summer around 200 CFS with spring runoff in June, and then would gradually go down to about 80 CFS at a minimum towards the end of summer. Clearly, the applicant's activities, including for hydroelectricity generation, an additional amount is what is proposed in this application, have an adverse impact on the creek. Now, water flowing downhill as occurs in White's Creek and in the applicant's irrigation infrastructure really is a gift of nature that can be a source of renewable energy. I think the Deschutes County Code recognizes that and seeks to permit hydroelectric facilities such as the one proposed here, but it strikes a balance by requiring these plans for river enhancement, some new benefits for the creek where the water flows from. That's simply not present in this application. The applicant hasn't met that end of the bargain that the county's code imposes. And it's for that reason that the hearings officer decision really errs in finding that these subsection B criteria are met in complete absence of the plans for river enhancement that are clearly required by the code. So moving up to subsection A, again, we're in Deschutes County Code, section 18.128.260. Subsection A there is really more about substantive standards. So subsection B requires those plans for river enhancement. In subsection A, for example, the criterion A5 says that the facility will maintain or enhance existing fish and wildlife habitat and will have no adverse impact upon any threatened or endangered fish, wildlife, or plant species or their habitat. Now, some of these criteria in subsection A use this phrase, affected stretch of the river, to perhaps limit their applicability. That's not true for all of them, including A5, the one I just read. For most of these criteria, the hearings officer found, though, that there's either no affected stretch of river, if that phrase is used, or that the criterion is not applicable. And the hearings officer's reasoning for that finding really relied on the fact that applicant has been issued water rights by the state of Oregon. For really all of these criteria where the hearings officer finds that it's either met or not applicable, the findings defer to the water rights that the applicant possesses to use water from White's Creek. It's our position that that's faulty reasoning. Nowhere in the Deschutes County Code does it reference water rights and whether having or being in compliance with state water rights is a criteria. It's true that a water user, including the applicant, can both possess state water rights to use water, but also cause adverse impacts to threatened and endangered species. That's especially evident perhaps for this applicant, Three Sisters Irrigation District, because they've just, as I'm sure you know, they've just gone through a process to receive a permit from the federal government to continue harming endangered species in White's Creek through the Habitat Conservation Plan in order to continue divert water, continue their otherwise legal operations. So it's clear that the water that would run through this hydroelectric facility, while it may be in compliance with state water rights, has an adverse impact on fish and wildlife species. There's been talk of that this water is simply being reused, that this hydro facility would not cause any additional water to be drawn from White's Creek. We don't believe that's the case. This new hydro facility creates a new incentive for the applicant to divert water from White's Creek. And that incentive, of course, is to generate hydroelectric revenues by selling that electricity. And this could occur under the applicant's existing water rights. In a pressurized system, the applicant does have, after having piped most of its canals, water is really available on demand. It's just pipes in a house. You turn on the faucet, water's there because those pipes have pressurized water in them. What this means for a hydroelectric system like this, and really in a pressurized irrigation system like this, is that water only needs to be diverted from White's Creek when it's needed for agriculture, when a patron in the district needs to irrigate their fields. Now, the applicant has not provided information that could be provided in the subsection B plan about when this hydroelectric turbine would be used, which months, what time of day, whether that use would correspond to agricultural demand when a patron needs water to irrigate their fields, how much water would run through the turbine, how much of that water would be held in McKenzie Reservoir on the property, and whether that amount of water held in the reservoir somehow corresponds to irrigation demands downstream, which is the only place that water that runs through this hydroelectric turbine could be put to use for agriculture. This info really needs to be in the record as part of the application materials in order to make a finding of whether the county's conditional use criteria and subsection A here are met. All those plans about the effects of this facility and plans for river enhancement would help us make findings to that regard. But over the course of the 10 months of the proceedings on this application, with 2 hearings before the hearings officer, we still don't see those plans, those construction plans, plans for river enhancement that would provide the public the information needed to determine whether there will be an adverse impact on White's Creek as a result of this new hydroelectric facility. So it's for those reasons that we Watch believes this application should be denied in addition to the reasons the hearings officer found. I do want to spend a few minutes turning to those bases that the hearings officer did deny this application though. One of those is this Oregon administrative rule that imposes criteria on energy facilities on land zoned exclusive farm use. We heard the applicant argue that those criteria are incorporated elsewhere in the Deschutes County Code. It's our position that that kind of misses the point because under Oregon land use law, when there are state criteria that govern the use of EFU zoned land, those criteria that exist in statute or administrative rule are directly applicable. So it really doesn't matter if those OAR criteria are found somewhere in the Deschutes County Code, because this use on EFU land has to be reviewed directly under the state standards. Further, we don't find anywhere in the applicant's materials that these criteria have been met. So under either scenario, we agree with the hearings officer that this criteria has not been met. Turning to the dimensional standards of the multiple use agriculture zone, we believe the hearings officer was correct in finding this criteria is not met. As you've heard from staff, this is really a complicated property. It not only has 3 base zones, being exclusive farm use, multiple use agriculture, and floodplain. Also underlying those 3 base zones are 2 different comprehensive plan designations of agriculture and rural residential. Now, because this is a split zone property, the analysis for determining these dimensional standards is not as simple as the applicant would have you believe. We heard from the applicant that at Deschutes County Code 18.12.040C, which talks about substandard size parcels and uses allowed on those, that this use should still be allowed even if the property does not have the 10 acres of multiple use agriculture land on it. But there's another section of the Deschutes County Code that applies specifically to split zone properties, such as this one. And that section of the code does provide a path, we'll call it, for when a property can be judged or as if only one zone applied and one dimensional standard could be applied. But it specifically says in the code that that allowance is not available when a property is in the floodplain zone or has land on its zoned floodplain. What this means is that all 3 of these zones code requirements, including the dimensional standards, apply separately to the subject property, and that the hearings officer was correct in finding that 10 acres of multiple use agriculture land is required to permit development on the property. Now, the same reasoning we believe should apply to the floodplain zone portion of this property. The dimensional standard for the floodplain zone is either 10 acres or 80 acres, depending on whether, depending on whether the property is designated in the comprehensive plan for agriculture or forest use. Here, the property is designated for agricultural use, including the land underlying the floodplain zone. So what that means is that an 80-acre dimensional standard applies to this property, and that an 80 acres of land zoned floodplain are required to develop this property. Now, the floodplain zone is unique and has some additional reasons why 80 acres are required that vary from why just 10 acres are required in the MUA 10 zone. And that's because the floodplain zone is a critical component of Deschutes County's Goal 5 program. So I know we're in the weeds of Oregon land use law here, but one of our statewide planning goals, Goal 5, requires local governments to inventory their natural resources and open spaces and come up with a local program to protect those natural resources from other uses. One of those natural resources is wetlands, and Deschutes County has inventoried all of its wetlands. One of them happens to be on the subject property here, and it does correspond with the McKenzie Reservoir. The way that Deschutes County has chosen to protect its wetland resources is through the floodplain zone's minimum lot size or dimensional standard that requires these 80 acres on a property such as this of land zoned floodplain before it can be developed. Here, there are not 80 acres of land zoned floodplain, which precludes this use on that portion of the property. So
Might have just lost. There you go. There was hesitation in the Zoom call just now. It was about 4 seconds or 3 or 4 seconds.
Thanks, Chair DeBone. And I just got my dreaded Zoom message of an unstable connection.
Here you go.
Hopefully you can hear me now. So without those 80 acres of land zone floodplain, the same reason that the hearings officer denied this application for the MUA 10 zone dimensional standard should apply to the floodplain zone criteria. I want to sort of conclude by reiterating that Landwatch isn't opposed to hydroelectric facilities so long as they comply with the Deschutes County Code. The county code, I think, very thoughtfully allows hydroelectric facilities under certain circumstances. Those circumstances are requiring an applicant to submit these plans that show some benefit for the source of the water from which the hydroelectric revenue would be generated. That simply has not been shown here. Those plans are still not in the record. It's for these reasons that Landwatch does request you uphold the hearings officer's denial of this application, including for the additional reasons that I've discussed today. That concludes my remarks today. Again, I emailed you our written comments, but I'd also be happy to answer any questions that you have for me at this time.
So one question, would you acknowledge that there's no, just the design of the system? I know you made an example of there'd be a motivation to run more water to make more electricity, but the design of the system is not such that it adds the requirement of higher flow. Do you agree with that?
I don't necessarily agree with that, Chair DeBone. That's really a function of the applicants' water rights that they are entitled to put into the pipes in their irrigation system. There isn't really a total volume limit on the amount of water that Three Sisters Irrigation District is allowed to divert from Wyches Creek. So
When I'm referring to the design of the size of the pipes, I mean, so we're talking about two hydro facilities, one's downstream from the other. So yeah, I'm not seeing that this is going to grow that diversion because of this second hydro facility. So I'm just struggling with that concept.
Sure, and I think that's a good question. One part of my answer to that is that sort of detailed information could be included in the plans that the county code requires to be submitted for a use like this. But my other answer to that, to your question, Chair DeBone, is that the amount of water that might already be flowing through the existing Watson reservoir hydro system is not necessarily limited by the agricultural irrigation use in the irrigation district, of its patrons. So it's our position that another hydroelectric turbine system creates additional incentive to run both hydroelectric turbines, perhaps more than is required to get water to its patrons. And this proposed hydroelectric turbine is just another incentive to basically keep the valve open and keep water running through these turbines. I don't want to assume perhaps that will happen. It's really our position that the applicant needs to provide these plans and programs and timetables of when this hydro system will be used in order to provide the public and yourselves with the information to determine whether the county standards have been met.
Thank you. Any questions?
A lot depends on this question of whether the total volume, the flow rates, and the timing of diversion is different with this project than it was before this project. And I guess I would like to ask both of the appellants to explain why they think the flow, the flow rates, the timing, or the total volume of diversions will or will not be different with this project, because I mean all of the consideration of effects or impacts to the downstream river, downstream creek, connect back to that. Like is the diversion actually different now in one of those three ways than it was before this project? So I don't know if like, is that an appropriate question to ask? Kind of, can you explain to me, you know, how it is or is not different in those three ways?
Well, this is a de novo hearing, so putting information on the record's fine. Yeah, we could have some possible rebuttal answers on this, if you don't mind, Rory, at this time.
Yeah, that's fine with me. However you want to handle both parties addressing that question is fine with me.
Okay, yeah, so Ed, my thought is let's get to any other testimony that any of parties may be wanting to provide here, and then we'll have rebuttals for both parties also. So at this time, we're going to call for any testimony by interested parties, pro or con, 3-minute comment period. Please raise your hand if you're an attendant and not a participant in our Zoom meeting. Do we see any other? Okay. 4 requests. Very good. Let's bring them in. Let's leave those hands up and bring them in one at a time, and we'll just work way through with them. Okay. So Liz Fancher first. There you go. And then you can unmute and provide testimony. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, thank you. My name is Liz Fancher, and I'm a local land use lawyer. I generally represent developers, but I also represent opponents to land use applications. I have worked in county land use since 1992 with Deschutes County in one capacity or another. There's maybe a little bit of background about the code that maybe some of the younger lawyers aren't aware of, which is the minimum lot size in Deschutes County is determinative of what happens in a partition. The code is written so that it only applies during land divisions by and large, and that it's not used to determine whether property can be developed. The lot of record part of the code serves that function. It looks generally at substandard parcels and now all parcels, but originally looked at substandard parcels to decide if they could be developed or not. So they had to be lawfully established, and if they were lawfully created, they were given full development rights. And that's was the whole point of that code to start with, is that those properties that were smaller than what was desired for each zoning district would then be given an opportunity to develop also. So you can see that reflected in the code provision that Tarek placed on the screen. The county's made it crystal clear that any lot or parcel that's smaller than the minimum area required may be occupied by any allowed use, as long as it's a lot of record and conforms to other requirements of the zoning district. It imposes a limitation if there's a residential use proposed. But that's essentially it for the impact of having a parcel that's too small. Mr. Isbell referred to information about zone boundaries. I believe he's referring to 1812.070. That has really nothing to do with determining whether a lot is buildable or not. It says if a zone boundary is between two zones and it's less than 100 feet, you can move the zone line. In most cases, you have more than 100 feet and this doesn't even apply. And it says that this doesn't apply to areas that are zone floodplain. So you can't kind of move floodplain protections off of an area that's in a flood area. That's super logical. It's not saying that you then have to meet the minimum lot size of the floodplain zone. I also take exception to his claim that the 80-acre size was developed for the floodplain zone to protect Goal 5 resources. The code was my understanding from reading the legislative history that Central Oregon Land Watch put into the record of the floodplain zone code attempted update, is that they were intended to mirror the zoning standards of the basic underlying zoning district. So if you had an EFU zoning district, you would have 80 acres. A resource zone, basically 80 acres is the minimum lot size. What wasn't mentioned is that on this property, some of the underlying floodplain zone is in an area comp plan designated or it appears to me this comp plan designated for MUA 10, that's a 10-acre minimum lot size. So if you're going to determine that the floodplain has these underlying zones, you're going to have a situation where you're going to have to decide if the 10-acre or the 80-acre applies, or both of them apply. I think basically that's a ridiculous exercise, given the fact that the code doesn't require that as a criterion for approval of this land use application. But nonetheless, if one decides to go down that road, that would be a logical question that needs to be answered.
Pretty much. Just time-wise, thank you much for the testimony. I've heard some comments from both parties that there may be a written record period here also, but we'll get to that. Thank you. Craig, okay. So Craig Harrell.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Craig Harrell. I am the Deschutes Basin Board of Control's president, as well as the managing director for Central Oregon Irrigation District, 1055 Southwest Lake Court, Redmond, Oregon. Good afternoon, commissioners. I know you've heard me talk a lot about the benefits of modernizing your district, and that's what we're talking about here today. We are looking at modernized district that Three Sisters has spent 20 years working on. And when you put pipe in the ground, you generate water. Whitefish Creek was dry 20 years ago. Through their conservation that they've done with the piping, that creek has water. It may not have as much water as it needs today, ultimately in the next 30 years, but it does not run dry in the summer, and the patrons are allowed to get water because of these piping projects. What the additional habitat enhancements that they're asking for amount to a second bite at the apple. So you're getting penalized for doing good work and then being asked to do more later. So I take exception to that. I also take exception to about the amount of water it takes to run hydro. This is an argument COID has to face all the time. A great example is this year, our hydro revenue for our in-conduit was 20% less because we were in a severe drought. If you don't put water on that land, you don't generate revenue from the hydro. This is a infuriating argument that I hear over and over again. And OWRD does watch what comes into your system and what's applied to the land. So I think that argument should just be thrown out, quite frankly. But what I want to say is these projects are meant to complement the large amount of funding that's being brought into this basin. We look at hydro projects as the match towards these projects. So they are a huge benefit for all 8 districts. And we do a lot of restoration of flows and restoration of stream banks along the way. So we just feel that the precedents that you're looking at here, if you were to deny some of these codes, are detrimental to the other districts with their plans for modernization. So thank you for your time. Always happy to talk to you guys.
Great. Thank you.
Next up is Kate Fitzpatrick.
Okay, Kate Fitzpatrick, I think the name is going to be. There we go. Okay.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Chair DeBone, Commissioner Chang. I appreciate the opportunity to provide testimony today. For the record, my name is Kate Fitzpatrick. I am the Executive Director of the Deschutes River Conservancy at 700 Northwest Hill Street in Bend, Oregon. Please accept the following comments on behalf of the DRC in support of Three Sisters Irrigation District's request for a conditional use permit to construct a hydro facility in conjunction with its irrigation system. We are not experts in land use issues, and so I will refrain from weighing in on those details today, but I believe it's important to share the broader context of this facility and meeting basin water goals. DRC restores stream flow and improves water quality in the Deschutes Basin using a coordinated, collaborative, and voluntary approach. The DRC and Three Sisters Irrigation District have worked for the past 20 years to restore over 30 cubic feet per second of certificated stream flow to Deschutes Creek through canal piping projects. Over the last 10 years, DRC and TSID partnered on the main canal piping project, TSID's largest piping project to date. The project fully piped TSID's 30 miles of main canal and restored over 15 CFS, cubic feet per second, in stream to Deschutes Creek. Phases of the main canal piping project restored the 7.83 CFS of in-stream flow associated with the hydroelectric projects. DRC's partnership with TSID has yielded multiple benefits for Deschutes Creek and the surrounding community, enhancing stream flows, maintaining cooler stream temperatures, and supporting healthy riparian communities. In addition, TSID's piping provides pressurized water to its patrons, eliminating pump usage and saving energy. The hydroelectric facilities already associated with TSID's piping provide 4 million kilowatt hours annually, helping to meet Oregon's renewable portfolio standard goals. These benefits would not have been possible without the revenues from the sale of hydropower generated by TSID. Hydropower revenues are key to repaying loans TSID assumed to pay for part of the modernization projects that restored stream flow and improved habitat in Deschutes Creek, and were an important funding consideration for both TSID and the DRC when assessing project feasibility. The proposed Mackenzie hydropower plant is an integral component of TSID's decades-long modernization process, which is resulting in significant environmental benefits and improvements to water quality and quantity. DRC encourages the county commissioners and development department to consider and approve TSID's applications for conditional use permit. Appreciate again the opportunity to share with you today. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Yes.
We have one left, Jed Jorgensen.
Very good. One more testimony. Jed Jorgensen.
Hi there, commissioners. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair DeBone and Commissioner Chang. Thank you very much for the opportunity to testify. My name is Jed Jorgensen. I'm the Director of Energy Solutions with Farmers Conservation Alliance. Our office is located at 102 State Street, Hood River, Oregon, 97031. Farmers Conservation Alliance, or FCA, is a 501c3 nonprofit. We work in partnership with rural communities in pursuit of water management solutions that can benefit agriculture, the environment, and the local area. And like others, I'm testifying today in support of the Three Sisters Irrigation District application based on my 12 years of experience supporting other irrigation districts, pursuing hydropower as part of those comprehensive infrastructure modernization projects that Craig was talking about. From FCA's point of view, the hydroelectric project that the district proposing really can't be looked at as a standalone facility. It's the culmination of those modernization efforts that the district has pursued over 2 decades that have already resulted in significant economic, community, energy, water, and environmental benefits for Deschutes County. To get to this point where hydropower is possible at this location, the district has already had to pipe more than 64 miles of previously open canals. Like others have mentioned, doing that piping eliminates water losses to seepage and evaporation, which has enabled the district to permanently protect over 13,000 gallons of water per minute in stream in Deschutes Creek. The piping pressurized the water supply, which is saving farmers $800,000 a year in pumping costs. And those monetary savings get converted into reinvestments on farm, which provides a boost to the local economy, even beyond the jobs associated with the district's construction projects. The district has also buried their diversion dam as part of this overall effort, which formerly prevented fish from being able to move up and downstream to spawn in the creek. And the district restored over a 1/4 mile of habitat in the creek. And the district, as Commissioner Chang noted, has been able to install 2 hydropower generators at their Watson Reservoir, which takes advantage of surplus pressure in that pipe system to generate enough renewable energy to generate power to over 300 homes. To make all that happen, the district had to figure out how the benefits created in early project phases could be used to support these later phases. The district used a combination of grants and loans to replace their canals with pipe. As the canals were piped, water conservation benefits were protected in the creek. And once those pipes were in place, then the surplus pressure could be used to create hydropower with revenues that could then be used to help pay for the debt service on the loans that were required to install the pipe and secure the environmental benefits. So when I think about this project and all the benefits and environmental improvements that the district has created in order to make it possible, I see that as demonstrating compliance with the conditional use codes that have been discussed. We strongly support the efforts of TSID and the many other irrigation districts in Deschutes County and elsewhere that are also working to modernize their infrastructure for all those benefits. And hydropower can be an important tool in that modernization process. And so we would encourage the approval of this application. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So at this time, this was for raised hands in the attendance portion of the Zoom meeting. Are there any other raised hands? Seeing none, are there any phone calls, phone numbers? Okay, no phone numbers, okay. So at this time, as I say, Commissioner Chang kind of put out a question, but there's going to be a rebuttal opportunity for both parties at this point. And at this time, it'll be Central Oregon Land Watch. I think that was the guidance. So then the applicant / appellate will be the final person to speak. And as I say, we had scheduled this for about this long on our agenda today. So 5 to 10 minutes if possible. And also I heard, I think both parties kind of alluded to, or I don't know if there's a direct ask about a written record period. So that, maybe make that clear in the rebuttal. Yeah, 10 minutes would be great. So that'd be Rory from Central Oregon Land Watch.
Hello again, and thank you for the opportunity for a rebuttal period here, Chair DeBone. To address your last point there about the open record period, let me make sure I don't miss that. It does sound like the applicant is planning to submit additional written materials. I think I heard that in their testimony. And we have as well, Landwatch submitted materials as well today. So with that in mind, to provide both parties an opportunity to review and respond to those, I would like to request a minimum of 7-day open record period. And if additional materials are submitted then I would also request the standard additional 7 days to respond to any new materials submitted.
Understood.
Thank you. So quickly to respond to some of the comments we just heard. First, Ms. Fancher talked about the dimensional standards of the floodplain zone. One thing she mentioned was that the floodplain zone on this property is, I believe she said in the comprehensive plan, is subject to a goal exception basically, and that the 10-acre dimensional standard would apply. My reading of the zoning maps does not show that. It shows that the floodplain zone on this property is underlied in the Deschutes County Comprehensive Plan with agricultural designation, which would mean the 80-acre dimensional standard applies. We heard from some of the other commenters about the benefits of piping canals and conserving water. I agree. I do. We recognize that Three Sisters Irrigation District has conserved water in its system, and the White's Creek has benefited from that. But most of what we heard about described past actions. What we're looking at today is an application for a new land use, a new hydroelectric facility. Deschutes County's code requires certain things, certain conditions of approval for a new facility like this. So no one is here looking back at past conservation work with any negative attention. We're simply looking at the requirements of permitting a new hydroelectric facility, and it's the county's code that requires basically new benefits for White's Creek, or at least a submittal of those detailed plans that would show the impacts that this facility would have on the creek and provide stream enhancement plans to mitigate any of those impacts. Again, that still hasn't been shown in this application. And, but before we turn to additional comment, Commissioner Chang, you posed a question about volume, flow rates, and diversions, and whether any of those would be different with this facility. I feel like I sound like a broken record here, but I again want to point to the detailed plans that the code requires the applicant to submit that would describe how this facility would be operated. And it would tell us things like the time of day, the amount of water that would run through this facility. Earlier, I started discussing the nature of Three Sisters Irrigation District's water rights. They're not limited by, let's say, what time of day they can divert water. This hydro facility isn't tied to agricultural demand. That's our concern, and we'd like to see, as the code requires, plans that show the amount of water that would run through this facility and provide some new benefits for Whitefish Creek, because the code requires this trade-off. In order to permit a new hydro facility, plans showing benefits to the creek also have to be submitted. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, Three Sisters Irrigation District applicant / appellant, maybe all three parties.
Yes, Chair DeBone, I think I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Shropshire for the rebuttal to address the questions that the board had, as well as talk about rebuttal, and then maybe we can return and talk about the post-hearing schedule.
Okay.
Chair DeBone, Commissioner Chang, are you all both able to hear me?
Yes.
Very good. Thank you again for the opportunity to present before you today and the opportunity to answer your questions. I'd like to set that up briefly here. Essentially, what you've heard today from Central Oregon Land Watch is that they would like things to be different than they are. This is a land use proceeding. It is not a venue to make a collateral attack on TSID's water rights. It seems that Central Oregon Land Watch has an issue with the fact that TSID has water rights to divert water from Whitefish Creek and the impacts that that may cause on the creek, and has said simultaneously that water rights are irrelevant and the hearings officer should not have considered them, but at the same time is requesting some sort of detailed plan that would presumably project the way that water would be used on an hourly, a minute by minute. It's very unclear to me exactly what that is. And the reason for that is because not only does the Deschutes County Code not require that type of detail, but the Oregon Water Resources Department does not require anything like that. In order to build the McKenzie Hydro, TSID had to go obtain a new water right from the Oregon Water Resources Department for hydropower production. And the way that water right works is it nests within the existing irrigation water rights that the district has. So in other words, it still gets to use its existing senior appropriation dates for any water rights, but it's a new water right, which means it goes through the public interest review process, which means that the expert agencies, the Oregon Water Resources Department, DEQ, the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, review that application and determine that the new application will not be injuriously effective to species or their habitats under OAR provisions that apply to the Oregon Water Resources Department for consultation on endangered species areas. So frankly, it's a red herring. It's a hypothetical argument. It's a parade of horribles that Land Watch has trotted out. There's nothing in the record suggesting that this problem would or could occur. And this, frankly, is an attempt to shift the burden, create a burden, and shift a burden to the applicant that is not consistent with what the code would require. You've also heard just now from the Deschutes Resources Conservancy president. And what she told you is that they support this project. The DRC, as you may know, is the foremost proponent and implementer of in-stream flow restoration within this basin. If this project, the addition of a new downstream conduit hydro project, were going to be a threat to flows in White Shoes Creek, you can be sure that the DRC would have identified that concern and would have expressed it. It would not be here in support today. So, Commissioner DeBonne, to your question, does this require additional diversions? No, you are correct. The pipe size downstream of Watson Reservoir is smaller than the upstream pipe size. Moreover, that water entering Watson Reservoir has run through a 700 kilowatt hydro plant before arriving there. That reservoir then stores that water over a long period of time, effectively re-regulating that and then being available to serve downstream water needs, not only in the McKinsey side of the project, but on other branches as well. So this is not anything new, different, or additional, most importantly, in terms of the water demand or consumption that TSID would have were the project to be approved. Let's see, Commissioner Chang, you asked a related question. Will flow rates, timing, or volume be different? For the same reasons, I would tell you no. Also because TSID's diversions from White Shoes Creek are regulated by its water rights. The land use conditions or rejection that Central Oregon Land Watch apparently is seeking from the board are A, inconsistent with the state of Oregon's water rights that have been issued, but B, go to a level of detail, again, that not only those water rights do not even require. It's an overreach. It's not consistent with what the code would otherwise require. And for that reason, we ask that you disregard those arguments and reject Central Oregon Land Watch's appeal as to the hydro provisions within the conditional use code. I will certainly address that and other issues that we've discussed today in much greater detail in our written submission, but I would also be happy to right now answer any other questions you may have.
Steve, you mentioned that for the McKinsey project, you went through the process of applying for a new water right that was, then connected to or nested within your irrigation right. Will you be doing the same thing for the Watson project? Will there be an additional water right process related to the water that you run through the hydro project?
Chair DeBonne, Commissioner Chang, thank you for that question. Yeah, the Watson project already existing for a couple of years now and being online required TSID to go through the same process.
Okay, so for the new project, will there be an additional water rights process?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that was the process that I just described for the McKinsey hydro water right. That right has recently been issued.
And does that, in the course of that water rights, application process, do you lay out all the specifics of the operation of the system, essentially addressing these questions of timing, volume, and flow rates?
No, that process does not require the level of detail that Mr. Isbell is suggesting or requesting. Because in part it sits within the existing senior water rights. Those limits are somewhat predetermined, but there's no requirement in that application to describe in detail what an hour by hour consumptive rate or use would look like, for example. That said, Commissioner, as I mentioned, Division 33 within the Water Resources Department's rules require the department to consult with ODF&W and DEQ on any new water right with respect to the public interest standard. That standard, in part, for Division 33 purposes at least, requires those consulting agencies, ODF&W and DEQ, to evaluate whether the application would have an adverse effect on a listed species. And so that is sort of the height of the public interest review standard for water rights applications. And we would urge the county not supplement its own judgment for that of the expert state agencies.
One last kind of physical layout question. So what is at the end of the pipe? The Landwatch, suggested, well, okay, if you're pressurizing the system, then basically, if it's plugged at the end, then the only water that goes through the hydro project is the water that's being delivered to farmers. But is there, at the end of the pipe, is there an outlet that where, substantial amounts of water could be passing out and going somewhere else? Or, and if so, then you could imagine a scenario where you run water to run your hydro without it ending up on an agricultural field. So I'm just curious what the end of the system looks like mechanically.
Sure, Commissioner DeBone, Commissioner Chang, that may exceed my practical knowledge of the system, so we can get you some additional information on that. But generally speaking, Oregon's water laws restrict the use of water to beneficial use. In other words, you cannot simply run water across a field for the purposes of running more water through a hydro project, because you'll generate more revenue. So the beneficial use concept is always the outer limit of how much water you can use by volume and by rate. There's a basin standard duty of water, meaning you're only allowed to apply a certain amount of water per acre within this basin for irrigation. And so that applies as well. If an irrigation district were to run water all the way through its system and beyond, creating a large return flow to the Deschutes River, in this case, for example, or maybe Wachuse Creek, that would create a different set of problems related to potential water quality concerns. So there are at least a couple of different reasons why TSID can and should only deliver that amount of water that is absolutely needed for agronomic purposes to the lands that are located downstream of the proposed site. I guess I will add as well that in the vast majority of the irrigation seasons, if not everyone, since TSID holds a portfolio of water rights, some more senior than others, this district is unable to fully supply all the needs of its patrons. In other words, it is short of water on an annual basis, despite the fact that it has rededicated a portion of its water right to in-stream flow enhancement within Wachuse Creek. So there are multiple practical and legal concerns or constraints that I think would prevent this parade of horribles that COLW has offered up.
Thank you.
Okay, well, with that, kind of a closure of your testimony here, and then a comment on record period, if you could.
You bet, Commissioner Bond, thank you for that. We would support Mr. Isbell's proposed open record and response periods of 7 days and 7 days. And then in addition, we would request an additional and final 7 days for submittal of applicant's written closing.
Okay. Any other comments by your team? Okay, seeing none, at this time, we have had a request for a written record period from both sides, and Tarek or Adam, if you're gonna help us aim for closure here. Gotta find the mute button.
Sorry, thank you. Thanks, commissioners. Yeah, there's no further comment from staff. I'll take note of the 777 21-day period that's agreed upon by both applicant appellants, or excuse me, both appellants as well as the applicant appellant. And I'll likely just try to correspond with them just as a one final confirmation, potentially after this meeting, just to make sure of that. And then, yeah, if there's additional written comment that comes in, I'll be sure to put that in record and update the board's information likewise.
So a step for the board is acknowledging the closure of the oral record then, and acceptance or confirmation that we'll have 3 7-day periods written record. Do you concur, Commissioner?
Is that the right language for us to use in this?
This isn't it's not a vote, because it's just closing the public hearing as the chair, but yeah, making sure.
I concur.
Yep. Okay. So let's proceed with that. If you can talk about the dates if you want, Tarek.
Certainly. So we need to potentially schedule a deliberation date would be maybe the next real milestone step that I would need to put on a calendar. And then acknowledging that open record period and how it would interface with maybe those scheduled deliberative dates. My schedule is open for what availability the board might have for any kind of deliberative steps.
Okay. Well, so we'll refer to, I'm thinking the open record period to the 27th of January.
Exactly.
To the February 3rd and final. Final response by the applicant / appellant, the 10th.
By February 10th.
Or is this both parties going both ways, I guess?
The dates and numbers you just mentioned are exactly right. The first 7 ends on the 27th of January, and then the second rebuttal period would end on February 3rd, and then the final 7-day period ends on February 10th. You're exactly right.
Who can be participating in the final? I guess that's for clarity. So Adam Smith had pointed out that basically there's a rebuttal from both sides here because there's 2 appellants.
Sure. So the first period,
that last period.
And it looks like Adam Smith's here. If you just wanted to chime in.
Yeah, commissioners, if I'm understanding your question, the final 7-day period is still reserved for the applicant. So it would be seven days for, of course, any evidence to be submitted by any party, 7 days of rebuttal. So that's something rebutting to evidence that's previously been submitted into the record. And then unless waived by the applicant, they would have 7 days for final legal. So no new evidence, only legal argument in that last 7-day period.
Very good. Okay, well, with that, is there any other business on this matter today? Tarek, I guess I'm looking for a confirmation from you.
No, there's no other folks that are looking to testify, and I have no further comment. And it looks like we have a very definite written open record period. So.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much, commissioners.
Well, there we go. That was our public hearing on the matter. At this time, we're going to step to, maybe take a moment and invite Commissioner Adair back in. So let's take just a 3-minute break or so. We can stand up also. Next will be item number 13. But we're going to take a break for a few moments. Okay, we're back. That was our 3-minute break. Took about 6 or 7 minutes. But welcome back, Commissioner Adair.
Thank you
And,
very much.
So now Whitney Hale is joining us with another item real quick.
Yes, Commissioners, earlier today you discussed during your COVID-19 update an attestation regarding the distribution of vaccine for phase 1A populations. And so we have the letter here for chair signature. So I'll go ahead and bring this up for signature now.
So this is confirmation from the health department that we're basically completing a phase, the first phase of vaccines, and attesting to this Oregon Health Authority that we're ready to move to the second phase, which is pretty exciting. And this is 1A and 1B. It's not really 1 and 2. So I'm going to be signing this right now.
And that we'll still be able to mop up, clean up on phase 1A as well.
Yes. So, okay. So we had confirmed that there would be a chair signature when it came, but it came before we even thought. We thought this was going to be tomorrow. So that's pretty exciting.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
So that means we can start vaccinating teachers even before this weekend.
Yeah, well, maybe as of now, or I don't know when it's
depending on doses.
Yeah. And there's more doses coming all the time. So we're just, we're coming.
Top of phase 1B, right?
Yeah, yes. Very good. Signature complete. Thank you for standing by. Next item, number 13, providing Board of Commissioners with a status update regarding public outreach, possible code amendments regarding wildfire hazard mitigation. This is Kyle Collins.
There. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome. For the record, Kyle Collins, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. As the chair just pointed out, I am here today to discuss some possible code amendments and a public outreach process related to those possible code amendments that staff has undertook over the past several months and present you with some of the results of those. So bear with me and I will share my screen. All right. I know some of the commissioners will be a little bit familiar with the background on this, but for Commissioner Chang in particular, I thought it would be helpful to go through the full scope of what this project entailed. So as I'm sure all three commissioners are aware, members of the public are certainly aware, wildfire has been and continues to be a major threat to our communities throughout Deschutes County and our neighboring counties. And to put that in context, Central Oregon has experienced high intensity wildfires on 37% more acreage in the last 15 years than in the previous 100 years combined. That works out to approximately 105,000 acres since 2005 has experienced those high intensity wildland fires. Some additional context is related to our increasing population. According to Portland State University's most recent estimates for population growth in the region, Deschutes County is expected to increase by an additional 114,000 people over the next 25 years and an additional 245,000 people over the next 50 years. That includes an additional 20,000 people in the rural areas of Deschutes County, so our communities outside of the incorporated cities over that same 50-year time horizon. To deal with some of the risk associated with both this population growth and the exponential increase that we've kind of seen in these wildfire incidents over the past several decades, Deschutes County has been evaluating a number of possible code changes. This began in the fall of 2018 as CDD, the Community Development Department, began discussing a previous code audit by the University of Oregon's Community Service Center, which is now known as the Institute of Policy Research and Engagement. That particular timing coincided with an action at the state level through the State Building Codes Division, considering an amendment to the Oregon Residential Specialty Code, which prescribed fire hardening standards for any new residential development.
Kyle, this is Commissioner Adair. I just, we're talking about the 105,000 acres that have burned
since what, you said 2005? But most of the fires are started by people. So not only do people need to, do a better job at personal responsibility, but they need to stop with the fires. And I noticed there's several comments in here about the burning. And apparently, what is it? Only in Bend is that disallowed, but the rest of the county it's allowed. And a lot of times those fires get away. So I think that's pretty significant to remind people. What is it, like 60-80% of the fires are caused by man? It's way up there. And it's
man or men?
Men. Men start the fires, not women, but men. Anyway, I thought that was a good. Anyway, it's when you see that and you go, okay, so we need to do all these things, but people actually need to be way more responsible. So anyway, sorry to interrupt, but I just thought, it sounds awful, but really, who's the problem here?
No, that's an excellent point, Commissioner. It is a nuanced problem with a lot of different solutions, and hopefully this is one of a much larger series of actions.
One here. Who thinks men are the problem?
No, that's in the black and white.
Campfires and other things are frequent sources of human ignition of wildfires as well.
Absolutely.
Which may be started by men, but we don't want to be, too gender biased here.
No, we don't, do we?
So to move forward, in September of 2019, in relation to these two items that occurred, the code audit by the University of Oregon for Deschutes County's wildfire hazard standards, as well as this state building code update, the board appointed the Wildfire Mitigation Advisory Committee, or the WMAC, to investigate those objectives related to our local conditions. The WMAC consisted of 12 voting members. They spanned a wide variety of backgrounds. Some of them were fire protection professionals, homeowners throughout the area, members of the real estate community and construction community. It was intended to provide the broadest possible scope for how these might affect development within Deschutes County moving forward. The WMAC held a series of meetings from October of 2019 through January of 2020. And through those meetings, they convened to undertake the following objectives. One was a review of the update to the Oregon State Building Codes Division. It's related to wildfire hazard mitigation standards. And henceforward, I'll refer to those as R327. That's the actual code language at the state level. And the second was a review of the recommended proposals by the University of Oregon's Community Service Center in relation to land use regulations for how to best institute wildfire mitigation practices. A final report from the WMAC was provided to the board and the Planning Commission in April of 2020. And specifically in that report, the WMAC made the following recommendations related to our local wildfire hazard zone and in determining where those R327 building code standards might apply. All the WMAC members advised that at least some of the new building code standards should apply to areas in Deschutes County, but the members were split on where those standards should be applied. And I'll explain that in a bit more detail in the coming slides. And in addition, a majority of the WMAC members also advised that defensible space standards be put in place for all properties, both vacant and developed. To provide some context on the wildfire hazard zone in Deschutes County, this is a map of where it currently falls. As you can see, it's effectively the entirety of rural Deschutes County, excluding the incorporated cities. And the reason this is important is because the standards written into R327 at the state level mean that those fire hardening standards for new building materials can only apply within designated wildfire hazard zones in an individual county. And so if these were to be adopted, they could only be applied to those areas designated as wildfire hazard zones. The second strategy, defensible space, I'm sure the commissioners have a little bit of familiarity with this, but it's effectively a strategy that improves a home's chance of surviving a wildfire by creating a buffer around the building and any vegetation or wildland areas that surround that building. And it's intended to slow, or at least in some cases stop, the spread of wildfire and helps protect a home from catching fire. After the publication of the WMAC final report, Deschutes County received an 18-month Department of Land Conservation and Development Technical Assistant Grant, specifically to incorporate those recommendations from the WMAC committee into our local comprehensive plan and development code. And throughout the fall and winter of this past year, CDD staff undertook a series of public outreach initiatives to gauge community interest in wildfire mitigation code amendments. And those proposed amendments, I'll go into more detail here. So based on the WMAC recommendations, staff proposed 2 possible code amendments which would deal with these ongoing wildfire impacts. One would be an update to the Deschutes County Building Code, which would require any new residential construction within a wildfire hazard zone to incorporate certain types of materials and requirements for roofing, ventilation, wall coverings, decking surfaces, glazing in windows, et cetera, that specifically reduce wildfire impacts. And the second code update would relate to the Deschutes County Code, and it would require defensible space for all rural residential properties. Now to move on to the public outreach component in relation to those 2 possible code amendments and the results of those. So due to the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, public outreach opportunities have been limited, and the county was unable to host any in-person meetings specifically regarding wildfire mitigation over the past several months. However, to ensure the greatest possible opportunity for public involvement, county staff considered multiple options for gathering input and decided on the 3 following options. One was a communications plan, which involved a series of press releases, social media blasts, the department's electronic newsletter, a project website specifically related to wildfire mitigation, a story map feature, which is effectively an online web-based text and photo guideline, and an online survey. The second was a series of 2 virtual open houses with the Deschutes County Planning Commission. Those occurred on November 19th and December 3rd of 2020, and they were specifically to discuss the project's history and any specific questions from the public regarding the proposed mitigation. And the third was a statistically valid phone survey that was conducted by a third party, Nelson Research Incorporated, of residents across Deschutes County to help understand the public support of adopting those new building code standards or defensible space standards. The survey questions proposed in both the statistically valid phone survey as well as the online survey prepared by the county consisted of the following questions. 1, are you a resident living within Deschutes County? 2, how vulnerable do you believe your home is to wildfire? 3, do you support additional building codes which would require certain fire resistant materials when constructing a new home in rural Deschutes County? 4, if additional fire resistant materials are required for new homes, where should those standards apply? If building a new home of approximately 2,400 square feet, how much additional cost would you be willing to incorporate to decrease, the risk of wildfire damage to your home? And then finally, do you support Deschutes County expanding defensible space requirements beyond our current forest use zone standards to all existing and new development in the rural county? In total, the county received approximately 801 individual responses to the online survey, and 498 of those responses came directly from people living within rural Deschutes County, so outside of our incorporated cities. So we had approximately 60% of our respondents answering from places outside of Bend, Redmond, Sistersville, Pine. For the statistically valid phone survey, we had approximately 383 respondents, and those were specifically sampled to weight towards areas within the rural Deschutes County. In this case, approximately 75% rural residents with 25% urban residents. So despite the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic concerns, we actually had a good amount of outreach related to these 2 surveys, just shy of 1,200 individual responses. The 2 virtual open house sessions were conducted via our Zoom web meeting platform, much like we're doing today. and each was simultaneously streamed and recorded via Facebook Live through the county's social media presence. As of January 12th of 2021, the recorded November 19th virtual open house event has been viewed a total of 626 times, and the December 3rd event has been viewed a total of 445 times. So between those two, it's just shy of 1,100 individual views of each of those open house events, which again is quite successful in my mind. Moving on to some of the results of those online surveys and the individual open house events. Of the total respondents to the online CDD survey, approximately 86% of community members feel that their homes are somewhat vulnerable or extremely vulnerable to wildfire damage. And when moving into the rural areas of our county, that number actually goes up to just shy of 89% of respondents feeling that their homes are somewhat vulnerable or extremely vulnerable to wildfire damage. Here's a breakdown of residents, both rural and urban. And this is a breakdown of just the rural county's residents. You can see that those vulnerability ratings go up somewhat as you move away from the incorporated cities. When asked about additional requirements for fire-resistant building materials when constructing a new home in rural Deschutes County, approximately 67% were supportive of those standards, 22% were not supportive, and the remaining 10% were undecided. When breaking down that same question for community members that only live within the rural areas of Deschutes County, the numbers changed slightly, with 61% being supportive, approximately 27% being not supportive, and the remaining, again, 10% being undecided. Here's again a breakdown for all residents, both rural and incorporated cities. And here's the breakdown for just the rural residents. When asked about the possible defensible space requirements for any existing and new development in rural Deschutes County, 60% of respondents were supportive, about 24% were not supportive, and again, the remaining 10% were undecided. The last four, approximately 4.75% of respondents provided a more detailed or contextual answer. Those range from people that were supportive but wanted to know additional information to those that were not supportive and wanted to provide additional clarification on why they were not supportive. When breaking down that same question for members only living within rural Deschutes County, the numbers change a bit to 55% being supportive, just under 30% being not supportive, again, 10% remaining undecided, and about 4.5% of respondents providing that more detailed or contextual answer. Again, the breakdown for all residents within the county, and then the breakdown for residents just within the rural areas of Deschutes County. To provide some more context related to the state building codes requirement, as I stated previously, any fire-resistant building materials can only be required in designated wildfire hazard zones. That comes straight out of the state building code adoption of R327. And as I showed in the map previously, the entirety of rural Deschutes County is currently designated as a wildfire hazard zone. And so reducing any area where fire-resistant building materials would be required would also necessitate a change to the wildfire hazard zones themselves. When answering a question about where fire-resistant building materials should be applied, respondents believed, 57% of respondents believed that the existing wildfire hazard zone should remain as it is. About 17% believe that it should be reduced to only include forest and rural residentially zoned properties. 21% believe that no additional fire-resistant building materials should be required at all. And the remaining three, just shy of 4% of respondents provided a more detailed or contextual answer. When breaking down that same question to just community members within rural Deschutes County, about 53% believe that the existing wildfire hazard zone should remain as is. 17% believe that it should be reduced to only include forest and rural residential properties. 25% believe that no additional fire resistant material should be required at all. And again, about 3.5% of respondents provided a more detailed or contextual answer. Here's the breakdown for community residents countywide and the breakdown for just those residents in rural Deschutes County. To provide a little bit of cost context for what these implementation measures might actually mean on a daily basis for community members, the residents were asked how much they would be willing to add to the construction cost of a 2,400 square foot home to incorporate those risk reduction measures. And the residents were given a range of somewhere between $0 and over $6,000, with those estimates being based on a wide range of professional organizations such as the Central Oregon Builders Association, our local building official, various real estate agencies working in the region, and other people working specifically within these wildfire hazard and building construction methods. When asked how much additional expense residents would be willing to incur for these new measures, about 22% stated that they would not spend any additional money. About 46% stated that they would spend up to $6,000, so somewhere between $1,000 and $6,000. And the remaining 30% of respondents stated that they would expend more than $6,000 to incorporate these measures. Specifically, when asked to just rural Deschutes County members, about 27% stated they wouldn't expend any additional money. 45% stated they would expend up to $6,000. And again, the remaining 27% of respondents stated they would expend more than $6,000. So between those willing to expend any amount of money, a fairly clear majority of community members in both the rural county as well as incorporated cities believe that they would be willing to incur some cost associated with these.
Kyle? Because
Commissioner.
it's in R327, you can't choose any of the additional, everything has to be included. It seems like 0 to 6,000, it should have been like 4,000 to 6,000 or something, really, to be more accurate, because if we approve that, that means everything is a go, according to what I was reading.
And those are great questions. First of all, we do not have very much flexibility in terms of the individual standards as they've been adopted by the state. So effectively, the way building codes are disseminated is they are adopted by the State Building Codes Division, and then the counties can either elect to adopt those standards or not. There's really no option for us to alter them in any significant way. However, specifically when regarding the cost, that's a great question to point out, and it's something that we as staff took a lot of time kind of vetting what would be an appropriate response. So the over $6,000 range, for example, is what we would call the least likely scenario in some instance. So for some of these standards, for example, I know one that came up quite frequently during our discussions with our local building official has to do with the glazing standards for windows. Certain glazing standards on windows make them more fire resistant. However, a majority of builders and contractors at this point, to my knowledge, are already incorporating those standards. And so there may actually be no effect, hence the possibility of this costing a single dollar more versus what standard construction would incur. It's difficult to get an exact estimate for how these would be implemented on an individual case-by-case basis. And so we tried to provide the broadest possible range of what could occur.
Well, at least they weren't asking for indoor sprinklers. I know those can be extremely expensive.
They can, and I don't believe that is related to this particular R327 standards. These are truly just exterior, the siding for houses, roofing standards, windows, decking, things of that nature. Again, here's a breakdown regarding those possible cost incursions for the entirety of the county. And then the respondents form just the rural county. Moving on to the statistically valid phone survey, it provided very similar results as that online survey that we just went through. And the following trends and conclusions were provided in the executive summary. You can find that in the full written report as well. Specifically related to vulnerability, and over half of the residents in the statistically valid phone survey did not believe that their home was vulnerable to wildfire. I would want to point out, it's interesting that this is the one true break that we saw between the online survey versus the phone survey. And while I can't expressly know why there was a discrepancy between those two, it does seem likely that it's related to the fact that the online survey was connected with a fairly large blanket of background information related to wildfire risk within a region, rather than relying on individual experiences or anecdotes from the people answering these questions. About half of rural residents believe that their homes are vulnerable in the phone survey, and a large majority of older residents between 45 and 59 and 60-plus-year-old residents did not believe that their homes were vulnerable to wildfire. Regarding fire-resistant building materials in R327, well over half of the respondents favored a proposal that would require certain fire-resistant materials. Again, that's siding, decking, ventilation, roofs, things of that nature, when constructing a new home. And a majority of respondents in every demographic group, including the rural county, favored that portion of the proposal. When discussing the current wildfire hazard zone and whether that needs to be altered in any way, about slightly less than 1/3 preferred that the fire resistant materials be required in the existing wildfire hazard zone, which again includes all of rural Deschutes County. Slightly fewer than that preferred reducing the wildfire hazard zone to include only those forest and rural residential zones. And slightly more rural residents preferred enacting those requirements on all of Deschutes County over reducing the wildfire hazard zone.
Kyle, on page 121, it does point out in that survey, the phone survey, that it would increase the home costs, the 2,400 square foot home, by $5,000 to $6,000. So that was the number that was given to the people in this. To me, that's a bit more significant.
That's correct. And I think that has to do with the nature of how the individual phone survey worked versus the online survey and the types of responses they could actually provide in those instances. So it's really a matter of how many different brackets of cost estimates you could possibly include. And again, it's difficult to know with any specific certainty. The estimates that were provided to both the agency carrying out the phone survey as well as placed into these online surveys was the best evidence that we had available, again, from local contractors through our local building official dealing with this on a daily basis. So while we can't be 100% confident, we are relatively confident that those are possible cost incursions that would occur there, but without seeing an individual project, it would be impossible to know. Again, moving on to the possible cost incursions from these new measures, about slightly less than 1/3 of respondents would be willing to pay somewhere between $1,000 and $6,000 to build a new home with fire-resistant materials. However, when accounting for those who would be willing to expend even more than $6,000, a majority of respondents said they would be willing to pay for those fire-resistant materials. Somewhere in the range of 2/3 of respondents total claimed that they would be willing to pay anywhere between $1 and over $6,000. And that include all respondents currently living in rural areas of the county. Regarding defensible space standards, a very large number of respondents favored expanding defensible space requirements. So any new and existing residents would be required to create defensible space around their homes. And that proposal received a majority of support across every demographic group. Moving on to our open houses, due to the public gathering restrictions in place from COVID-19, as I discussed earlier, we are unable to host any in-person meetings. And thus we facilitated a series of virtual open houses in conjunction with the Deschutes County Planning Commission, members of the Deschutes County Building Department, the Fire Adapted Communities Coordinator, Boone Zimmerly, as well as the County Forester, Ed Keith. And those two virtual open house events occurred on November 19th and December 20th of 2020. The sessions were primarily intended to introduce community members to the story map feature and the associated online survey so we could actually gather responses from them. But it was also intended to give the public an opportunity to ask county staff and any fire protection experts additional questions regarding these proposed measures. Things like what would they actually mean in relation to an individual building project? How would they be balanced against other land use considerations and building considerations already in place, things of that nature. Those sessions were conducted again via Zoom, and each was simultaneously streamed and recorded on Facebook Live. And participants were encouraged to submit questions through either of those channels, with answers to the extent possible being provided in real time by the facilitators at each of the events. The open house events covered a very wide range of topics, and I've attempted to capture some of the major themes that came up during both of those events. So some of the issues and concerns raised by community members were how the defensible space standards would be monitored and enforced if they were put in place, how any new building code requirements would apply to additions and replacements of existing development, how the defensible space standards would be balanced against other various land use goals, things such as wildlife habitat preservation, how the new building code requirements would differ from the standards that are already in place, whether any similar code provisions were adopted in other Oregon jurisdictions. They were not as of this point. Whether the new building code requirements can be modified beyond what was adopted by the State Building Codes Division, again, to your previous question, Commissioner Adair. Whether the county would provide any additional resources for property owners to establish those defensible space standards. How the county intended to navigate challenges such as absentee landlords and second homeowners who may not actually be in the area and implementing any of these proposed code changes. And how the defensible space standards themselves would be implemented on properties that may have limited space or development area. So smaller properties, less than a half an acre. So how would these standards actually come into place in these individual case by case? In addition to those three channels, the county received over 30 public comments from private citizens, professional organizations, and advocacy groups in relation to these proposed code amendments. And in particular, the county received numerous comments from nearly all the fire protection agencies in the region. And without fail, the agencies were unanimous in their support for the proposed wildfire mitigation code amendments, and they pressed for the county to adopt them into the current land use and building safety programs. Moving on to our conclusion. After looking through all of the public outreach results, and again, we had a good number of individual responses, something like 1,200 individual survey responses, and even more individual comments and individual viewings of the virtual open houses. It looks as if a plurality of residents within Deschutes County, including the rural county, are generally supportive of these greater building code and defensible space requirements. And while slightly less support does exist among rural county residents, there does appear to be consensus even there that these code amendments are necessary and can serve to mitigate wildfire risk in our community, even when factoring things like additional cost incursions that may occur. While they did generally support those proposed code amendments, as I stated previously, numerous questions were raised at both of the virtual open house meetings and in some of the written comments, and how the standards specifically would be implemented in practice. Obviously, those questions could not truthfully be answered at that point in time. We're still at the beginning stages of this in some way. In terms of these, we do not have a written description of how each individual characteristic would come about. And so questions such as those would ultimately need to be addressed in greater detail when discussing future steps with the board if they do wish to pursue those code amendments any further. So moving on to next steps, staff will convene another meeting with the board at some point in February or March of this year to address the public outreach report in additional detail once you've had more time to digest it fully. And during that next meeting, we can discuss the process of coordinating with the Deschutes County Planning Commission, any other partner agencies, and the possible challenges which would need to be addressed during the adoption process if the amendments were pursued. And with that, I will take any follow-up questions that the board might have. I know that was a lot of information to take in.
Yesterday on the fire free call, Kyle, someone was saying that they didn't feel like there was a spot for them to leave comments. And I'm looking at, I read pages and pages and pages of comments last night. So it's unfortunate that they didn't realize, can they still submit comments then if someone wanted to, or is the record closed?
I don't believe that they could be included in the report in this time, but they're certainly welcome to still submit comments to us if they want us to address those in some way.
Yes, it did seem like every fire department in the county did give recommendations. Kyle, is there any way, our committee that we had, what was the split? I mean, was it like all the fire people on one side with the insurance agents, or was there some way, or was it kind of a mix of a split? Because I know they were divided.
So they
were all like experts that we had hoped to give us some clear feedback.
Yeah, it was, like I stated earlier, it was a very broad range of different partners. And ultimately, I'll put it this way because it's somewhat nuanced. The committee was not split in terms of whether they believe the proposed code amendments were valuable at all. There was near unanimous agreement and that they should be implemented in some way, both the building code standards and the defensible space standards. The split had to do with where the standards themselves should actually be implemented. That was the primary disagreement between certain members. Certain members believe that the wildfire hazard zones themselves should be reduced or constrained in some way, just place a different methodology in terms of how we designated them, while approximately the other half believe that the wildfire hazard zones as they currently exist should remain in place. And that was the primary disagreement, and a part of where the public outreach here was intended to provide an additional level of clarity in terms of what the public might support. That was the purpose of asking the question of what do you believe the wildfire hazard zone should actually look like in Deschutes County as it stands? And if you go back to those responses, it was a little bit more split, I would say, than some of the other questions, but a majority or a plurality of residents at the very least believe that it should remain in place. Some believed, slightly less believe that it should be reduced down to the forest use zones and rural residential zones only. And then the remaining respondents basically didn't believe standards should be put in place at all.
Great. Well, this is a good conclusion to an outreach effort, coming up with the concept of these building requirements and defensible space and taking action on them will be our next step if we're going to go somewhere with it. I want to thank the community for being involved, for paying attention. There's a lot of great feedback here for sure. I still am generally a believer that it's not a big cost item for new construction relative to the choices you'll probably make anyways, as in, just cementatious siding and, insulated windows, double pane, and, the roofing materials are fire rated. So I just have a hunch that we're not really talking about a big step in cost. But if that's not true, I'd love somebody to explain it to me too. So.
Yes. Definitely. Well, as someone who witnessed a brand new home that burned down because the ember went in through the venting, I do believe, less than 1/8 of an inch, that's really critical. And even older homes, people in our community should take the time to upgrade those. I think it could make a big difference.
Yeah, as I say, and that's not expensive. That's
No, that's something you can have done. And, besides, thank goodness we got rid of the shingle roofs, in 2001. And so, yeah, just do those. The venting is really a great, simple thing and is highly effective.
I think it's really valuable to know that such a large number of Deschutes County residents perceive the risk and vulnerability, that they think that it's worth paying something to have additional protections. And and they want to see that across an extensive area. Those are very important findings from the public outreach. Thank you.
Of course.
So, just as a follow-up, I think the defensible space requirements is more of a very much a community culture and more, that may be a more dicey policy decision about how much vegetation do you take off your own property. That's a little bit trickier discussion. And I mean, I'm advocate for it, but does government define it? That's kind of what I would struggle with that, but we'll have that discussion when it comes around.
I watched one of the open houses, and there was someone was asking a lot of questions about that, with the concern that this property owner believed that they were providing important wildlife habitat. And
yeah,
it's tricky.
Don't the rabbits and the quail and where do the porcupine live if you cut all the underbrush? Well, yeah, I'm just joking around, but yeah, it's serious.
Well, the deer come to my backyard at night, so they do love it.
Yep. Good. So thank you very much. Sounds like we'll be discussing this again in about a month.
Yeah, I'll reach out
Kyle,
once
is that
dates
really
become
good
available.
enough? Because, we read about this in the papers and everything. I mean, I think this is so significant. I think it's a really important issue. And because maybe it's off season a bit for building, but just letting our community know that the measures in R through 27 are really significant. And if you are building a new house here in Deschutes County, honestly, you're further ahead if you incorporate these now. Even if we haven't done it yet, I think they make clearly a lot of sense for the vulnerability of your house and keeping things safe.
We're having a community development kind of work plan discussion next week. So maybe if this comes up in passing, maybe we'll put a little bit different priority to it.
Absolutely. And just as kind of a final point, there's the one big unknown here, which is the state legislature session has just kind of gotten underway, so to speak, and it's not clear if something will occur at the state level that might supersede these particular code provisions or change them in some way. And so there's some unknowns here, but this is what we have so far.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you, Kyle.
This time, item number 14, consideration of board signature for applicant's request for a property line adjustment and tentative plan approval. So I think this is one of the, is this you again, Kyle?
This is me again. Yep. For the record, again, Kyle Collins, Associate Planner. I am bringing before the board today a review of a final written decision that is related to an appeal of a hearings officer decision on a series of property line adjustments and a tentative plat for a 10-lot subdivision in the urban area reserve zone. I know we've discussed this project kind of ad nauseum at this point, at least with two of the commissioners. But just to give some additional background so everyone's familiar, the property is approximately 100 acres in size. It is just northwest of the city limits of Bend. It's again in the urban area reserve zone. It fronts along the Deschutes River Canyon along its western property boundary, and it's accessed via Pacific Heights Road to the east in this particular case. The matter was referred to a public hearing initially on June 30th of last year, and the hearings officer rendered a final decision which approved that request for the property line adjustment in the 10-lot subdivision on August 14th. The applicant subsequently appealed that decision to the board, which conducted a public hearing on the matter on November the 9th. And the board subsequently conducted 2 rounds of deliberations on both December 9th and December 16th. And during the December 16th deliberations, the board orally voted in a 2-1, Commissioners DeBonne and Adair in favor, former Commissioner Henderson opposed, to uphold the hearings officer decision, but to alter one of the included conditions of approval related to the Deschutes River Corridor design review standards. And in this particular instance, the only change from the hearings officer decision was to note that the Deschutes River Corridor design review standards will only apply to any development that is specifically proposed within 100 feet of the ordinary high water mark of the Deschutes River, rather than any property which contains a portion of land within 100 feet of the ordinary high water mark of the Deschutes River. With that formal oral vote on December 16th, this is just the final step in having that written decision reviewed with those changes made by the board and any additional edits or questions that might come up at this point.
I've been able to review, and I even talked to Kyle a little bit about this, but I'm real comfortable with the written decision as it is in our 2-1 vote as documented from December 10th. Or whatever date it was.
16th.
The 16th.
16th, yeah, the next, yeah.
Yes. And I'm also.
Here we go. And as I say, it was done, yeah, right before you joined us.
I may abstain from this.
That's fine.
Okay. So do we need a motion then today, Kyle? What is it we need?
I believe there was already a motion to approve, so I think you could just sign it, but I would defer to legal counsel on that. I don't know the specific action here, since this is.
Yep, so this is our public meeting acknowledging the final written decision. Yeah, so do we need to vote on it specifically again?
Yes, Commissioners, I'd recommend that you vote to approve that particular findings document.
Okay. So move the document number, yep.
Okay. Okay, so I move to have board signature of document number 2021-130. The applicant's requesting a property line adjustment and tentative plan approval to establish a 10-lot subdivision in the UAR 10 zone at 19800 Pacific Heights Road.
And I will second it as attending the meeting in December. Any other discussion? Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
I'll abstain.
Okay, and I will vote yes. So there we go. Okay, document approved.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Kyle?
We're getting there. Item number 15. FFCRA leave and temporary leave policy discussion. Deschutes County Human Resources. There she is, Kathleen.
Hello, Commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. For the record, Kathleen Hinman, HR Director. And in front of you, or what you have in front of you, hopefully, is the Family First Coronavirus Response Act. It's an update on the act itself. It's a memo from Human Resources. I should let you know that Commissioner Adair very astutely pointed out a typo in a very important date on the memo, so I'd like to just clear that up first off. In the memo, in the first paragraph, it talks about the FFCRA, which is the Families First Coronavirus Response Act leave component sunsetting December 31st, 2021. The correct date on that is December 31st, 2020, meaning that it has sunset.
And it's on the second page, too, Kathleen.
It is, okay.
Yeah, that needs.
So just clarifying that it is and confirming that the act has indeed sunset. And the main discussion points here are really just to update the board on that component. The legislation that was passed, let's see, at the end of December, does discuss the opportunity for an organization to voluntarily extend that the pay component along with the protected leave. That is for consideration of the board. Of course, timing is everything, and President Biden has released his plan for relief specific to FFCRA. And, I will acknowledge that it is a plan. It is not by any means proposed legislation even at this point. But his plan does include a required extension of the leave. But considering this is a plan at this point, we have no details on that going forward. So what Human Resources has done here is that we have, we have worked with, as you can see from the stats here, about 105 county employees took advantage of FFCRA. I'll be honest, I think that that's a little bit, that's less than we anticipated. In discussions with our, partner agencies, that is definitely a higher percentage than they saw in terms of utilization. We probably have slightly different populations and job requirements. They may not be, most of them don't have a health services department taking on the pandemic. And so, we have some high utilization in terms of the leave, but not as high as we anticipated. With the leave ending or sunsetting, we did hear from some employees asking if the county would consider extending it, or if the county would consider other types of leave. At this point, what we're doing is really bringing the discussion back to the board to see if there's any discussion on the topic, any information we can provide, direction you'd like us to consider or provide in terms of waiting, voluntarily extending the leave, or looking at other opportunities.
Thank you very much. Any starting thoughts?
A question. So Kathleen, you mentioned that 105 families utilized FFCRA. Do you have any sense of kind of how that played out month to month? Like, was there a lot of use in certain times of the year? I'm just trying to get a sense of, how much demand there might be in January or in February.
Right. Sure, that makes sense. So when we looked at the utilization, we found that there was only one family that utilized the full 12-week entitlement. What we found is that oftentimes, the majority of the times, folks were utilizing it in a maybe a couple of hours or an hour here or there, in coordination with maybe a adjustment to their schedule, right, to allow some flexibility in terms of, really so they wouldn't have to use as much leave, and we're still able to maintain or balance both the work that they needed to do as well as the leave that they needed. And I'll also point out that FFCRA, it has two components to it, really, right? So there's the school and childcare closure, and then there's also the leave to care for yourself if you are ill, or if you needed to quarantine, or to care for a family member, you're ill or needing to quarantine. And so the majority of the leave was actually taken around that. So we only had 34 employees who took leave for the school or childcare closure. The remaining 74 employees of that 105, some of them took both types of leave, but not very many. Most of the leave was taken around self-quarantining or experiencing COVID symptoms themselves, or to care for family members experiencing that.
Yeah, I mean, that's a point when you're backed up and have the flexibility to stay home because you're not sure if you don't feel good, and you sure don't want to have to worry about it. I mean, we've all gone through that this year. So
Yes, we have.
My starting point is flexibility in scheduling from departments and not extending this program voluntarily at this point in time. Just kind of something out there. And that's what you're looking for, is kind of clarity at that level?
It is, you know, if the board's ready to make that decision or that clarity, that would be great. If there's additional information or conversation on the topic, you know, we can definitely come back with that as well. You know, I think that heading into this, there was some original discussion about extending it with the hopes to be able to seek some type of reimbursement for it through the CARES Act. And I'm just pointing out that the recent CARES Act legislation does not make that an opportunity. And so internal discussions about waiting to see what the new legislation that comes out. There's kind of rumors in the HR, you know, listservs about a March timeframe and potentially even retroactive, but those are really just kind of hypotheticals at this point.
I would think because of COVID that it would return. It's just like it's not there today. But honestly, you know, when you've got a COVID positive, or, you know, it's really critical for people not to come to work. And if they need to take care of somebody, then they need to take care of them. So, because we've talked about the family and the contagion of the family. So,
but the December COVID relief bill took an awfully long time. So, I mean, you know, depending on how much dysfunction we have in Washington, D.C., what might seem to us to make a lot of sense may still not happen. So,
but this actually happened April 1st of last year. So that was really pretty forward thinking of families, and the, you know, it was a contagious thing. So I would think it would come back quicker than, I would think it would come back in February sometime, honestly. Hopefully they'll get to it.
Thanks, commissioners. I appreciate Kathleen's work on this. You know, it's on the one hand, I don't know that Deschutes County really ought to break ranks with most of our other public organizations who aren't continuing the program. But, you know, on the other hand, we do care for our employees, and we have a pretty robust leave program to support them generally. We have, you know, as Commissioner DeBone suggested relative to work shifts, I think we've done a pretty creative job going all the way back to last spring in modifying shifts so employees are able to maintain their, you know, commitment and productivity with respect to work hours, but also being flexible and recognizing their needs. So going forward, I do like what Kathleen's put in there in terms of the Washington County program and a vaccine incentive. I think that's, you know, getting our employees vaccine or having them receive the vaccine is going to help tremendously in terms of limiting the number of exposures and you know, potential time off related to COVID. So providing some kind of incentive, whether it's Washington County's program or something similar that we can certainly think about and bring back something like that, I think would be a good offering, you know, both in support of our employees as well as in support of public health in our county. Also, you know, it's kind of, it's almost hand in glove with this other question that's looming out there on the subject of mandatory vaccinations. And you've heard bits and pieces of that issue being brought up, and, you know, very few, as far as we know, if any, are requiring it. And then there's some occupation-based parameters, restrictions to that. So I think maybe trying to get ahead of that somewhat and offering, you know, a vaccine incentive program in the context of the FFCRA, you know, may be a good move for the board to consider at this point. And we can be very nimble and quick and you know, offer up a incentive program, I think, in short order.
Yeah, so with that information, as I say, kind of today is the known flexibility that's being offered for scheduling an expired program, but could change around quick at the federal government, that's for sure. Well, two ways to look at it. Yeah.
It could happen.
Could, maybe, maybe not. And then, yeah, I mean, if there's an opportunity to, you know, envision something out there, a partnership, incentive possibly. But, I don't know that I'm pushing for a date on that right now. Let's see what it looks like in the next few weeks.
Commissioners, I could also offer that we could set a date to revisit this should maybe there not be movement, or just to check in on it again. We likely will have additional information. One of the other factors is, the reopening of schools. There could be less of a need, or a different need based on how that's going.
Yep. So yeah, maybe about 3 weeks from now. 4 sounds like far away, and 2 sounds like right around the corner. I'm just thinking.
Yes.
So 3 weeks.
3 weeks makes sense. Valentine's.
Oh, there you go. Thank you very much.
All right, I'll see you in a bit.
At this time, other items, and we do have an executive session. It's not even 5 o'clock yet, 2 executive sessions. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I put a little arrow there, but I didn't remind myself what it was for. So yeah, we have moved item number 11 to the end of the agenda. Thank you very much for that reminder. This is consideration of a series of 2010A bond refunding options. I'm sure Greg Munn has been following us for hours, ready to get back to us.
I am here.
Thank you.
Save the best for last. So
take it away.
So this item is on page 86 of your packet. So you have to rewind a little bit. And I'll just give you a few bullet points here of what the proposal is. So back in 2009, 2010, the county constructed and opened a 7,500 square foot building known as the Recovery Center. And that was constructed on county-owned land at the public safety campus to provide mental health services from a 24-hour secure residential treatment facility. The total cost of the building was approximately $2.1 million. It was partially funded by the state through a $750,000 grant. And the balance of about 1.3 million, 1.32 million to be exact, was funded through county issued debt over 20 years. So those 20-year bonds are refundable or callable at December 1st, 2020, or after December 1st, 2020. And the current outstanding balance on those bonds, the current amount that we owe is $800,000. The interest coupons on the remaining bonds are between 3% and 4%, which result in an interest cost of $165,969 over the remaining 10 years. As of the December 1st, 2020 call date, we now have an opportunity to refund these bonds and save future interest expenses. So separately, back in 2010, the county contracted with Telecare to provide the state-funded mental health services. At the same time, entered into a 10-year lease of that building, the Recovery Center, from which to provide these services. The lease has 2 5-year extension options. So we've gone through the first 10-year portion of the lease, and the first of the 2 5-year extensions was exercised and approved by the board last month. Probably remember that. Most of the lease revenue has been used to either pay debt service on the building or facility maintenance over the years. As the rents have increased per the lease over the years, while the debt service payments have remained flat, a surplus of $417,000 has accumulated and is available for use. So on the proposal, I've outlined 4 options. One is to continue with the existing debt service, do not refund the bonds, and that would result in interest costs over the 10 years, the remaining 10 years, of $165,969. Option 2 would be to refund the bonds with a 10-year bank loan at 2.505%. Interest costs in this option would be about $107,000, and would result in a $59,000 savings over our current interest costs on our current bonds. Option number 3 would be to refund with a 7-year note. The interest rate there is slightly lower at 2.245%. This would result in interest costs of about $107,000 and savings from current of $91,000. And the 4th option would be to refund the existing, refund the $800,000 in existing debt with fund balance, and part of that is the $417,000 that's in the debt service fund and $383,000 from our project development fund. That's Fund 090. So as you may remember, the project development fund collects lease revenue from county-owned properties and also proceeds from land sales, and the purpose there is to fund future projects. For example, we used that fund to buy the Sisters building a year or so ago. Future lease revenue on the existing 5-year lease would pay back the $383,000 out of the project development fund in less than 3 years, and there would be no interest costs. This option would require a budget adjustment to the FY21 fiscal year budget. And staff's recommendation is, with the low interest earnings rates that are out there now, that we would utilize our existing fund balance and save $165,969 in interest costs and use those lease revenues to pay back the project development fund. Any questions? And there's a recommended motion there also, I believe, on the staff report.
Just in case, yeah.
Item number 11.
In case.
I thought it was really appropriate that today I would get the Telecare yearly recap brochure in the mail. That's really fancy. Did you guys get that too?
Yep, I have.
Oh yeah. I was like, well, what a timely piece of mail. So no, it just seemed to make sense to save the $165,000, 3 years. You know, I believe that we did refinance a couple of things, last year, and it was enormous savings. Maybe it was before COVID started, but yes, to save over $150,000 in interest.
My one question is, so that does take a few $100,000 out of commission in the project development fund for 3 years. Are we sure that we don't need that for some important project that might come up in that time period?
That is correct. It takes, I believe the fund balance in that fund is 1.4 million right now. So yes, it would take some funds out, but it would, as I mentioned, it would reaccumulate those quickly in between 2 and 3 years.
When I think down that path, I think of probably a year from now, during the next year, or about a year from now, part of that'll be paid back, So, and then, if because we don't have anything today that we're spending a big amount on. So,
yeah, I
understand.
I didn't have a good sense of kind of how big the project development fund was, what we had in the pipeline for for those funds. But if it's a healthy amount and we don't urgently need it for anything, and then in the next year or two, then saving money is a good thing.
I think some of the capital choices we're going to make are bigger than $1 million. So, I mean, there could be some big choices being made.
And if we retire this debt, then, then our flexibility to take on other debt for other large projects is increased. That's good.
Anything, Tom?
Yeah, I'm glad Commissioner Chang asked that question. As Greg knows, Christy and I both kind of put him through the ringer on that very thing and explored different scenarios on that. And, it's not ideal, but I still think it's the best option because right now we have 2 other kind of build lease arrangements, including this building that we're in, where the state occupies the bottom floor, most of it, and their rent offsets the debt for this building in the future. It's a wonderful arrangement. Same with 911 OSP, same kind of arrangement where the debt and recovery center was set up the same way. So we had whoever did each of those, that was before my time, was very smart and forward thinking in setting up those, both the construction project as well as the financing over time. So it's a good model. So both of those arrangements for 911 and this building are within that 090 fund. So that's where the the lease payment, that surplus that Greg talks about, reside in this fund. So we've already earned additional money in that fund for capital projects over time, which, so yes, we're taking a little bit out in the short term, but as was stated, it'll come back quickly. So I support Greg's recommendation that this is the way to go at this time.
I would just add a couple more points. Not 1.4, but the beginning fund balance, Commissioner Chang, is 2.6 million in that fund, not 1.4.
Even better.
And
better.
Yeah, and to
Oh,
carry
it
it
almost doubled, Greg.
Yep. I have my notes right here, so I just double checked my notes. And I think that this could, this is, as Tom was mentioning, just to carry on with something he was saying there a minute ago, is that this is the first building that the county has financed that would be coming off of a debt schedule, and we would be able to start looking at those proceeds in terms of how to reinvest those throughout the county, whether it's save them for future capital expansion or use those lease proceeds to pay debt service on future expansion. But that'll all be something that we're starting to put the numbers together now as we move into this next budget cycle.
Great.
So I move to approve the refunding the balance of the Series 2010A bonds with the existing reserves from debt service and project development funds, and authorize the Chief Financial Officer to sign the related documents.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And I vote yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're patient with us. So at this time, other items, not executive session, any message or statements or meetings that we've attended?
Can we do it like some other day?
Yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just making sure if we don't miss anything that you're ready for. So at this time, we're going to go to an executive session. We have two yet today. Procedurally, we're going to go to an executive session. This will be the end of our regular session. So we won't come back into a regular session to say goodbye.
Commissioners, that's fine. I would just note, though, that we do have a draft letter of support on the old Rod and Gun Club property for the training center, which we're happy to bring back on Monday, given the time constraints you're facing.
Yeah, let's do that Monday. It's not too far away and big long-term project.
Okay.
Commissioners, sorry to get in the way of the planning, but you do need to come back into regular session to adjourn. You can't adjourn directly from executive session.
Okay, well, and I'm thinking technology-wise, so we do need to do that on Zoom.
Well, I think the live stream, the way we've done it in the past, we start the live stream back up. So,
Yep,
and you
there'll be a
come
blip
back
in
on
a
and
while
you adjourn.
then.
Yeah,
That's fine.
because you have to either give direction for staff to proceed as discussed in the executive session, or we can note that it was informational only. But in any event, you have to come back into regular session in order to adjourn.
That's fine. As I say, we'll be here to do that. I was just thinking technology-wise, maybe be saying goodbye, but that's fine. But
It's
this
a little
time
complicated with the Zoom and all that, but that's what we have to do.
Yep, not a problem. At this time, we're going to take about a 2-minute break and make sure we're set up for executive session.